Good morning, YouTube. It is Wednesday, July 24th, and I'm coming at you live from Studio J in Clearwater, Florida, for some answers from the FBI. Maybe, huh? Maybe. Get your votes in and let me know if you think that we're going to get anything from Christopher Wray. But before they start that, I want to go over the new body cam footage that was released from, let's see, I think it was, Senator in Iowa. Released body cam footage of local law enforcement and USSS personnel responding to the scene of the shooter in Butler, Pennsylvania. The video was obtained from the Beaver County Emergency Services Unit, that is called the ESU, in compliance with congressional requests. The footage records Beaver County and Secret Service officers gathering facts, trying to anyways, and recapping a timeline of events leading up to the shooter's attempt against Donald Trump. The video confirms that local law enforcement saw the shooter prior to his presence on the roof. Local law enforcement shared pictures of the suspected shooter with the Secret Service, raising questions with respect to exactly when the pictures were shared. Law enforcement lost track of the suspected shooter, and law enforcement sought access to a drone to secure the water tower after the shooting. And Carrie, thank you for being a member for 27 months. That's amazeballs. Thank you so much, girl. She says, good morning, Jay, mods, and chat. Here's to the listeners catching the live on the fly at work. Thank you so much for watching at work. And all of you people that are at work, I hope you have a good day. Let's go ahead and roll this footage.
All right, so we don't know. So this is the guy that
yes, that they sent Beaver County sniper seen and sent the pictures out. This is him.
Okay, all right.
Rifle's right there, obviously.
Got it. So the bike in the back. Is he on that bike?
We don't know.
We don't know. So
I
we're
don't
just
know.
treating that as suspicious device.
Correct.
Okay, so the bike, they're talking about the bike.
1 second. I believe the sniper that seen these and sent the pictures is right inside this building. Michelle, is Greg in there? All right, so if you go to that window that's open and yell for Greg, that's the sniper that sent the original pictures and seen him come from the bike and set the book back down and then lost sight of him.
Okay.
Oops. Shit. So law enforcement knew that there was...
Right, so we don't know.
There was a bike. They knew, good morning, September. They knew there was a bike and they were treating it suspicious, but then you hear Greg is inside that open window right there. Greg is the one that took the picture of the shooter.
So this is the guy
Yes, that they sent Beaver County sniper seen and sent the pictures out. This is him.
Okay, all right.
Rifle's right there, obviously.
Got it. So the bike in the back. Is he on that bike?
We don't know.
We don't know. So
I
we're
don't
just
know.
treating that as suspicious device.
Correct.
1 second. I believe the sniper that seen these and sent the pictures is right inside this building. Michelle, is Greg in there? All right, so if you go to that window that's open and yell for Greg, that's the sniper that sent the original pictures and seen him come from the bike and set the book back down and then lost sight of him.
Okay.
He's the one that sent the pictures out. I don't know if you got the same ones I did.
I think I did, yeah. He's like got his glasses on and he's...
There's the shooter's legs, guys. What the freak?
So we had the picture of that.
I got that
Okay,
picture,
and then
yeah.
this is his bike with the stuff. And our sniper seen him walking away from that, I believe.
Okay.
But he would be right inside that window. He's the one that physically seen this, sent the pictures, and called it out.
Okay, so, and we have somebody detained, correct?
That I don't know.
2 people detained.
Our guy that was just up here told me that there's a guy detained who's the owner of the bike. And I said, no, I think that's the owner of the bike.
Yeah, basically when I got
We've been up here, so we wouldn't know that information.
We just hauled ass. We got over here.
Right, got it.
And we hopped up
No,
over it.
yeah, that's no problem. Is that all your stuff?
That was one of our
Yeah, so someone came up looking to treat him and this record.
Yes.
Okay.
Copy. Gas is off to the building, just so you know.
Thank you.
PSP had some...
Yeah, they do. I talked to...
Look how close that water tower is. Look how freaking close that water tower is. And they didn't think that they could post up there? It makes no sense. That would have been a bird's eye view to the whole entire... Yeah, look at that colossal slope. That would have been a view to the whole entire AGR area.
I talked to the guy. Those people detained were filming.
The American Water was notified. They authorized.
Maybe they were involved. Maybe they
They
weren't.
will start somebody.
Other than that, I haven't heard anybody
Well, I
else.
think it's
Nothing. Close out the line.
the guys that saw them filming were like, oh, they were filming us, and then filming the guy up on the roof, and then filming us, and then when the shots started firing, they like tried to run away. It was like, isn't that what everybody would do that has a phone? I'm not saying they weren't involved, but you know what I mean? Like that.
It's up in the air right now, right?
Right. So I got no problem detaining them. But again, I'm just trying to detain those guys, find out what they know, who they are, whatever. I'm trying to get clear information to relay back to DC.
Bridge control to the water tower.
We have one shooter deceased.
He says, I'm trying to get clear information to relay back to DC. This guy's in charge of relaying the information back to DC. Oh, my God.
You're what the French call les incompetents.
Greg, you're next to resign. Good morning, crime.
I think we have 3 victims in the crowd. Did you guys hear that too?
That I'm not sure.
So I heard 1 deceased, 2 white flighted.
I know 2 helicopters did take off.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know how many
Hello?
victims.
3 are deceased.
One from there. We have access to a drone. Clear this water tower.
Any
Do we have an access to a drone to clear this water tower? Are you fucking kidding me?
LE?
No, it's incorrect.
I will try to confirm.
One Secret Service actually that was the one that was
in the van?
in the
Did he survive? Copy.
In the van? Did he survive? I'm sure there's a lot more to come. Very unprofessional. Ganja. Good morning, Ganja. Julie Jordan, J is for Justice. People were saying that there was a shooter up on that water tower besides the one up on the roof. They are saying there is sounds on videos of 3 dismount of shots heard. I heard that.
Committee will come. Excuse me. The committee will come.
Perfect
to order
timing.
without
Here we are.
objection. The chair is authorized to declare recess at any time. We welcome everyone to today's hearing on oversight of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin to lead us all in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible.
Let me give it some volume boost, huh? Welcome in, everybody. Have you hit that like button? We're going to have probably opening statements.
I wanted to begin today's hearing by recognizing the fact that we no longer have one of our great members with us, Sheila Jackson Lee.
Oh, Lord, not
as we
this
all
again.
know, passed away. She was a dedicated public servant. Her service on this committee, excuse me, spanned nearly 3 decades and included shepherding through countless pieces of legislation. I said yesterday at subcommittee hearing that I don't know that there was any member of Congress who got more out of 5 minutes than Sheila Jackson Lee did. And she was just a pleasant spirit who we all enjoyed. And we're thinking about her family. We all certainly will miss Sheila. I yield to the ranking member for comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this room and our hearts feel a little emptier today as we mourn the loss of our dear friend and colleague, Sheila Jackson Lee. In the nearly 30 years that I've served with Sheila on the Judiciary Committee, I witnessed her boundless energy, her courage, and her character as she lent her voice and her legislative talents to nearly every issue that came before this committee. Whether it was advocating for just and humane immigration reform, working to protect voting rights and preserve our civil liberties, or delving into the technical details of administrative law and intellectual property, Sheila was always at the forefront of our work. Sheila made perhaps her greatest mark serving as the chair and later ranking member of the Crime Subcommittee. In this role, she worked in a bipartisan fashion to reauthorize the Violence Against Women
Another
Act,
yellow tie.
and to protect
It's
victims
symbolism.
of trafficking, among many other successes. She was also a leader on such issues as sentencing reform, gun safety, police accountability, and racial justice. Sheila engaged in many spirited debates.
Good morning, Kels.
but
Good
she
morning,
always had
everyone
the
just coming in.
deepest respect for all of her colleagues, even those with whom she vehemently disagreed. And she deeply loved the institution of Congress, and particularly the Judiciary Committee, because it gave her a platform to make a meaningful impact on the lives of millions of Americans. If Sheila took up a cause, she could be relentless in her determination to see it through, whether that meant making one extra phone call, going to one more meeting, offering one more amendment, or making one more speech. She would not rest until she thought she had done everything she could to fight for the issues she cared about. Through it all, she stayed true to her values and always had the people of Houston close to her heart. We are all better for having known her. The American people are better for having had her in their corner all these years.
I don't know.
I will deeply miss my friend and colleague. May her memory be a blessing. I yield back.
I want to thank the ranking member.
Hey, Country Bumpkin.
Well said. Now, Chair will recognize himself for an opening statement. July 13th was a terrible day for America. We all agree spirited debate, fighting for what you believe in, are part of what makes this country the greatest nation in the world. But the First Amendment and robust political debate are not consistent in any way with violence. What happened in Butler, Pennsylvania was a tragedy that took the life of a good man, Corey Compatore, leaving a wife without a husband and 2 daughters without a father. Others were injured, and of course, former President Trump, by the grace of God, survived the assassination attempt.
Good Lord.
There are a lot of unanswered questions about the security failures that day. Questions about decisions made before the rally, questions about actions during the rally, and questions about statements made after the event concluded.
Good morning,
Prior
Cor.
to the rally, why was the president's security detail denied requests for extra resources? Why weren't all the buildings secured? There were a finite number of buildings that needed to be secured. Why wasn't that done? Why was the president allowed to walk out on the stage when there was a suspicious person on the property? During the rally, what exactly happened between 6:09 and 6:14, those critical 5 minutes? We know from briefings from the director and the deputy director at the FBI and other information we've gathered that at 6:09, the shooter was identified on the roof. At 6:10, the counter sniper was notified. Counter sniper teams were notified about the shooter. 6:11, the shooter fired several shots, injuring and killing one person, injuring others. At 6:12, the counter sniper took down the shooter, and at 6:14, President Trump was escorted off the stage by Secret Service agents. We need to know what happened play by play, moment by moment, second by second, the communications that took place, again, during that critical 5 minutes. And then finally, after the rally, why did both the Secret Service and Secretary of Homeland Security, Mayorkas, lie to the American people? July 14th, the day after the attack, Secret Service spokesman Anthony Guglielmi said this, quote, "The assertion that a member of the former president's security team requested additional security resources that the U.S. Secret Service, the Department of Homeland Security rebuffed is absolutely false." The next day, Secretary Mayorkas said, "That is an unequivocally false assertion. We had not received any requests for additional security measures that were rebuffed." But 5 days later, top officials repeatedly rejected requests from Donald Trump's security detail for more personnel. And on the 21st of July, the New York Times, confirming what the Washington Post reported, said, quote, "Mr. Guglielmi acknowledged that the Secret Service had turned down requests for additional federal security assets for Mr. Trump's detail." 180-degree change. Why did they initially lie to us in the days after the attack in Pennsylvania? Finally, we hope to learn more today from Director Wray about the shooter, his use of the drone, the explosives that were in his car, how he got on the roof, and a host of other questions. It is our hope that Director Wray's testimony can begin to give answers to the American people about all of these questions and concerns. So, Director, we appreciate you being here.
Good morning, Robin.
And we trust that you're going to be as transparent with the committee and the country as you possibly can. And I'm sure you understand that a significant portion of the country has a healthy skepticism regarding the FBI's ability to conduct a fair, honest, open, and transparent investigation. And that skepticism is based on what they've witnessed over the past several years. The American people have seen a Biden-Harris Justice Department.
Past 60 years.
They can't tell us who planted the pipe bombs on January 6th. They can't tell us who leaked the Dobbs opinion. And they can't tell us who put cocaine at the White House. Biden-Harris Justice Department who raided President Trump's home. Biden-Harris Justice Department who worked with social media companies to censor Americans. Biden-Harris Justice Department who let the country believe that the Hunter Biden laptop was misinformation when they knew at the time it was authentic, and maybe most importantly, a Biden-Harris Justice Department who retaliated against whistleblowers who came to this committee and spoke to us about these issues. Last week, we sent you 12 questions about what occurred on July 13th. We expect you to answer those questions and the others that I've just outlined. And again, we thank you for being here today and appreciate your willingness to answer the questions that the committee is going to have. And with that, I would yield to the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, 2 weeks ago, our country witnessed a shocking assassination attempt on a presidential candidate. Now, I disagree with Donald Trump in almost every policy area imaginable. I am frequently shocked and outraged at the plans he has for our country and the words that come out of his mouth. And I have dedicated much of the last 8 years to fighting his agenda. But regardless of my strong feelings about Donald Trump's behavior, I unequivocally and unabashedly condemn with every fiber of my being the attempt against his life. This was not just an attack on a man, but an attack on our democracy. Political violence erodes the very foundations of our nation. The concepts of freedom of speech, of peaceful transitions of power, of a democratic government at its core, these cannot exist if political violence is allowed to fester and to go unchecked. And if you think that this one assassin's bullet was a bolt out of the blue and not part of a wave of violence that has threatened this nation for years, then you have missed the point of what my Democratic colleagues and I have been imploring you to hear for some time. Election workers, many of them working for free, face near constant threats of violence. In one recent instance, an Indiana man pleaded guilty to threatening to kill an election worker who said that there were no irregularities in a recent election. That man said, quote, 10 million plus patriots will surround you when you least expect it and will, expletive, kill you, close quote. That is political violence. In another instance, Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi's husband was bludgeoned over the head with a hammer by an intruder in his home who had been there to capture Ms. Pelosi, interrogate her, and possibly, quote, break her kneecaps because of her liberal views. That is political violence.
Her kneecaps?
The death threat surging against Vice President Harris,
what?
Former President Obama and his wife Michelle, and Governor DeSantis, as well as many others, including videos online of individuals holding guns making assassination threats. That is political violence. The plot to kidnap Governor Gretchen Whitmer and overthrow parts of the state government. That is political violence. The brutal, deadly attack 3 years ago against this very building, with rioters breaking through police barriers to run through these halls chanting, "Kill Nancy," and "Hang Mike Pence," and even hanging a noose outside the building. These rioters battering Capitol Police officers and forcing members of Congress and their staffs to go into hiding, squatted in spaces under desks or in closets. That is political violence. This assassination attempt, as horrific as it is, should surprise no one. And you would think a political party that almost lost their presidential candidate through an act of political violence would have something to say about the way their leaders keep talking about the next election. Donald Trump has warned there will be a, quote, bloodbath if he loses. Republican Ohio State Senator George Lang said just last week at a rally for J.D. Vance that he is, quote, afraid that civil war might be necessary if Republicans lose the November election. President of the right-wing think tank and Project 2025 leader, the Heritage Foundation, Kevin Roberts, said on Stephen Bannon's podcast, quote, "We are in the process of the second American Revolution, which will remain bloodless if the left allows it to be," close quote. Republican former Alaska Governor Sarah Palin said in August of last year of Trump's indictments, "Do you want us to be in civil war? Because that's what's going to happen.
Now we're quoting
not going to
Sarah
keep putting
Palin?
up with this. We do need to
Stop.
rise up and take our country back," close quote. I could go on, but it's more and more of the same. And I hear nothing from the other side of the aisle in this room about these statements. Do you support a bloodbath if you don't get the election outcome you want? Do you justify violence
Good morning,
if the left does not
Michelle.
agree with you? And what exactly has preoccupied this Republican majority while their allies threaten violence to their political enemies, real and imagined? We have chased down baseless conspiracy theories designed solely to influence the 2024 election in favor of Donald Trump. We have spent millions of dollars and thousands of hours of staff time in more than 100 transcribed interviews chasing
You like
false
that, Global?
accusations against President Biden, supporting an
Cut his
impeachment effort
mic.
that seemed designed to
I
fail,
can't with this.
and hunting for a smoking gun
This is why people hate
that
politics.
simply does not exist. And instead of admitting that these investigations found no corruption, coercion, or unethical behavior by the Biden administration,
Unethical behavior.
Republicans
Come
chose
on,
to
dude.
just dig deeper and spend more money. Imagine what could have happened if we had spent these thousands of hours of staff time and those millions of taxpayer dollars addressing even one aspect of the political violence that now threatens our country. Perhaps, had this Republican majority lifted a finger to help a nation that is awash in guns, the assassin Butler would not have had such easy access to the weapon he used to fire on that crowd. Director Wray, your agency is responsible for addressing some of the most serious issues of our time. The Bureau fights gun violence, which claims the lives of 40,000 Americans every year. It protects election security from growing threats from malign foreign actors who are working tirelessly to influence our elections. It protects against domestic
like Charlie
terrorists and
Brown's
violent
teacher.
extremists who have been a growing threat in recent years and have carried out horrific mass shootings and deadly events around the country. And so much more. I apologize to you, Director, that instead of supporting you in these missions in the 118th Congress, some of my colleagues have instead hindered your work, maligned your agents, and called to abolish and defund your agency, all for political gain. It is despicable, especially from the party that claims to, quote, back the blue. And I know that you and your many agents and employees have paid the price for these baseless attacks. I know you have faced a barrage of threats, distrust, and vitriol from the public as a result of these wild, politically driven conspiracies. I know it has become even more dangerous and difficult for you to come to work each day. I may not agree with you on everything, but I sincerely thank you and every employee in your agency who continues to protect our country. The FBI is vital to keeping America safe, and I pray that today we can focus on the real, substantive work of the agency.
Come on,
It is the
dude.
least we owe our country in these times. I yield back.
Thank God.
Gentleman yields back. Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witness. The Honorable Christopher Wray has been the director of the
I don't know
FBI
about
since
honorable,
2017.
but here we go.
He previously served as the Assistant Attorney General for the Criminal Division of the Department of Justice, the Principal Associate Deputy Attorney General, and Associate Deputy Attorney General,
Look at him
and
sitting
as
there by
Assistant U.S.
himself.
Attorney for the Northern District of
Look at him.
Georgia. Again, Director Wray, you've been here
He's
many
such a
times. We appreciate you being here today. And, look forward to your testimony and answering our questions. We will begin by swearing you in. Would you please rise and raise
Here
your
we
right
go.
hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Let the record let the record reflect that the witness has answered in the affirmative. Thank you, and please be seated. We have votes coming in about 10 minutes, but we definitely want to get through your opening statement as far as we can, and this is going to be an interesting day on Capitol Hill with the Prime Minister of Israel here as well. So, Director Wray, you're recognized for your opening statement.
The Prime Minister of Israel is there?
Good morning, Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Nadler, members of the committee. I want to begin by offering my condolences on the passing of Representative Jackson Lee, who served the people of Texas in this body and on this committee for so long. Thank you all for your support of our efforts to protect the American people and uphold the Constitution. I am proud to be here today representing the 38,000 special agents, intelligence analysts, and professional staff who make up the FBI, men and women who every day work relentlessly to counter the most complex threat environment I've seen in my tenure
Get to
as
the meat
FBI
and
director,
potatoes.
maybe in my entire career in law enforcement. Before I go any further, I also want to acknowledge and offer my deepest condolences to the victims of the horrific assassination attempt in Butler County. To the friends and family of Corey Comparator, who by all accounts lost his life protecting others from danger. To the other victims, two of whom were critically wounded. And of course, to President Trump, former President Trump and his family. As I've said from the beginning, the attempted assassination of the former president was an attack on our democracy and our democratic process. And we will not and do not tolerate political violence of any kind, especially a despicable account of this magnitude. And I want to assure you and the American people that the men and women of the FBI will continue to work tirelessly to get to the bottom of what happened. We are bringing all the resources of the FBI to bear, both criminal and national security. Now, there's a whole lot of work underway and still a lot of work to do, and our understanding of what happened and why will continue to evolve, but we're going to leave no stone unturned.
Shut up.
The shooter may be deceased, but
Quit
the
being
FBI's
so
investigation
cliche.
is very much ongoing. To that point, I also want to acknowledge that I recognize both the congressional and the public interest in this case and the importance of this investigation to the American people.
Tell me how you
And
feel,
I
Danielle.
understand there are a lot of open questions. So while the investigation is very much ongoing and our assessments of the shooter and his actions continue to evolve, my hope here today is to do my best to provide you with all the information I can.
Okay,
given
let's
where
get
we
on
are
with it.
At this point. I have been saying for some time now that we are living in an elevated threat environment. And tragically, the Butler County assassination attempt is another example, a particularly heinous and very public one, of what I've been talking about. But it also reinforces our need at the FBI and our ongoing commitment to stay focused on the threats, on the mission, and on the people we do the work with and the people we do the work for.
We've heard all
Every
this
day,
bullshit before.
All across this country and indeed around the world, the men and women of the FBI are doing just that, working around the clock to counter the threats we face. Just in the last year, for example, in California, the FBI and our partners targeted an organized crime syndicate responsible for trafficking fentanyl, meth, and cocaine all across North America. We charged the Mexican-based suppliers who brought the drugs into the United States, a network of Canada-based truck drivers who delivered the drugs, and the distributors in the United States
why are
who
we talking
spread
about drugs
the
and truck
poison
drivers
into our
in Canada?
communities.
Oh my God,
Staying
y'all.
on threats emanating
This guy
from the
sits here
border,
and says,
I have warned for some time now about the threat.
this motherfucker sits there and says, oh, my condolences to the victims and yada, yada, yada. And then he goes on to talk about drugs in Canada.
That foreign terrorists may seek to exploit our southwest border or some other port of entry
Thank
to
you,
advance a plot against Americans. Just last month, for instance, the Bureau and our Joint Terrorism Task Forces worked with ICE in multiple cities across the country.
Now we're talking
as
about
several
ICE?
individuals with suspected international terrorist ties were arrested using ICE's immigration authorities. Leading up to those arrests, hundreds of FBI employees dedicated countless hours to understand the threat and identify additional individuals of concern. Now, the physical security of the border is, of course, not in the FBI's lane, but as the threat has escalated, we're working with our partners in law enforcement and the intelligence
What happened
community
July
to
13th?
find and stop foreign terrorists who would harm Americans and our interests.
Oh my God. How are you protecting
As
Trump from
concerning
Iran?
as the known or suspected terrorists encountered at the border are, perhaps even more concerning, are those we do not yet know about because they provided fake
This
documents
is why
or
people hate
because
you
we
and
didn't
hate
have information
politics.
connecting them to terrorism at the time.
He acts like our time
they
is not
arrived
important.
in the United
You know what I mean?
States.
Fucking insulting.
Staying ahead of today's threats demands
Dude, someone needs
that
to
we
punch
work
him.
together. And for the
Someone
FBI,
needs to
that means
fucking
doubling
punch him.
down on our partnerships, especially with state and local law enforcement. Whether it's working through our hundreds of joint terrorism task forces, to build out source networks, to identify those who slip through the cracks, or targeting the worst of the worst responsible for the violence that still plagues far too many communities through our Safe Streets task forces, or taking the fight to the cartels responsible for trafficking the dangerous drugs like fentanyl, pouring into our
we're
country
talking
and
about
claiming
fentanyl?
countless American lives. Staying ahead of the threat also means continuing to disrupt the cyber criminals, ravaging businesses, large and small, and confronting nation states like
This is
China,
bad.
targeting our innovation and our critical infrastructure. At the Bureau, we're proud to work side by side with
well.
our brothers and sisters in federal, state, and local law enforcement, our partners in the intelligence community, and others around the world to fulfill our commitment to keep Americans safe. Now, on Friday, the FBI will celebrate its 116th anniversary. 116 years of protecting the American people and upholding the Constitution. 116 years of working with our partners to safeguard the communities we serve. 116 years of innovating to stay ahead of the complex, evolving, and very real threats out there. I am proud of the legacy the men and women of the FBI have built and all they have accomplished for the American people. So, if I may, as we approach this week's anniversary, I would just like to say to all those who are part of the FBI family, from our current employees to our formers and to our partners across law enforcement and the intelligence community, thank you. Thank you for dedicating your lives to this country and to its people.
What the hell?
It is both humbling and an honor to serve alongside you, and I look forward to the work we're going to continue to do together. And with that, thank you again for having me, and I look forward to our discussion.
Thank you, Director Wray. Excuse me. We'll now proceed under the 5-minute rule. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Wray, I'm way down here, and I appreciate the chairman giving me this because I've got to leave. But let me ask this question. Why doesn't the FBI disclose to the American people all of the investigative detail and evidence that you are gathering as it is gathered?
Well, we have tried to be transparent with both Congress and the American people as we're going along in the investigation. Frankly, unusually so for an ongoing investigation, given the sheer nature of it. We have provided a lot of information. I expect to continue to provide information. I expect to be able to provide some additional information here today in response to your questions and your colleagues. But part of the issue is that, as like in any investigation, as we proceed, facts evolve. Our understanding of what somebody said turns out to have more context that we didn't have before. We have additional leads out there. So part of our goal is not just to respect the ongoing investigation process, but also to make sure that we don't prematurely provide information that then 2 days later turns out to be different than what we told people, because that's very much, kind of a natural part of any investigation.
So, did Crooks fire 8 shots?
We have recovered 8 cartridges on the roof.
Why was Crooks allowed to get off 8 shots?
Well, that, I think, is something we're still digging into. Again, maybe this is a good place for me to make clear the different investigations that are going on. So, because certainly I understand
and given that I've only got 3 minutes left, and I know other members, I'm really interested because I appreciate your invitation. You said you're prepared to disclose things as questions are asked. So I don't want to waste time, I just want to get to the questions that might, and as many members as can, ask questions that you'll answer. I actually think I'd be glad for you to go on soliloquy, frankly, and tell us what you know. I think the American people want to know. Why was President Trump not kept off the stage?
We don't know the answer to that, but I want to be clear, and this is important because I think it goes to questions that I can and cannot answer. Our investigation, the FBI's mandate, is focused on the shooter and all things related to his attack. Now, obviously, I understand very much the intense interest and focus on the Secret Service's performance, actions, decision-making, et cetera. There are 2 separate after-action reviews, the DHS Inspector General and the outside independent panel that's been convened that are focused on that. Now, our investigation will...
Everybody understands that.
Their 5 minutes.
Here's the problem. We're out 13 days, and you say we've been disclosing. You know, we had the the colonel from the Pennsylvania State Police in front of Homeland yesterday. He was quite candid. He disclosed to us that Butler Emergency Services Unit personnel were posted into the windows on the 2nd floor of the AGR building, that they left there to go pursue the person that they spotted, Crooks, that they texted a photo of Crooks to the PSP representative in the command center. That information was relayed to the United States Secret Service. They asked that it be texted to someone else. Bishop? That was many minutes before President Trump took the stand. What we don't know is why did he not Why were they not keeping him off the stand? And to the extent, I know we always hear when there's a criminal investigation, you got to wait for that to develop. But do you have any reason do you have any other target of your criminal investigation other than Crooks, who's dead?
We are investigating the shooter both to determine his motive and his preparations and activities before the shooting, but also to make sure whether or not there are any co-conspirators, accomplices.
At this point, have you developed any evidence to so suggest that there are any accomplices or cooperators or assisters?
Not at this time, but again, the investigation's ongoing.
So here's the thing. While we wait, maybe for months, and I hate to say this, I'm not trying to take a pot shot, but the country went for years with the understanding that the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation as offered by respected former intel officials, and the whole time the FBI had the laptop. And then let that happen in public until finally offering testimony in a case. To the degree we wait to hear as a country and as a Congress what has happened in this event, because the FBI is conducting an investigation, it provides quarter for the U.S. Secret Service not perhaps to reckon with the problems that are obvious to everyone. So let's get a couple in while I've got 13 more seconds. One more question perhaps. Senator Grassley says that the records of the day show that there was a counter unmanned aerial surveillance operator on site. Was there? And why did that person not prevent crooks from being able to use a drone?
So again, questions about the Secret Service's performance are better directed to those other reviews. What I can tell you when it comes to drones is that Crooks himself had a drone, and I'm prepared to answer questions here today about the shooter and his use of the drone, for example.
My time's expired.
Gentleman yields back. The ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes.
Not today, Trish, it's not.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I said in my opening statement, political violence is a scourge and entirely unacceptable, no matter the source or the target. Last October, far-right conspiracy theorists broke into Nancy Pelosi's home and bludgeoned her husband.
What is this guy talking?
Prominent Republicans mocked the attack and promoted conspiracy theories about it.
Oh, my God.
Last August, an armed Utah man who threatened to kill President Biden was killed as FBI agents attempted to serve a warrant on him hours before President Biden landed in his state.
This is BS.
Some on the right claimed that the man was simply a, quote, Second Amendment enthusiast. In recent weeks and months, those on the right have repeatedly called for, quote, civil war, with an Ohio state senator saying that if Republicans lose the election, quote, it's going to take a civil war to save the country, and it will be saved. The president of the Heritage Foundation likewise said that, quote, we are in the process of the Second American Revolution, which will remain bloodless if the left allows it to be, close quote. Director Wray, it's obviously important that we respect First Amendment protections, but there is clearly a point at which some violent rhetoric crosses over into threats of violence or leads to actual violence. Could you describe how the FBI looks at this relationship between rhetoric and action and what you are seeing around the country?
So I appreciate the question, and this is an issue that I've been talking about for some time. In our view, there is a right way and a wrong way under the First Amendment to express your views, no matter how passionate or even angry you are. And violence and threats of violence is not the right way. And we don't care what you're upset about or who you're upset with. When, from the FBI's perspective, when it turns to violence and threats of violence, that's when we have to draw the line. That's when we get engaged. And there is an alarming phenomenon that we've seen over the last several years of that kind of passion and heated rhetoric turning into actual violence and threats of violence. We've seen it against public officials of all sorts. We've seen it against law enforcement. The number of officers shot and killed in the line of duty in this country is, frankly, outrageous and alarming. And I know that because every time an officer is shot and killed anywhere in this country, since the day I started as FBI director, I personally call the chief or the sheriff to express my condolences.
Oh, my God, he is wasting time.
And to talk to them about the victim's
100%.
family. And the number of those shootings that are ambush-related, meaning somebody is targeting law enforcement because they're law enforcement, is particularly alarming.
Has your bureau met with the shooter's family, sir?
Around 400 of those phone calls. It's almost every 5 days that a law enforcement officer is killed in the line of duty. And that is an example of the kind of ways in which passions and heated rhetoric can bubble over into violence.
Thank you. Members of Congress, their families, and their staffs have witnessed an alarming rise in threats against them. I appreciate the work your agency has done to investigate and address these threats, but I'm concerned that we do not seem to be stemming the tide. What is the FBI doing to ensure that members of Congress, their families, and their staffs are safe?
So we have a very close relationship with the Capitol Police, and we have members of the Capitol Police, for example, who are on some of our task forces. We share intelligence information about things that we're seeing, trends that we're seeing with Capitol Police and others in law enforcement. Obviously, if we have specific information about an effort to target a member of Congress, then we're getting with Capitol Police in a much more specific way.
This is infuriating.
But those are some of the things that we're doing.
Thank you. Now, Director, your office is leading the investigation into the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. Republicans in Congress, including members of this committee, have repeatedly called for defunding the FBI. What impact would defunding or even just limiting your funding have on the FBI's ability to conduct this and other investigations?
So I understand that there are heated views, opinions about us, just like there are about every institution in today's America. But cutting our funding is incredibly short-sighted, and the people it really hurts are state and local law enforcement and the American people we're all sworn to protect.
Thank you. During my remaining time, I want to turn to a different matter. In recent days, Republican members of Congress have attacked presumptive Democratic presidential nominee Kamala Harris as a, quote, DEI candidate, which presumably is code for women and persons of color. Good morning, Cheech. It's not a new theme for them. In May, Chairman Jordan wrote to you claiming that because of DEI initiatives, the FBI is no longer hiring, quote, the best and brightest candidates to fill the position of special agent. With my remaining time, Director Wray, can you please answer the following questions? Is it true that hiring women and people of color means that FBI is no longer hiring the best and the brightest to serve as law enforcement officers? Is there any evidence that women and people of color are less effective in law enforcement roles? And what message does it send to prospective applicants and the leaders demean them and make judgments about them based solely on their race or gender?
Witness may respond.
So any notion that we have lowered our standards, our hiring standards, is just not accurate. In fact, our standards are as competitive and selective as ever. We have tens of thousands of people applying, and our selection rate is about 3.1%, which is more selective than just about any university in the country. And most of our applicants, I think something like 50% of them are coming from military or law enforcement backgrounds. About 50% of them also have advanced degrees. The average age is around 31, which means they're bringing a wealth of personal and professional experience when they arrive. And to suggest that those people, because of efforts related to diversity or anything like that, are less qualified, frankly, is not at all consistent with what I see, having visited all of our field offices and seen these young people in action, and I think is an insult to those hardworking men and women who've signed up to dedicate their lives for this country.
Thank you, Director. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Director, let me go back to where Mr. Bishop was. Tell me about the drone. You act like you wanted to fill us in on that. Fill us in.
So we have recovered a drone that the shooter appears to have used. It's being exploited and analyzed by the FBI lab. The drone was recovered in his vehicle. So at the time of the shooting, the drone was in his vehicle with the controller. In addition, our investigation has uncovered.
Do you know what time of day he flew it, and if he flew it on the day of the shot?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So in addition, it appears that around 3:50 p.m., 4 o'clock in that window, on the day of the shooting, that the shooter was flying the drone around the area for about 11 minutes. I want to be clear, but when I say the area, not over the stage and that part of the area itself, but I would say about 200 yards, give or take, away from that. We think, but we do not know, so again, this is one of these things that's qualified because of our ongoing review, that he was live streaming, viewing the footage from that, again, about 11 minutes in around the 3:50, 4 o'clock p.m. range.
2 hours before, he's flying a drone in the vicinity of the route.
About 200 yards away, yes.
200 yards. Okay, that's important information. What about the bombs that we've heard about in the shooter's car?
So again, the FBI lab is exploiting those explosive devices.
Yep.
There were, we've recovered 3 devices, 2 in his vehicle and 1 back in his residence.
At his house.
Are these what you would call, your experts would call sophisticated
Why is his dad
operations?
wandering around?
I don't know. That's what I've been told by people who have some understanding of this area.
Yeah, I think it's, we've seen more sophisticated and less. I would say these are relatively, again, keyword relatively crude devices themselves, but they did have the ability to be detonated remotely. And so to that point, in addition to the 2
How did he learn how to
devices
do
that
this?
we recovered out of his vehicle,
A nursing home worker.
there were receivers for those 2 explosive devices with the devices, and then on the shooter himself, when he was killed by law enforcement, he had a transmitter with him. Now, I do want to add one important point here, is at the moment, it looks to us, again, ongoing review, and I can't say that too many times, at a moment, it looks like because of the on-off position on the receivers, that if he had tried to detonate those devices from the roof, it would not have worked. Okay. But that doesn't mean the explosives weren't dangerous.
And I'm sure we're going to get into all these subjects a little bit later as well. Tell us what you can about the encrypted platforms we've heard about.
So one of the things that we're drilling into hard with the shooter in an effort to try to learn more about his state of mind, his motive, his ideology, his context, everything else, is to look at all of his devices, any social media accounts he had, et cetera. And one of the things we've learned in finally getting into his phone, which was also a significant technical challenge from an encryption perspective, but in addition, once we got on the phone, it turned out he was using some encrypted messaging applications.
And again, the same question relative to the bombs. Was this pretty sophisticated, or is this is the kind of the norm you see with folks like, similar situation? How would you describe
on this subject, I would say this has unfortunately now become very commonplace, and it's a real challenge for not just the FBI, but state and local law enforcement all over the state.
Tell me exactly the scope of, does the scope of your investigation include what I call that critical 5 minutes from when the 6:09, when this is based, I think, on information you've given to Congress, 6:09 when the shooter's identified on the roof, and 6:14 when President Trump is ultimately escorted off, and all that happens, the shots that take place in between there. Do you have access to the communications that were going on at the time in that critical 5 minutes?
So our investigation, when you say scope, our investigation includes that time frame, although focused again on the shooter himself and his attack.
Now, as part of that, he's obviously involved in that time frame.
Correct, and as part of that, as part of our focus, our investigation of the shooter and the attack, of course, we are interviewing law enforcement from the scene because those are some of the most significant witnesses, and we're obviously getting access to their materials and that kind of thing. And the Secret Service has been fully cooperative.
You have access to the communications that exist there.
That exact question, I don't, as I sit here at the moment, I don't know the exact answer to that question, but I know that Secret Service has been cooperative with us.
The Congress would like access to those communications as well. I mean, not just that 5 minutes, although I think that's the critical time frame. There's lots of communications we'd love to have access as well. I see my time is up, and they have called votes on the floor. I think there are about 6 minutes left in votes, so the committee will stand in recess until approximately 10 minutes after votes conclude on the House floor.
So now they're voting, and we'll be back when they get done voting. I don't know what the hell they're voting on, do y'all? They did this yesterday. It's weird. Okay, so let's talk about the phone, because there were several different stories. Check this out, guys. As of last night, it said they were still trying to get in to all of his phone. Let's see if I can find an article on it. Oh my God. His final online search was for pornography? What the fuck? Pornography. Okay. Okay. It was a YouTube video that I saw. I don't see any articles on it. Fulton County DA Willis's photo found on his phone. See, things are just trickling out. But let's read this. His last search was for porn. Failed Donald Trump assassin Thomas Matthew Crooks' final online search before the Pennsylvania rally shooting was for pornography. Crooks' last search was found when the FBI gained access to the 20-year-old's encrypted Samsung phone. Initial attempts to bust into the Android device at the Pittsburgh field office failed, and the phone had to be flown to Quantico for agents to analyze it. The only other recent activity the FBI found on the phone was text from Crooks' parents asking where he was. The messages started at 1 p.m. and continued through the afternoon. Crooks' parents apparently believed their son had taken one of his father's AR rifles and gone to a local shooting range. Why would they call the police if they thought he was at the shooting range? Right? Around 6 p.m., Crooks opened fire. Crooks was shot dead by a Secret Service sniper. By 6 p.m., he was dead. And look, a remote detonator. It looks like a fucking ceiling fan remote. That's the detonator. And I don't know what detonators look like. But they found 4 rifle magazines by his body, as well as a remote control that could detonate the explosives found in his car nearby. They're saying it was his car. 6 days after the assassination attempt, the FBI has mostly finished looking at Crooks' phone and is now focused on his laptop and hard drives that were found in his bedroom. So far, investigators have found troubling online history that included searches for Oxford High School shooter Ethan Crumbley and other mass shooters. Crooks had a photo on his phone of the mass shooter just after his arrest. He had a photo of Ethan Crumbley. You guys, this sounds so staged. He also had information about Crumbley's parents, who were both convicted of involuntary manslaughter for failing to stop their son's carnage. In the days leading up to the shooting, Crooks had attempted to look up Trump and Biden, as well as other elected officials. Here's the agents going to the father's door. I can't tell what his shirt has on it. Authorities are looking into the possibility that Crooks was focused on a mass casualty event, and that Trump's rally close to his home in Pennsylvania was a convenient target. The discovery of porn searches on Crooks' phone was not unusual, the source told the Daily Beast. Sandy Hook Elementary shooter Adam Lanza had images of child abuse on his phone, and Al-Qaeda suspects have been found to have extremely disturbing pornography searches. Why is pornography even involved in this? What are they talking about? What the freak? Thank you, Robin, for your super chat. Are we expected to believe this 20-year-old could pull all this off using encrypted messaging on his own? Nah, ain't buying it. Right. And he has like a couple overseas encrypted accounts that we don't know anything about yet. Right. Like, who are these guys? Very, very bizarre. Very bizarre. What do you guys think of this? This detonator. It looks like my ceiling fan remote. It's just the same photos. Okay. So anyways, I did see a video last night that said they were still looking at his phone, but it sounds like, according to this, that they are looking at his laptop and hard drives. Let's see. This is actually what we watched yesterday. Look at, there's his dad. There's his dad. Does he look like he's going to shooting ranges? And does he look sterile to you? Does he look like he would live in a sterile house? I mean, for God's sakes, who is this guy? Who are these people? Special agents. Good morning, Mr. Arthur. Widow, you sent me an interesting email or video. All right, let me check. It's a very strange situation. None of it makes sense. None of it makes sense. Okay, here we go. This is from Widow. Yeah, we'll watch the dad. We watched it yesterday, but I'll play it again. But this looks like a very old picture from like junior high school. And I find the Mount Rushmore shirt to be a little coincidental. You know, Timothy, when he arrested, he was wearing a t-shirt that said, something of liberty must be shed, the blood of tyrants or something, you know, something anti-government. But this kid's wearing a Mount Rushmore shirt like he's all patriotic. I just call bullshit. I don't know why, but I do. Okay, so let's watch. Let's refresh this, and we'll watch his dad in the parking lot. And I guess his sister. After this ad, we'll watch it. I never heard he was a hacker. He was a dietitian at a friggin' nursing home. He was intelligent enough not to leave any trail. Yeah, I mean, he's not stupid, but I don't know how much of a bomb-making genius he was. And this isn't even the video. Jesus Christ. Jennifer loves horses. Jennifer loves horses. So if they had bombs found in their house, why is this dude just gallivanting around like he's got nothing to worry about? I think I'm frozen. Am I frozen? Time. You were just thinking the same thing about the shirt. Did I cut out for a minute? Remember who the teacher was in the video. I didn't see any teacher. Erica says it's all faked. Okay, let's watch. Yeah, if Trump wouldn't have turned his head, I don't think he'd be here right now. Okay, my computer's locking up a little bit. That's all. I think if Trump did not turn his head, he would be gone. Literally gone. Okay. This is the weirdest video ever. So it looks like they were at Kroger. And if that's the sister, she's got some big feet too. All right, here we go, guys. Bear with me here. We might have an ad. Hopefully not.
Matthew, why would your son want to kill the president?
Back off. No comment.
No comment.
Were there any warning signs, Matthew?
No comment.
How's Mary holding up?
No
No comment.
We'll release a statement when our legal counsel advises us to do so. Until then, we have no comment.
Here, we'll watch it
I
again.
just want to try
Hold on. I turned it up. Here we go.
to take care of ourselves right now.
We're just trying to take care
Matthew,
of ourselves right now.
Why would your son want to kill the president?
Back off.
No comment.
No comment.
Were there any warning signs, Matthew?
No comment.
How's Mary holding up?
No comment.
We'll release a statement when our legal counsel advises us to do so. Until then, we have no comment. We just want to try to take care of ourselves right now. So please, give us our space.
Have the feds released the body to you yet?
Give us our space. Has the feds released the body to you yet? And then I get this ad because I'm showing his dad. Check this out. This is the ad I get. Oh my God. They both look like Antifa. What does Antifa look like? That's his sister with two masks. And they're just getting a whole shitload of groceries. Back off! Back off! Why won't it play? Right? They don't seem like... It's weird. Why would they be out and about unless it was on purpose to be seen? Oh, the teacher from BlackRock. Cricket. Yes. We're going to deep dive on BlackRock.
Matthew.
For sure.
Why would your son want to kill?
No comment.
Were there inside you?
Mary, hold up.
Until then, we have no. We just want to try to take care of ourselves right now. So please, give us our space.
Have the feds released the body to you yet?
Yeah, it's very strange, right? Look at Thomas Crooks called police hours before. Why would he call if he thought his son was at the gun range? Todd the Driller. Check this guy out. Have you guys seen Todd the Driller yet?
We are learning more about the attempted assassination on former President Donald Trump. Federal sources say hours before the shooting, the family of Thomas Crooks called police. Fox's Caroline Elliott joins us live from the crime scene in Butler, PA with more. Caroline.
Jason, federal investigators are still trying to piece together exactly what happened before Saturday's shooting. Federal sources tell us the shooter's family noticed their kid was missing and called police hours before that rally started. Now, it's unclear exactly what his parents told police, or if his parents knew the AR-style rifle was missing. Federal sources tell us several warnings came in before the shooting happened. In fact, video shows one of them. You can hear rally goers trying to warn police over and over again, telling police a suspicious man was on top of the roof.
Officer, people in our country that shouldn't be here. Dangerous people. Criminals. We have criminals. We have drug dealers. We have people that should not be here.
On the roof.
It's much tougher than it happens.
You went flat on the roof, big guy.
Up here. Because we have millions.
Investigators have been going through the shooter's phone and computer, but so far, no word on a possible motive. Jason.
All right, Caroline Elliott in Butler, PA for us. Thank you, Caroline, with the latest.
I mean, how could they not know in that little ass house that he was building bombs? You know? So we know his last search was porn right before he did this? Weird. I wonder what time he searched porn. You guys are glitching? It might be my connection. Oh, look at. I didn't see this. Trump shooter, Matthew. I always skip the Thomas. I don't know why. The parents are registered Pennsylvania professional counselors. They're both social workers since 2002. Mary Elizabeth Crooks and Matthew Brian Crooks of Bethel Park are licensed as professional counselors, according to the Pennsylvania Department of State Licensing System Verification Service. They both have active licenses. Both Mary and Matthew's licenses expire in February of 2025. How convenient. And then here is the licensing information. Weird, huh? The one was effective on 2/26/02 and the other one was 3/5/02. They got their licenses within a week of each other. Thomas's family home is now the subject of an ongoing FBI investigation. This says an unidentified man answers the door. We know that's his dad. Weird. Yes, social workers. How ironic, huh? Let's see if we can get anything new. Trump gunman fired 8 shots in under 6 seconds before he was killed. Wow. There's nothing really new coming up. Mark, I don't think he is. I don't know. That's still up for debate. I think the latest thing is that body cam. Let's watch that body cam again. Let's see. We've got some breaking news in the Madeline Sodto case, too. I'll be live tomorrow morning with that. Here's that body cam footage again.
So we don't know. So this is the guy
yes, that they sent yes, Beaver County sniper scene and sent the pictures out. This is him.
Okay, all right.
Rifle's right there, obviously.
Got it. So the bike in the back. Is he on that bike?
We don't know.
We don't know. So we're just treating that as suspicious device.
Oh, 1 second. I believe the sniper that seen these and sent the pictures is right inside this building. Michelle, is Greg in there? All right, so if you go to that window that's open and yell for Greg, that's the sniper that sent the original pictures and seen him come from the bike and set the book back down and then lost sight of him.
Okay.
He's the one that sent the pictures out. I don't know if you got the same ones I did.
I think I did, yeah. He's like got his glasses on and he's...
So we had the picture of that.
I got that.
Okay, and then this is his bike with the stuff. And our sniper seen him walking away from that, I believe.
Okay.
But he would be right inside that window. He's the one that physically seen this, sent the pictures, and called it out.
Okay, so And we have somebody detained, correct?
That I don't know.
Detained on this side.
He does look young.
Our guy that was just up here told me that there's a guy detained who's the owner of the bike. And I said, no, I think that's the owner of the bike. Yeah, basically when I got
We've been up here, so we wouldn't know that information.
We just hauled ass. We got over here.
Right, got it.
We hopped up over
No,
here.
that's no problem. Is that all your stuff?
So let me get this straight. The Secret Service didn't include the local law enforcement in on any planning, but then this dude's going to go up there on that roof in his suit while this kid's bleeding out and ask these guys what's going on with the situation. Are you kidding? Are you kidding?
Yeah, so someone came up looking to treat him and this
Yes.
Okay.
Copy. Gas is off to the building, just so you know.
Thank you.
Had some.
Yeah, they do. I talked to the guy. They were those people detained were filming. Maybe they were involved. Maybe they weren't.
Other than that, I haven't heard anybody.
Well, I think it's. The guys that saw them filming were like, oh, they were filming us, and then filming the guy up on the roof, and then filming us, and then when shots started firing, they like tried to run away. It was like, isn't that what everybody would do that has a phone? You know, I'm not saying they weren't involved, but you know what I mean? Like that.
It's up in the air right now, right?
Right. So I got no problem detaining them. But again, I'm just trying to detain those guys, find out what they know, who they are, whatever. I'm trying to get clear information to relay back to DC.
Bring control to the water tower.
We have one shooter deceased. I think we have 3 victims in the crowd. Did you guys hear that too?
That I'm not.
And this is the guy they're relying on to send clear information back to DC. This guy. Make it make sense. This guy's responsible for getting the information about the attempted assassination to DC. Now, see that open window? Oh, holler in there. See if Greg's in there. The guy in the suit is a U.S. Marshal? Really, Tater Chip? How do you figure? How do you know that? Yeah, then they're like, can we get a drone? Like they didn't even have one readily available. The hearing already started and they are in recess until they get done voting. Then we will go back to it.
I'm not sure.
So I heard 1 deceased, 2 life-flighted.
I know 2 helicopters just taken off.
Yeah.
He looks like Secret Service to me.
I don't know how many victims.
3 are deceased.
We have access to a drone. What is this water tower?
Any LE?
No, it's incorrect.
I will try to
There's one service I believe that was the one that was
In the van. Did he survive? Copy.
Who's the gray suit?
So we don't know.
Where?
So this is the guy that
Yes, that they sent the yes, Beaver County sniper seen and sent the pictures out. This is him.
Okay. All right.
Right. We'll go.
Look, he's got big feet too, just like that person walking through the damn parking lot. Is this kid even dead? I hate to say that, but the hell. Look at his shoes. Here, let's zoom in on this. So there's the gun. There's some kind of a green thing laying there. And that roof is like flat. Oh my God. Y'all, this is so disturbing. Ugh. Can't with this kid and his black shoes and black socks. This just seems so contrived to me. Where do you see the gray suited guy? Hold on, we'll keep going. I just wanted to resize that. Here we go.
Right there, obviously.
Got it. So the bike in the back. Is he on that bike?
We don't know.
We don't know. So
I
we're
don't
just
know.
treating that as suspicious device.
Oh, 1 second. I believe the sniper that seen these and sent the pictures is right inside this building. Michelle.
Meanwhile, this blood is dripping down to, oh, God, is that awful.
Is Greg in there? All right, so if you go to that window that's open and yell for Greg, that's the sniper that sent the original pictures and seen him come from the bike and set the book back down and then lost sight of him.
Okay.
He's the one that sent the pictures out. I don't know if you got the same ones I did.
I think I did, yeah. He's like got his glasses on and he's...
So he's confirming he got the picture. I think I did. He's got his glasses on and so he saw a picture of this kid.
So we had the picture of that.
I got that
okay, and then this is his bike with the stuff. And our sniper seen him walking away from that, I believe.
Okay.
But he would be right inside that window. He's the one that physically seen this, sent the pictures, and called it out.
Okay, so, and we have somebody detained, correct?
That I don't know.
People detained on this side. Our guy that was just up here told me that there's a guy detained who's the owner of the bike. And I said, no, I think that's the owner of the bike.
Yeah,
basically, when I got
We've been up here, so we wouldn't know that information.
We just hauled ass. We got over here.
Got it.
We hopped up over
No,
here.
that's no problem.
Oh, he's not in this. Oh, you're saying there was someone else on there and it was scrubbed. Yeah, it does feel like training. They're all calm. These dudes aren't even shook. They're not even shook. It's fucking weird.
Yeah, so someone came up looking to treat him and this
Yes.
Okay.
Copy. Gas is off to the building, just so you know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, they do. I talked to the guy. They were those people detained were filming.
American Water was notified. They authorized.
Maybe they were involved. Maybe they weren't.
Will start somebody.
Other than that, I haven't heard anybody.
Well, I think it's. The guys that saw them filming were like, oh, they were filming us, and then filming the guy up on the roof, and then filming us.
Yeah, dumbass. They were doing that because they were like, there's a fucking guy with a gun on the roof, and then they were showing y'all not doing shit about it. That's why.
And then when the shots started firing, they like tried to run away. It was like, isn't that what everybody would do that have a phone? You know, I'm not saying they weren't involved, but you know what I mean? Like that.
It's up in the air right now, right?
Right. So I got no problem detaining.
So this is how this guy rationalizes that there were people filming and detained. But isn't that what everybody would do on their phone? They're trained not to get upset. Okay, cool. But why are they so dense? That's great. That's great that they keep it cool, calm, and collected. But why are they so dense? They act like they're like he's stupid. Isn't that what people would do on their phone is film it? It doesn't even make sense what he's talking about right now.
Right. So I got no problem detaining them. But again, I'm just trying to detain those guys, find out what they know, who they are, whatever. I'm trying to get clear information to relay back to DC.
So, the water tower.
We have one shooter deceased. I think we have 3 victims in the crowd. Is that, did you guys hear that too?
I'm not sure.
So I heard 1 deceased, 2 life-flighted.
I know 2 helicopters did take off.
Yeah. Okay.
So I don't know how many victims.
3 are
Fox
deceased.
Level 1 command. We have access to a drone. Where this water tower?
Any LE?
No, that's incorrect.
I will try to confirm.
One service, I believe that was the one that was
In the van. Did he survive?
Did who survive? In the van, did he survive? Who? None of this shit makes sense to me. I'll tell you that much. No, it does not. Jay, I was wrong. I thought he was a marshal, but I went back and checked and I was wrong. Sorry. It's okay. It's confusing, Tatey. I just think that they're just clueless. Jay, now that I can't tell you. Half these folks nowadays don't have walking around sense. I know. Robin says the roof was 14 feet approximately. How did the officer fall 8 feet to the ground after Thomas pointed the rifle at him? What was the officer standing on? Confusion is their play. Yeah, the van. So apparently he had a van with undetonated bombs in it. But who was in the damn van? Who was in that damn van? Secret Service is the most sophisticated in the land next to the CIA. That's what we thought, but we're not seeing that. JLR had a video of a van being towed that night. Yeah, there was a van parked by a gas line. We knew that. The video will help. Oh, Willow, you sent a video. I thought I played it. Did I not? Crook's van had a person in it? I don't know. They're like, did he survive? So, yes, they had a van. He had a van with bombs in it, and then he had a detonator on him. But the van was parked by a gas line. Widow, didn't I play the video you sent? I can't remember. My computer's acting up. That's why I'm trying to keep Windows closed. An officer was hoisted up by another. Yeah, Dangle. Officer Dangle got left there, right? Apparently he had a van. Yeah. Who was on the water tower? I don't know. Okay, hold up. Let's go x.com because X has a lot of stuff. Let's see here. Let's see if we can find anything. Why does this article matter? Okay, here we go. Police track down Thomas Matthew Crook's van. Law enforcement search for a van purportedly driven by the shooter who nearly killed Donald Trump on Saturday, July 13th. The credit goes to TikTok at Billy Thomas. After this ad, we will unmute. And here's another video of it being towed away. Ooh, there's another picture. Is this ever going to end? Okay, here we go. Tobacco-free Florida, y'all. Officer Dangle. No, I just said that. That's what we were calling him yesterday. So there's no sound to this. This is just them checking out that van. See, they didn't have this kind of shit back 50 years ago when JFK was shot. They didn't have all this footage of, shit going on around. They would have had everyone had a cell phone. Had everyone had a cell phone back in 1965? You need a new tin ham foil hat, please? I'm not usually conspiratorial, but this is the fakest shit I've ever seen. Right. I'm not usually one to jump on that bandwagon right away either. But where did he get this van? It's like a work van. It's like a big conversion, like not conversion, but it's like a work van. Isn't that strange? 1963? Thank you, Mark. I just know what happened on my brother's birthday. He was 6. He was turning 6 on the day that Kennedy was shot. He says that he remembers all the women at the birthday party, my mom and all my aunts just bawling. November 22nd, 1963. But imagine if everybody had a phone then in 1963. Imagine all the footage that would have leaked of Lee Harvey Oswald or not. Of the book depository. I mean, all these Imagine people taking pictures and videos back then. How much would have been caught on video? Well, in 1969, President Nixon called up the astronauts up there on the moon, and they were like, yo, we're on the moon, Mr. Nixon. President Nixon, and Nixon is like, it is an honor to speak to you. There was like a 2-second delay between them speaking at the White House on the green Oval Office phone with the cord to the moon. It was amazing shit. Man, the technology they had in 1969 blows my mind. Deep State going to need to start using AI to pull off these stunts in the future. Well, they better get AI up to speed then, because AI is not to the point where we can be fooled by it, in my opinion. No, he was wearing shorts. You were 2 and you remember the Beatles, but no JFK. Just got a notification, says authorities foil plots to target 2024 Olympics. Scorpio and a Sagittarius sibling, yeah. Yep. 4 out of 6 of us kids were born in November and end of October. What does that tell you? Yeah, direct line to the moon. Do y'all want to see it? I love showing that kind of stuff. Who the fuck is this? Father's van found your. See, you can't believe all of these. You gotta be careful with X. A lot of fake shit comes out on X. Law enforcement combed through a white van believed to have been used by Thomas Matthew Crooks. Officers used by him. They didn't say it was him. Used by him. Can't they run the fucking plate and the VIN number? What is the deal? What's taking so fucking long for them to do that?
What are you doing in the White House if you're not selling cocaine?
Officers found explosives, including an improvised explosive device inside the van. The sources could not say how many explosives or what kind, but emphasized that more than one was found. There were also bomb-making materials found inside Crook's house. In the video, law enforcement tore through the van for more than 4 minutes. Why didn't they have like a bomb robot? They're tearing through a van with undetonated explosives? Come on. Do you believe this? It's unclear exactly where the video was shot or when the video was shot, but it was after Crooks grazed Trump's ear, killed a former fire chief, and injured 2 others. Oh, we're back. Here we go. We've got some audio. We're back. The hearing is beginning. We will look at that, whatchamacallit, the water tower later.
Committee will come to order. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director Wray, for being here with us today. Before I ask anything, let me just echo the comments made by others, and especially the ranking member, decrying the state of political violence in this country. It's completely unacceptable.
We know, Ms. Lofgren.
We have a democratic system that
I'll be right
allows
back,
for us
guys.
to disagree, but not to take those disagreements to violence. That's what we have elections for. And I want to also thank you and all of the FBI for the work that you do, and frankly, the abuse, unwarranted abuse and criticism that have been directed to you by conspiracy theorists and others. It doesn't make your hard job any easier, and I want you to know that many of us notice that and appreciate the work that you and your team are doing. Let me just ask a couple of quick questions. First, many of us are interested in the motives of the shooter here. You know, when it's an assault on a political figure, you immediately assume there's a political motive, and that may be the case here. We don't know yet. But I was interested in what you're seeing on his phone. The press has reported that he had pictures not only of Mr. Trump, but of Mr. Biden and various other members, political figures. Can you discern, was there an element of, mainly Republicans, maybe Democrats? Was it all over the board? Can you enlighten us about that?
Well, this is a place where it's particularly important for me to reiterate the caveat that I've included before, because in this instance in particular, we have a lot of legal process out for additional accounts and things like that that the shooter is associated with. So we're hoping to learn more, and we're still exploiting a number of the digital devices. Right. I think it's fair to say that we do not yet have a clear picture of his motive. And I think it's important for me to explain, because I understand, of course, why everybody wants to know the answers to those questions. Often in an investigation, from interviewing people that the subject was in close contact with, looking at the individual's social media accounts, messages, often things, physical evidence in the person's residence. You might see a manifesto, things like that. We're not seeing that yet, but we are digging in hard because this is one of the central questions for us. What I can say is that the shooter appears to have done a lot of searches of public figures in general, but so far we're seeing kind of news articles and things like that, and so the images that have been reported about, really what we're talking about there are when you do a news search of an article, the image appears in the cache, as opposed to like a search for that specific individual. But again, I really want to be clear that that's a place that we're doing a lot of work right now, and so more to come on that.
Well, I thank you for that clarification. We're interested also in the role of access to weapons when it comes to this terrible crime. The shooter used a semi-automatic rifle, really a weapon of war, that sadly has also been used in mass shootings around the country, including in my own district. It seems to me that the assault weapons ban that was once in place has to be a part of the national answer to curbing the epidemic of gun violence in America. I wonder if you could, with your help, Director Wray, understand a few aspects of the investigation. It's my understanding that the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, ATF, was quickly able to trace the gun's purchaser, using records from an out-of-business gun store, records that the government is required to correct. Some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have suggested that collection should stop. There have been efforts to digitize it, which have been resisted. Can you tell us about how the origin of this gun purchase was discovered and the technology used?
I guess what I can say is we located a number of firearms associated with the shooter and his family. I think it was a total of, 14 in the house.
What?
The weapon that he used for the attempted assassination was an AR-style rifle that was purchased legally, that he is my understanding, acquired, bought actually from his father, who was the one who originally bought it, again, legally.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My time has expired.
It was used illegally, dude.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Tough.
Thank you. Director, I'll try to ask questions that are answerable too. I think that's been done pretty well on both sides. You do the advanced threat assessment and deliver that information as to the general threat and then specifics as to protected people to the Secret Service. Is that correct?
Well, sort of. The Secret Service does a threat assessment, but they're doing that based on intelligence that they receive from a number of sources, including, of course, the FBI. So we share, whenever we have threat information related to a particular individual or a protectee, then we share it with the Secret Service at a number of levels.
So you're a participant, but ultimately the responsibility for threat assessment as to these individuals belongs to the Secret Service?
Well, again, the threat assessment for the individual belongs to the Secret Service, but we are an important part of that because we share threat information, if we have any. They get threat information from a variety of sources.
So, TikTok. And you get them from that same variety of sources. They've got no sources that are excluded from the FBI, do they?
Well, I don't know. I'm not aware of any that are excluded from the FBI, but they may receive information that comes directly to them that didn't come to us.
Sure. Okay. Director, do you believe that former President Trump was a high-risk threat under your assessment?
Well, I believe that former President Trump, really, frankly, like any president or former president, is a very high-profile figure and attracts a lot of, unfortunately, of the kind of threats we've been talking about.
It's fair to say, not on a scale of 1 to 1,000,000 with little nuances, but on a scale of 1 to 10, President Trump's risk was very similar to a current president, very similar to, because he was the presumptive nominee and leading in the polls and so on, that he was a high risk by any standard. Is that correct?
Certainly, there's a reason why he has so much protection around him.
Okay. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the son of assassinated senator and the nephew of an assassinated president, would you say he was also, as a presidential candidate, at significant risk?
Again, I think any presidential candidate raises some level of risk. It might vary from candidate to
candidate. But it's clearly a risk. Okay. So, in a nutshell,
in a fucking nutshell,
the day before this attack, President Trump was documented not to have gotten on multiple occasions from the Secret Service what they asked for. The day after, it looks like they're getting more. The day before, RFK had been denied by the president multiple times, Secret Service protection. The day after, he now has it. So now my question is the actions of a 20-year-old with a lone gunman on a roof sufficient to change the risk assessment in your mind for President Trump and RFK? Or are we just realizing the threat that was always there and being more appropriate in matching it? And I know that's a little vague, but you've been at this for a long time.
Okay, I'm just pausing for 1 second to tell you guys. I am looking to see if these people have been verified. So stand by.
Hindsight is 20/20. Now that we have hindsight, is it fair to say that giving Robert F. Kennedy Jr. security, upping the security, including drones, overhead support for the president, former president, these are all things that in hindsight should have been done the day before?
Well, let me try to answer your question this way. Of course, as I said, the assessments of the level of security to be provided to individual protectees.
No, I understand it's a Secret Service decision.
But what I would say to you is that, and I've been saying for quite some time, including in front of committees of this Congress, that we are in an elevated threat environment, and we have been for some time. And that comes from a variety of quarters. It is, quite frankly, a dangerous time to be a prominent public official.
And in regards to that, the other side has spent a lot of time talking about what people on the right have said. But there was an attempted assassination on a Supreme Court justice. We have had the highest-ranking senator on the other side of this body saying that there were actions, that they were accountable. We have had multiple members of Congress in both the House and the Senate berating the character of members of the Supreme Court as a result of their decisions made, both, sometimes 6-3, sometimes unanimous, whatever. Are those comments, not any one of them, but are those comments and the generation of that sort of, oh, this guy's bad for democracy, this Supreme Court justice is a threat to democracy, is that the kind of thing that raises the threat level, and would you caution against that?
Well, I do believe that we've seen an increase in threats of violence, which again, that's the FBI's lane, not rhetoric, no matter how despicable or heated it is, but violence and threats of violence. We have seen an uptick in threats towards judges, among other prominent public officials, including, as you say, a case that we helped investigate involving a threat to a sitting Supreme Court justice.
An attempt.
An attempt.
Yeah, thank
correct.
you.
Right. And I think it's a reflection of a broader phenomenon that we are seeing in this country where people, again, very passionate, I respect that, very angry, I respect that, but there's a right way and a wrong way to express yourself when you're angry. And violence and threats of violence just can't be it. And that's where we fit in. It's not my role as FBI director to call out particular people's rhetoric. There's a place for that, but that's not my role as FBI director. But when it turns to violence and threats of violence, that has to be treated as unacceptable, and that's the way we look at it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Director, when did the FBI learn that Iran was threatening President Trump's life?
So I want to be a little bit careful here, not to talk about specific classified information, but we have been for quite some time, and I'll stick with what's in the open record. We, for some time, and I in particular for some time, have been calling out the efforts by the Iranian government to attempt to retaliate for the killing of Soleimani by going after current or former prominent U.S. officials, and we've even had an indictment against it. And I think that we need to recognize the brazenness of the Iranian regime, including right here in the United States. And I expect that we're going to see more of it, and I expect there'll be more coming on that. I'm not aware of any threat information related to protectees that wasn't, passed in a timely way, but I can't really get into specifics here.
It's the minority's time here, but I just felt that was a question the committee needed to understand, and it sounds like you've known that for a long time, and that information was conveyed to the Secret Service?
Any information related to threats against the former president, which again, as we've sort of talked about, happens all too often, is something that we have a whole process we routinely share with the Secret Service at a number of levels in a timely way, and to my knowledge, that has consistently been followed.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here, Director Wray. Director Wray, the FBI is the independent law enforcement agency under the Department of Justice. Is that correct?
Yes.
And does the FBI director currently report to anyone?
Well, you mean in a chain of command, yes. Reporting structure kind of thing? Yeah, so the FBI is part of the Justice Department. On the org chart, you would see that the FBI director, and this has been true for decades, reports to the Deputy Attorney General, who reports to the Attorney General. Obviously, reports in a communication sense, I report to any number of people.
As opposed to a micromanagement reporting system.
Correct.
And you would take issue, would you not, with any proposal that would change or alter that chain of command and place you or place a FBI director in the position of reporting directly to the president? Would you not? You would oppose that?
I don't think that would be a wise reporting structure. I think the structure that we've had for decades now makes sense. I think there's a difference between independence in a sort of organizational structure perspective and independence in terms of the way you do the work. Obviously, the FBI is part of the Justice Department.
Well, reporting directly to the president would eliminate your independence, would it not?
I don't think it would help.
Yeah. And you're familiar with
Pooney.
Project 2025, are you not?
I mean, I've seen news reports about it. I'm not particularly familiar with it.
You're aware that it is a game plan for President Trump's first 120 days in office, correct?
I'm really not familiar with the details. Again, I've seen reporting about it.
It is, and what he proposes to do is to force the FBI director to report directly to him. That's what he wants to do within the first 120 days. He also wants to eliminate the position of FBI General Counsel. That is also set forth in Project 2025. How would you recommend that?
I think the FBI's Office of General Counsel serves an incredibly important role, including in terms of advising our workforce. We have 38,000 people. The idea of having an organization like ours, an independent law enforcement agency like ours that doesn't have its own general counsel's office doesn't make sense to me.
Well, it would seem like any proposal that would force the director to report to the president, and then there would be no legal counsel for the director of the FBI. That seems like it's an attempt to neuter the FBI and render it accountable only to the president. Isn't that correct?
Well, let me put it this way. I recognize that the FBI director, this FBI director and every FBI director before me, serves at the pleasure of the president. And that's part of our system. I was appointed by President Trump. I respect that. I think that's a part of our structure. But independence in terms of how we do our work is what matters to me. And we need to be able to do our work in a way that is free from political interference.
Well, you wouldn't be able to do that by reporting everything you do to the president and getting his authority and approval before you take action, correct?
I don't think that would be a wise approach.
And then there's even a proposal to replace many of those 38,000 dedicated civil servants who work for the FBI, replace them with a MAGA group that has pledged its allegiance to Donald Trump. What danger would that bring to the FBI if that were to happen?
Well, again, I haven't read or reviewed this thing that you're
assuming
referring
what
to.
I say is true.
But
What
the FBI is
impact would
made
that
up of 38,000 dedicated career law enforcement professionals. It has no political appointees of any kind, unless you count me as a nominee of the former president.
Either,
I don't think that should change. I
don't
think
want
that is
a bunch
that is
of MAGA
part of how we do our work.
Being the employees of the FBI.
We're coming up on 116 years of the FBI, and that's the way it has been for 116 years.
It would be crazy to take 38,000 MAGA loyalists and put them at the FBI. That's frightening. That's what Project 2025 proposes, and I'm glad to know that you are not with that program, and with that I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Was the shooter on the FBI's radar in any way prior to the assassination attempt?
We did not have any information about the shooter. He was not in our holdings before the shooting.
No communication in any chat rooms, no CIs or confidential human sources have any interaction with
No, we've run a thorough search for the subject through all of our holdings, and he was not in them anywhere.
Were there any FBI agents or informants present at the Trump rally in Butler?
Not to my knowledge.
And Mr. Jordan was talking to you about Iran. Were law enforcement resources diverted from the protection of President Trump to John Bolton as a consequence of concern that Mr. Bolton might have been the target of Iranian malign efforts?
That's really a Secret Service decision. I don't know the answer to that. That's really something they would know better. What I can tell you is that there are a number of individuals. You mentioned one who we've brought a case, a specific criminal case for the Iranians targeting for assassination. But how the
Are you going to get that answer to us? Whether or not resources were diverted from Trump to Bolton? Is that just going to be part of your review?
I think that's going to be part of the reviews by the Inspector General.
The Inspector General for DHS, right?
Of DHS,
Right,
and the outside panel.
Got it. And I think that's an important point, because the Inspector General for DHS has really fallen out of favor with the administration, because he's been pointing out all the problems on the border with Mayorkas and Biden, and we're always kind of worried that they're about to fire him, which would be a really bad idea now that this role that you've identified is so critical. Be a bad idea to fire the IG for DHS during the pendency of this, right, Mr. Director?
I don't think that would be a good idea.
I'm with you on that. So I want to zoom out a little bit. How often do you brief President Biden?
You mean on this specific case?
No, in your role as FBI director.
I mean, I don't know that I could give you a number.
Is it like weekly, monthly, daily?
It's not at a regular cadence. There have been times when there have been months at a time when I haven't, and then there have been times when several days apart I have.
Okay.
It's always with other people.
The vice president, is she typically there?
Often has been.
Okay, so when did you notice his decline?
in my interactions, in my role, all my interactions with the current president have been completely professional.
Right, but I mean the cognitive decline. I'm not saying he treated you unprofessionally, just maybe not picking things up as quickly as he used to.
Again, I don't meet with him very often, but what you're describing is not something that I've observed during my interactions with him.
I mean, we've had it observed so often that the ranking member and Mr. Schiff on this committee have said that he could no longer continue as a candidate. And so, since you're the FBI director, I was just sort of wondering, like, who's running the country? Like if something bad happened, you'd have to go brief President Biden about it right now? God forbid?
And on any number of occasions, I have briefed the president, and as I said, those briefings have all been uneventful and unremarkable.
Oh, I could imagine them being uneventful. But in the work where the vice president's also present, like you say, there's like more than half the time there's these briefings, she's there too?
I don't know if I said more than half the time. Certainly, there have been times where she's been present. There have been other times where she hasn't.
I take you at your word when you say this is the most complicated threat environment you've ever observed over a long career in law enforcement. And I'm just kind of wondering, with this assassination attempt, with the invasion at our border, with all the Hamas that have been let in that you've talked about and briefed about, like, is Biden up to it? And if he's not up to it, and you're a guy who's been regularly briefing him, like, who's been in on this conspiracy to hide the real Joe Biden from all of us for years? It never occurred to you that this guy wasn't up to it in all these briefings you did?
As I said, my briefings with the president have all been completely fine.
Were they between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m.?
He's asked questions. There hasn't been anything of note in the area that you're talking about.
Yeah, did you ever have to brief him before 10 a.m. or after 4 p.m.? We hear those are as good hours.
What?
I've certainly times that I have briefed have included outside those hours.
Right. Okay. I just, I think the American people want to know how we got to this point with someone who's so diminished his own party has basically put him out to pasture. And since you had close proximity and the vice president had close proximity, I'm just kind of wondering if you were being straight with all of us about how things were going with him. I guess we'll have to figure that out.
You can count on me to be straight with you, sir.
Oh, I'm sure.
We'll see.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
He said we'll
Thank
see.
you. Firstly, I'd like to recognize, unfortunately, the fact that our colleague and my colleagues side by side made for many, many years in this committee, Sheila Jackson Lee, is no longer with us. She was a great
We understand that.
for America, and
we do.
Her loss is
God bless her.
great. Secondly, I'd like to say to the FBI director that there were some remarks made when you were introduced, preemptory remarks saying that people don't have great faith in the FBI and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I have great faith in the FBI, and I think most of us on this side of the aisle do. And we appreciate your work and appreciate your being here. Some on the other side of the aisle have cast aspersions upon the FBI and upon law enforcement. And if they don't want to support law enforcement, that's their business. But I support law enforcement, and the FBI is the top rank of law enforcement in our country. So I thank you and all of your people that work with you. Secondly, there's been some questions about the FBI maybe being weaponized. Did President Biden ever ask you to get involved in the case in Orlando, Florida, where Kevin McCarthy says that Mr. Gates is investigated for some sexual involvement with a 17-year-old girl? Did the president or anybody in the Democratic Party, as Mr. McCarthy has suggested, weaponized you and tried to get you involved in that case?
No, sir.
Good. Thank you. Just wanted to make sure of that. Butler, Pennsylvania, I read something about a ladder. He used a ladder to get up on that roof, and that the ladder was found somewhere a distance away. Is that true?
So we do know that he purchased a ladder. I think, if I recall correctly, it was about a 5-foot tall type of ladder. But importantly, we did not find the ladder at the scene. So it's not clear that he used the ladder to get on top of the roof.
So you don't think
we're
the ladder...
still digging into all that, things related to the ladder and his access to the roof. But he did buy a ladder, but the ladder was not found at the scene.
Was it at his house?
It didn't walk off.
It did.
Thank you, sir. There have been a lot of threats against public officials. We've seen Mr. Scalise terribly shot, And we saw Gabby Gifford shot and other Congress people, and many of us have had death threats. And the FBI has, I think, been made aware of those to help protect us, and I appreciate that greatly. But we've also had election officials and poll workers threatened. What is the FBI doing in consultation with other law enforcement to ensure every eligible voter can safely and confidently cast a ballot this year?
So when it comes to threats to election workers in particular, we participate in the election threats task force that DOJ set up. We also, and there have been quite a number already of arrests and convictions under that task force. We have got a number of investigations underway that involve all kinds of threats to election workers, ranging from online threats to, there was even some mailings that included fentanyl. So there's been a number of types of threats to election workers. And these are, after all, people who are putting in their own time for the good of the country to try to help us have a functioning democracy. And so the idea that they would be targeted with violence is just outrageous. We are sharing information with election officials about things to be on the lookout for. We have election crime coordinators in all 50 states.
You'll be prepared for Election Day with additional, FBI will be looking out for.
Yes.
Thank you, thank you. Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh my God.
Been in the news a lot lately about involvement with certain people high in
Really?
politics involved. Did the FBI conduct the raid on his townhouse in New York when he was incarcerated in New York? There was a raid on his East Side townhouse.
Well, I don't know about a raid. I know we executed a number of searches in the course of our fairly extensive investigation related to Mr. Epstein.
Can you tell me if, during that search, if you came across and have within the possession of the FBI tapes of him with other individuals that he might have taken in people in compromising positions?
Yeah, I don't know that there's anything I can share related to that. I can see if there's information we could provide and maybe get back to you on it.
If there were tapes of people in prominent positions, friends of his he posed for pictures with, possibly in compromising positions, it would be, the public, I think, has a right to see those.
Oh!
Well, I mean, how we handle evidence recovered in a criminal investigation has all kinds of rules that apply to it. I recognize the intense public interest in the subject, but we'd have to follow our rules. But I'm happy, like I said, I'm happy to follow up with my team on it.
Thank you, sir, and I appreciate your service, and thank you for being here today.
Gentlemen, yield the last 5. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director Wray, for being here. How many shots did the shooter fire?
Well, we know that he fired at least 8 because we recovered 8 cartridges on the roof.
Okay, and are all the cartridges and the unspent bullets, have they been, you know how many there are, you've accounted for all of those? I assume, yeah.
We believe we have. Again, there was lots of work still ongoing, but yes, we believe we have accounted.
And did the recovered shells, the cartridges, match the shooter's rifle?
My recollection is yes.
Okay. And you conducted analysis that confirms that?
Well, we work with ATF, but yes, so some of the work has been divided up. But.
And how many shells casings were recovered from the location of the counter snipers?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the last part.
From the counter sniper's location.
That I don't have the answer, at least here at my fingertips.
Okay. Did the blood and tissue pattern of the shooter, did it match the stories or the witness testimony that you've heard so far?
Can you, well, I'm not sure I'm following the question.
Well, I assume you've interviewed the counter snipers, or you have that evidence, and other witnesses describing the kill of the shooter. And I'm wondering if the blood and tissue and brain matter is consistent with the testimony that you're receiving. In other words, is the physical...
In terms of the manner of death?
Exactly. Is the physical evidence consistent with where the shot from the counter sniper took place?
Yeah, so the autopsy is being handled by,
does, Robin.
as is not unusual,
It's crazy.
State authorities. My understanding is thus far, I don't think it's fully complete, which is not, again, not totally unusual. But so far, nothing remarkable on that front.
That's from the body itself, but from actually the scene, where the shooter was found, is everything consistent with the testimony, the physical evidence at the scene? Is that consistent with the testimony you've seen, that you've heard so far?
So far, yes. Again, ongoing investigation.
Were you able to determine whether the shooter took the gun up with him when he climbed up to the top of the roof, or was it already placed there somewhere?
So that is something that we're drilling into right now that we don't know the answer to yet. I can tell you, which may be relevant, though, to your question, that, and I don't think this has been reported yet, that the weapon had a collapsible stock, which could explain why it might have been less easy for people to observe, because one of the things that we're finding is people have observed him, the first people to observe him with the weapon were when he was already on the roof, and we haven't yet found anybody with firsthand observation of him with the weapon walking around beforehand. So that doesn't mean he wasn't, obviously, but the collapsible stock is potentially a very significant feature that might be relevant to that.
Did he have a scope?
I believe so, but as I sit here right now, I don't remember.
Okay.
You don't remember?
You mentioned about 2 hours before the incident that he'd had a drone and he was using a drone. Instead of me putting words in your mouth, just tell me how you discovered the drone, how you discovered the time, and how you discovered, if you can describe what he would have been observing with the drone and how you determined that, please.
So this is something that's very much ongoing right now. We're going back and forth with our lab as they continue to do work on it. What I would say is the drone was in his car. As I said, we've been able to, by exploiting the drone, determine its use and flight paths. There were no pictures or videos on the drone of the day of the rally, for example, but we have been able to reverse engineer the flight path of the drone from the day of the rally, and that's how we know that for about 11 minutes, from I think it's around 3:50 p.m. to 4 p.m., somewhere in that range, he was flying the drone, and we have the flight path. It's about 200 yards away from where former President Trump would ultimately be speaking. And so that would have primarily given him a vantage point. I'm trying to think how to describe this. If the former president's podium is that way,
yeah,
the drone would be over here looking, say 200 yards again off this way, looking back. So it would have shown the shooter, we think, again, we're still doing more work on this. I really want to qualify what I'm saying, but I'm trying to be transparent and lean in here. We think it would have shown him kind of what would have been behind him.
But when you say behind him, behind the shooter?
Correct. Like, in other words, almost like giving him a rear view mirror of the scene behind him, except again, he wasn't flying it overhead while he was later back for the assassination.
But he would have had, with the drone, he would have been able to also assess kind of because the stage, I assume, was already set. He would have been able to assess that angle with the rooftop as well, forward and backward, I assume.
Well, certainly going towards the podium. Again, we're still trying to figure out exactly what he saw because we're having to, in effect, because there's no recording of what he saw during those 11 minutes, our hypothesis at this point, the experts think he would have been live streaming it. And so we're trying to, in effect, say, okay, well, if this was the flight pattern, given these capabilities of the drone, what would you have seen? What could you have seen for those 11 minutes? And again, it wasn't over the stage or the kind of the hub of the rally. It was about 200 yards away, but it looks like it would have been looking, let's say, length of a football field or so, more, kind of towards the podium.
Great, thank you, Mr.
How many separate times was the shooter on the premises?
So again, with the caveat that we're continuing to do work on it, we believe that the first time he traveled to the grounds was, I think, a week before.
Oh, Lord, a week before?
Spent roughly 20 minutes there. Then he went to the grounds again on the morning of the event, it appears, for about 70 minutes, I think. But again, I qualify that. I'd have to go back and look to be sure of that part. And then he came back in the afternoon, so that would be, I guess, a third time, for good, but that included things like this drone activity we just talked about.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, thank you for appearing. Thank you for the extraordinary job that you're doing.
Mr. Schiff.
Please convey our thanks to the men and women at the Bureau for their incredible work. I've worked with them since I was an assistant U.S. attorney more than 30 years ago. Let me start with a threshold question I'm curious about. When I applied to be an assistant U.S. attorney, I had to go through a background check. Do candidates for the FBI have to go through background checks?
Yes.
Would someone with dozens of felony convictions survive a background check for the Bureau?
No.
So they would never be hired by the Bureau?
No.
Well, clearly the Bureau has, you don't have to comment on this, I know you won't, but clearly the Bureau has higher standards for their hiring than one of America's great political parties. Let me turn to the events of the tragic shooting. Have you been able to gain access to the shooter's electronic communications, social media, and with the caveats that you mentioned that the investigation is still early, have you been able to make any deductions or are there any indications of the shooter's motivation from those electronic holdings?
So in terms of our ability to access it, we have been able to get into and exploit a number of electronic devices, digital devices, but not all of them yet. And then within his various accounts, we've been able to get access to some of them, but some of them we're still waiting on. Some of them we may never get access to because of the encryption issue, that it presents an increasingly vexing barrier for law enforcement, not just the FBI, but for law enforcement all over the country. But we're still drilling into that. We have some information. Some places we've been able to look. Some places we will be able to look. Some places we may never be able to see, no matter how good our legal process is. But that's what we're looking at right now. In terms of what we've been able to find so far, a lot of the usual repositories of information have not yielded anything notable in terms of motive or like ideology. Having said that, it does appear fairly clear that he was interested in public figures, kind of more broadly. And I think this is important, that starting somewhere around July 6th or so, he became very focused on former President Trump and this rally.
Wonder why.
So one of the things that I can share here today that has not been shared yet is that we've just in the last couple of days found that from our review, to your point about devices, analysis of a laptop that the investigation ties to the shooter reveals that on July 6th, he did a Google search for, quote, how far away was Oswald from Kennedy? And so that's a search that obviously is significant in terms of his state of mind. That is the same day that it appears that he registered for the Butler rally.
And when you say that his electronic holdings indicated an interest in different public figures, without revealing anything you're not comfortable revealing about those public figures, can you tell us anything generally about them, either the offices they hold, their political party, or was it simply people of a high profile?
Well, a couple things. First, the images that we've recovered so far from, I can't remember which of his various devices, appeared to be what we call cached images from searches of news articles. So if you do a news article search, of course, if there are photos on it, those photos get stored automatically in your cache, as opposed to me searching or him searching for a specific person and getting up images of that person. As far as the pictures that are like that, there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of rhyme or reason to it so far, other than these are all prominent public people, but they cover both parties, they cover both U.S. people and even some foreign public officials. So that part doesn't appear to, that one repository of information doesn't appear to be overly indicative of motive, other than interest in public figures, but that could be just because he was reading news stories. So we're still trying to drill into that. That's why all of these outstanding legal process returns that we're waiting on for various accounts, platforms, et cetera, you know, any one of them could be one that would have very indicative, very important information.
If I could be permitted one very short additional question, Chairman. From that, any indication of any other particular target? That is, someone who was not just sort of generically the subject of the searches you described, but for which there was more of an interest than others?
There's the information I just described at the moment does not appear particularly indicative of targeting in its own right. But again, that dot, once we get other information, could connect in a way that might be more meaningful. But I'm sharing that piece of information with this committee and with the American public, but I think it's important that we put down a qualification. This does not appear to be some kind of target list or something like that. This is cached images from running searches of news stories. And again, there's nothing at the moment, there's no pattern from that particular piece of information that is overly remarkable so far.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Director, you previously told us that you consider the situation on the southern border to be a massive security threat to our country. Is that still your assessment?
I stand by my prior testimony, and in fact, just in the last month or so, we've done, conducted a significant series of arrests. I say we, our Joint Terrorism Task Force is working with ICE of a number of individuals with suspected international terrorism ties, and I have also been very vocal about the fact that since the last time I appeared before you, that we are increasingly concerned about the possibility not just of a foreign terrorist-inspired attack, which is very much a concern, but even the potential for a coordinated foreign terrorist attack, perhaps like what we've seen against the concert hall in Russia, for example, but just here in the United States.
Well, the 19 suicide bombers who overstayed visas were responsible for 3,000 American deaths on 9/11. What's your best estimate of the number of foreign terrorists who are now in our country?
I don't know that I could give you that number. What I can tell you is we have lots of foreign terrorism-related investigations, but that doesn't mean that all of them came in, illegally or anything like that.
It seems to me that the simplest act of terrorism would be for dozens of guerrillas to attack low-security, high-density venues, for example, Friday night high school football games all across the country at the same hour with bombs and automatic weapons. That would produce thousands of casualties from coast to coast in a matter of minutes. How likely is such a scenario?
Well, what you're describing would require, of course, a lot of coordination. But what I will tell you, and I think you're onto a particularly important point from my perspective, which is that unlike the 9/11 attacks, which, again, I was in FBI headquarters on the day of 9/11, and so I remember it vividly, and I've spent plenty of time in the period after that in my prior positions engaged with the families and the victims.
Okay, dude.
What we're seeing more and more with the foreign terrorist threat, and frankly also the domestic terrorism threat, is a focus on kind of like what you're talking about, well, what I would call soft targets, which is really for the American people's benefit, just intelligence community speak for where everyday people live their everyday lives.
What terrorist groups have now infiltrated our country that you're tracking?
Oh.
Well, I don't know that I would say infiltrated. We have
answer the question, mofo.
Investigations as we speak that relate to ISIS and its affiliates. We have investigations as we speak that relate to Al-Qaeda. We have investigations as we speak that relate to Al-Shabaab. We have investigations as we speak that relate to the Iranian proxies, Hezbollah, and so frankly, even the IRGC Quds Force itself.
What foreign criminal gangs are now in our country that you're most concerned with?
I'm okay.
Well, foreign criminal gangs, I mean, we obviously have investigations, a lot of investigations into, gangs like MS-13, for example, and some of its counterparts. Although I think if you were to talk to most chiefs and sheriffs like I'm doing every week, we shouldn't underestimate how prevalent neighborhood gangs are, really.
Excuse me, sir. Where's Sebastian Rogers?
I'm concerned about those that we've allowed in through the southern border and what threat they are now posing. Do you believe that the vetting performed at the southwest border is adequate to ensure that aliens with terrorist or criminal gang ties are not being released into the United States?
Well, it's not really for me to speak to the vetting. What I would tell you is that
you have to deal with it once they're released into the United States.
And one of the concerns that I have, which I touched on briefly in my opening, is there's been a lot of focus on the number of known or suspected terrorists encountered at the border, and that number has increased over the last 5 or 6 years, and that should be of concern. But frankly, to me, the bigger concern is individuals who weren't either weren't on the watch list at the time they came in because there wasn't information known yet that ties them to terrorism, and it's only after they get in that some new piece of information develops somewhere overseas, and now we know. That's a bigger concern.
We've been warned that they basically vet against a blank sheet of paper. If they don't have a record in this country, Border Patrol probably doesn't have any record. They're released into the country, and you find out later of the dangers.
Or if they use fake documents and there aren't biometrics to connect them. Sometimes there are people who come in who, because of the nature of the threat information that puts somebody on the watch list, there wasn't, fingerprints from the person at the time, because not every piece of intelligence comes with fingerprints. So then the guy comes in using fake ID,
and of course,
there's no reason to connect them.
And of course, the 2 million gotaways you know absolutely nothing about.
Exactly. Well, I don't know about absolutely nothing, because we may come across them in other things. I mean, one of the key parts of our collective defense here is that we work with 800,000 sworn law enforcement across the country, and we train them on the right questions to ask and things like that, so that we can build in additional eyes and ears if they, do a traffic stop or whatever happens to be. We run a greater chance of leveraging all that to pick up people who may have slipped through the cracks.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Director, we're about 100 days until the election. Russia has attacked our democracy in past elections. Are they seeking to do it in this one?
We assess that the Russian government continues to want to influence and in various ways interfere with our democracy, with our electoral process. In fact, just in the last few weeks, we announced a significant disruption of a generative AI-enhanced social media, bot farm, essentially, of the Russians.
A bot farm?
That was designed to be an influence operation, and some of the fictitious profiles of those bots purported to be U.S. persons. So they're still at it. We've seen that in election cycle after election cycle.
Do the Russians have a preferred candidate?
I'm not sure that I could speak to that here. But certainly what I would tell you is it's not just the Russians. And I think that's important for people to know, too. There's a lot of attention to the Russians, as there should be. But we also know,
oh my God, I cannot.
You may recall that in 2020, Director Ratcliffe and I announced an effort by the Iranians to try to interfere. And in more recent...
Listen, they want to talk about Russia all the fucking time, but Tucker Carlson can literally get on a jet, fly to Russia, and sit down with Putin and interview him. In my opinion, the whole Putin thing is a big fear factor. Nothing more, nothing less.
Recently, we've had indictments
tinfoil hat
related to China. 34 Chinese MPS officers creating fictitious personas, posting false information online, full of narratives designed to sow divisiveness, discord, undermine us. And I'm talking about narratives that they were pushing, again, purporting to be Americans, but actually Chinese MPS officers, for example, trashing any suggestion that COVID came from a lab leak, or trashing U.S. law enforcement on the occasion of the anniversary of George Floyd's death.
And shifting to the attempted assassination on the former president, I want to make it clear, in America, violence has never been the answer. Not on a certain day in January or a recent day in July. And I just want to go through the shooting just briefly with you. How many armed officers were within the perimeter, just ballpark figure?
You know, that really goes to the security posture, which is the subject of the DHS Inspector General's review and the outside panel, independent panel that's
Would you say probably more than 100, though?
I have to believe that number, but I don't have that number at my fingertips. Our focus is on the shooter and his attack.
And the shooter was able to get 8 shots off before he was killed?
That's what it would appear, yes.
Type of weapon used by the shooter was an assault rifle?
Was an AR-style rifle.
So that means one trigger pull, one round, is that right?
Essentially.
Do you like to shoot?
Do I?
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you know the difference between an AR and a bolt-action rifle?
I'm not going to try to sit here and engage on sort of firearms expertise, but
really?
But I've fired a variety of weapons.
Answer the question, bitch.
Had the shooter used a bolt-action rifle, would that have been one trigger pull, one round?
That's my understanding.
Would there had to have been more? Well, on an assault rifle, trigger pull, round, bolt action, non-assault rifle. What's the difference? Is it faster, slower?
He was able to get more rounds off more quickly than he would have with other kinds of weapons.
And that's my point, is that we can add additional resources to protect political candidates, and we should. The people who went to that rally deserved to be protected from gun violence, just like the students at Parkland deserve to be protected from gun violence, just like the babies at Sandy Hook deserve to be protected from gun violence. So we'll devote more resources. We've added a presidential candidate who is also now protected. But if we're being honest with ourselves, we have armed this country to the teeth. And we have allowed the most dangerous people to have access to the most dangerous weapons. I say that as a parent of a 7-year-old and a 5-year-old and a 2-year-old, the 2 oldest who have done multiple mass shooter drills in their classrooms. I say that as a brother to 2 police officers who walk a very violent beat. And I say that as an elected official who believes that my colleagues deserve to be as safe as I deserve to be when we are at political rallies. And so we really need to step back and think, if we allow these weapons to be in our country, can we truly protect our elected officials, and can we truly
Why
protect,
hasn't he been
most
cut
importantly,
off?
our children and the next
Swalwell.
generation? I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. It is good to have Mr. Massey back with us today. Some of us had a chance to go to Kentucky over the last few weeks and visit with Thomas and his family and hear all kinds of wonderful stories about Rhonda. Amazing, amazing lady, gentle spirit, and we're glad to have Mr. Massey back with us. And the next 5 minutes belong to you, Congressman.
Thank you, Chairman. Director Wray, how many counter snipers were present at the rally that day, and which of the counter snipers took the shot that took out the would-be assassin?
I don't have the number of counter snipers. I know it was the Secret Service counter sniper who took the shot that eliminated the shooter. We've conducted a number of interviews, including of him.
So was it one of the 2 that we see in the videos on top of the roof, or was it a different location that shot?
I'm afraid I don't have that at my fingertips here.
Okay. You mentioned that the would-be assassin bought a 5-foot ladder. You have a credit card evidence of that. But it looks like on the scene there was a larger ladder that he might have used. Do you know which ladder he used to get to the roof? And do you have possession of that 5-foot ladder and the other ladder? And do you know how the taller ladder got to the scene?
Exactly, Puff.
So this whole business about the ladder is something we're drilling into more. We do have possession of the 5-foot ladder that he purchased close in time to his attempted assassination that we've traced the purchase of that ladder from a receipt, a bloodied receipt that he had on him at the time his body was recovered on the roof. We do not yet know for sure how exactly he got up on the roof. We're looking at various forensic pieces to try to kind of piece that together.
When did he buy the ladder?
Do you know where the 5-foot ladder was found or retrieved? Was it near the roof, or was it still in his vehicle?
Neither. I don't have it in front of me, but I know that it was not. I know that it was not on scene, and I know that it was not in his vehicle.
Was it at his
but
house?
We can circle back to you and get you that.
Can you text
Is there
someone,
any
sir?
evidence at all that he may have been in contact with somebody else before this occurred that may have had any prior knowledge or may have helped him plan this event?
Well, needless to say, that is a question that we're intensely focused on, because that would obviously be incredibly meaningful. So far, underline, so far, we have not found any evidence of any accomplices or co-conspirators, foreign or domestic.
And you're using geolocation data to see if his cell phone was near another cell phone, I presume?
Right, we're doing lots of different kinds of cellular analysis, geolocation stuff, looking at his accounts. He, from everything we've seen, which is consistent with what we've learned in interviews, a lot of people describe him as a loner. That does kind of fit with what we're seeing in his devices. His list of contacts, for example, is very short, compared to what you would normally see from most people. So it doesn't appear to be a whole lot of interaction between him, face-to-face or digital with a lot of people.
Okay, thank you.
That doesn't mean there's not any, and that's why we're drilling into. We're trying to talk to anybody who's had any engagement with him whatsoever, digital, in person, classmates, coworkers,
right,
et cetera.
Appreciate that. And now I want to talk about another possible assassination attempt, and I'll start by showing a video of President Biden, and this is from recently. This is in the last month, if we can play that.
Gallows erected to hang the Vice President, Mike Pence. I think it's fair to say it's one of the darkest days in the history of America.
Okay, and he's referring to January 6th. Were there gallows erected to hang Mike Pence, as the president says here?
Uh-oh.
I'm not aware of any physical gallows. I can't remember whether, from a demonstration perspective, there may not have been some kind of replica or symbol of something like that.
That's my impression. Can we show, can you raise that up?
They're getting all this shit on the record.
It looks like there was some kind of prop that was built. The construction doesn't look like it lends itself to actually hanging somebody. It's more of a prop, I think, as you suggested, that was erected on January 6th. But if the president were correct, that these gallows were erected to hang Mike Pence, that would be a very serious allegation, wouldn't it?
Ooh-wee.
I would take it very seriously, yes.
Has anybody been arrested, or do you have any leads in conjunction with the erection of this gallows? We had a picture here on the screen, if you can show it again.
He saved the receipt for expenses.
There's an individual here who's seen near these gallows. Has he been arrested? Have you identified this person?
I don't know that I could speak to this specific person or the gallows that are pictured on the image. We have had, I think, 850 people who have pled guilty to federal crimes related to January 6th.
Hey,
and
Nils.
I think, another 180, I think it is, convicted at trials. So I can't be sure.
And some of them merely for going into the Capitol, but here the president suggests that individual intended to hang Vice President Pence, which seems like kind of a wild claim myself, given the construction of those gallows.
Taken out of context.
If we are to take him seriously, or even if we aren't, let me just finish by saying this. If you have no leads, or you're not sure if anybody who erected those gallows was arrested or is being investigated, were there any confidential human sources involved from the FBI or any other agency in the erection of that prop, those gallows?
I'm not aware of anything like that.
All right. Thank you. I yield back.
Hi, Ryan.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Director Wray. Political violence of any kind is dangerous, unlawful, and totally unacceptable. Just as we all watched and then unequivocally condemned the attempted assassination attempt on our former president, I wish that we could all come together to unequivocally condemn the act of political violence on January 6th, instead of defending props that were used that were harmful, dangerous props of gallows, attempting to show what people wanted to do to Vice President Pence. Extremists attempted to subvert our democracy in the worst assault on the U.S. Capitol since the War of 1812. Many of us were trapped in the gallery that day. We feared we would not make it out. Insurrectionists were chasing down former Speaker Nancy Pelosi and then Vice President Mike Pence. And I myself have been the direct target of political violence when an armed man with a gun showed up at my door, threatened me and my family, and we actually ended up having to move our home. So I understand the increased tenor of political violence that is racking our country. It has been on the rise, fomented by violent and dehumanizing rhetoric from top public officials, including the former president and members of Congress, sadly, and bolstered by the proliferation of easily accessible guns, including assault-style weapons. All of this violence is unacceptable, and I wholeheartedly condemn it. I just hope we condemn all of the violence, not just one or two incidents. Mr. Wray, today I want to focus on the role of the FBI and the need for the Bureau to remain politically neutral and independent. The FBI cannot and should not be subject to the whims of any president. The majority apparently doesn't think that the FBI needs to be politically neutral and independent. They want an FBI subordinate to the president, not accountable to the American people. That is one part of a larger plan to undermine our democracy, to remove the checks and balances that have protected us, and ultimately to subvert our freedoms. That agenda, promulgated by the former president, his loyalists, and their MAGA allies, is called Project 2025. It is publicly available online. I encourage everyone who's watching this to Google it. It includes plans to undermine every part of our government, including the FBI. Trump's Project 2025 agenda says that the director of the FBI must not be independent of politics, but instead must do whatever the president orders. Under Trump's Project 2025, Trump loyalists would undermine the non-political and independent structure of the FBI. Project 2025 openly calls on the next conservative administration to support, quote, a vast expansion of the number of political appointees in every office across the DOJ, especially the FBI. And so, Mr. Wray, given your extensive experience as a law enforcement professional at DOJ across multiple Republican and Democratic administrations, why do you think it's important that the FBI maintain political independence from the president?
Peekaboo.
I think the FBI is and needs to stay independent, and that means protecting the American people without fear or favor, upholding the Constitution and the rule of law, and it means following the facts wherever they lead, no matter who likes it. And I add that last part because the essence of independence and objectivity is not that an investigation is going to always yield the result you want. Our independence and objectivity can't only be respected when you like the outcome. That's the very essence of objectivity. Sometimes you're going to like the result, sometimes you're not going to like the result. And that applies to everyone, including us. Any number of times we're disappointed and frustrated by the results of our investigations. But the alternative is an erosion of the rule of law, where the only thing that distinguishes one investigation from another is power. And that's what you see in some of authoritarian countries around the world. So I'm not familiar with this particular
I didn't ask you to
Project
comment on that.
2025 thing. I don't know anything about it, but what I can tell you is, from my perspective, the FBI needs to be functioning as independent. Doesn't mean it's not part of the executive branch. It doesn't mean the FBI director doesn't serve at the pleasure of the president, but it does mean that the way we do our work
has to be objective.
Has to be independent.
Yeah, thank you. I have another question about the role of attorneys at the FBI Office of General Counsel. How do we protect that work?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
The role, what role do the attorneys at the FBI Office of General Counsel play in ensuring that the Bureau respects the constitutional rights of American citizens? How do we protect that work?
So in my experience, the lawyers in the Office of General Counsel play an incredibly important role in ensuring that our agents have their questions about how to comply with the law and conducting their work answered, and ensuring that we conduct our work in the right way, which means scrupulously adhering to the laws and the rules that apply to us.
I just wanted to say before I yield, Mr. Chairman, that the Project 2025 also eliminates the FBI's Office of General Counsel in-house lawyers who are responsible for that role. I appreciate your indulgence, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Wisconsin's recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it was when you were here December of last year, Mr. Wray, that you said blinking lights were going off in regards to the southern border and what is happening down there. Has the border situation improved in terms of your assessment with the security of Americans since you were last here in December?
Well, I guess a couple things, and I appreciate the question. So first, the blinking lights comment that I made refers more broadly to the threat environment that I'm seeing as FBI director across a wide range of threats. Contributing to that in a variety of ways are the threats that emanate from the border. So it's not a comment just on the border issues, it's the threat environment that we face more broadly, in my experience in law enforcement. I am increasingly concerned that foreign terrorists could seek to exploit vulnerabilities at our southwest border or at other ports of entry or in other aspects of our immigration system to facilitate an attack here in the United States. I think that is something we have to be concerned about. There's been a lot of focus on numbers of this, numbers of that, and I understand that. But as I think was referenced in an earlier question, it doesn't take very many foreign terrorists to be a real problem. We had 19 hijackers responsible for the 9/11 attacks. And we just, not that long ago, had a case, some of the members of the committee will remember, where we charged an individual for trying to smuggle individuals in to assassinate former President Bush.
Are you concerned that the Border Patrol chief, former Border Patrol chief Rodney Scott, said that he was concerned about very, very minuscule data that they were receiving? So there's all this, we are told that illegal aliens are vetted against databases, but oftentimes they're doing biometrics as they come into this country, but not looking behind it in their home countries. Does that concern you when there's not a review done in the home country?
Well, we certainly need as much help as we can get from the countries of origin of these people. And when I say origin, not just where they come from originally, but countries they've come through. And the biometric enrollment piece is, of course, an important one. We have situations where even if...
Are we doing a thorough enough job of reviewing them, their actions, and their lives in their home countries before they came here?
Well, I mean, we need more help from our foreign partners. There's no question about that.
Okay, this has completely been derailed. I mean, I'm all for putting shit on the record and all that, but this has been completely derailed. We still don't know where the ladder, if the ladder was at the house. We haven't asked about the house. We're on all this bullshit. But we did find out something new if you're just joining. That allegedly the searcher or the shooter searched how far Lee Harvey Oswald was from JFK when he shot the bullet from the book depository.
And I think that's an important part
How
of
about
it.
our domestic partners like the CIA and others that are supposed to protect us?
So there's been a lot of discussion, of course, over the last several years about the pivot to what's called the hard targets, right? The understandable focus, which I support, of focusing on the threat posed by China and Russia and Iran. But with that comes, if you look at, for example, the withdrawal from Afghanistan, we start to lose sources of information about foreign terrorist threats from overseas, and that is a concern to me.
Yeah, my time's running out.
Thank God.
Has Vice President Harris met with you in regards to the border?
Now we're
Well,
talking
I've been
about
in
Harris?
meetings that have included the vice president.
Off
that
topic,
have
objection.
In different ways touched on border
Has she
issues.
specifically asked you for a meeting in regards to
Thank you, Jackie
the threat that is at the
Snate.
border?
You know, I'm not going to get into sort of specific meetings, but I can tell you that I've been in meetings that have included, among other people, the vice president that touch on border security issues.
Did she ask you questions about what you thought needed to be done?
This is ridiculous, and thank you, Jackie Snotty, for your super sticker. I really appreciate that. These are great questions, but is this the venue for it? Like, is this the only time they can get this creep to sit in front of them and answer questions that they have to, like, scramble to bring up every unanswered question from 2001, 9/11? Come on.
In regards to reducing this threat to the American people?
You know, I really can't get into specific conversations.
Some of this almost seems scripted from some of these guys. Almost like he knows what to fucking expect. I'm not buying this crap.
Is support for President Trump a security concern within the FBI?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear it.
Is support for President Trump a security concern amongst your employees?
No.
Is objection to the COVID-19 vaccine a security threat?
Not from my perspective.
Who improved what is termed the Trump questionnaire within the FBI that was done by SIIS? Dina Perkins, Jeffrey Ventry were behind it. Who was responsible for that? And did you know that there was a
This is dirty.
Trump questionnaire out there?
So the document you're asking about is an interview outline that we only recently learned about, and in my view is completely inappropriate. I asked my team to get to the bottom of what happened and to ensure that it doesn't happen again, and I've learned that it's not an FBI form, that it's used.
I mean, can't any of these people object? And they all sit there like fucking lemmings. It's weird. This is all for show, in my opinion. This is terrible. This is to clear the air on any misfortunes that the FBI has had over the past couple years. Come on.
Was isolated, that it was created not by an FBI employee, but by an outside contractor, and that individual is no longer affiliated with the FBI. But we are sending what we have found to the Office of Inspector General, and we'll cooperate, of course, with anything they find.
Mr. Chairman, I'll just close with this. We keep hearing about these isolated examples, whether it's Richmond Catholics, this instance. When is it, isn't it a pattern? I yield back.
Gentleman goes back, Mr. Correa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Director Wray, welcome again to this committee, and I want to thank you and your agents for the good job you're doing to protect Americans. Earlier this week, I was part of the group that went out to visit Butler, Pennsylvania Homeland Security members. I agree with my colleagues that have said violence has no part in our democracy. And I trust you will investigate the events surrounding July 13th thoroughly. I'm going to ask you a question.
Not one person said bless you in there.
Proceeds, which is, who's in charge? Who's in charge at a campaign rally, setting it up?
Here we go.
Secret Service or a campaign? And I ask this question because when I was there, had a couple of law enforcement individuals alluding to that question as well. They gave me an example. They said, if a Secret Service says you need to set up a line of dump trucks behind the stage to serve, to protect the candidate,
then that's what you do.
and the campaign says that's bad optics, who ends up winning the debate? So my question is, who's in charge?
Good
question. And as you investigate this crime scene,
here we go.
Hope you ask the locally elected officials. I spoke to a county supervisor, local police and sheriff. They all had information they wanted us to know, to relay. We just didn't have the opportunity to sit down and talk to them. There was a lot of concern that they weren't given enough time to prepare for this rally. They thought there were things that could have been done better. And ultimately, what I keep thinking, what I keep coming back to is question, who's in charge at these rallies? I think it's an important one because we have an election right around the corner.
Yep. Let's get to the bottom of it.
Butler, these areas, battleground states around the country will continue to be areas where our candidates, both sides, will show up, and the threats will continue to be there. So I hope, Director Wray, that you'll keep that statement in mind as you continue to investigate this crime scene.
Well, answer the question.
I appreciate the question. I will tell you that we've conducted well over 400 interviews, but we have many more still to conduct. And as is not unusual in an investigation, I'm sure there will be situations where we have to go back to people. We've already interviewed with follow-up questions, and our interviews cover a wide range of people. I do think it's important to make sure that the committee and the American people understand the scope of our investigation versus the scope of others. Our investigation is focused on the shooter and his attack. There is, of course, and I understand completely why, there are two separate reviews, one by the DHS Inspector General and the other by this outside independent panel that's been announced, that are focused on the security posture, the adequacy of the security posture at the rally, Secret Service decision-making and actions and things like that. And so I certainly understand why there are all those questions. But those are in scope of those two other reviews. And of course, whatever Congress chooses to do. Our investigation, though, because of our interviews of people who are on the scene, will relate to that in some ways. And we're going to share whatever we learn that's relevant with those.
Who even is hearing what he's saying?
My last minute that I have, I'm going to flip quickly to your good job resources. Earlier this year in the Appropriations Committee, you testified that you were, for 2024, your budget was $500 million below what you needed to sustain your 2023 efforts. A few minutes ago, you talked about foreign terrorists. The last few weeks, I know information has emerged. That information came from FISA information that was able to be collected overseas on these possible terrorist threats. What we have here today is a domestic terrorist, what looks to be a lone wolf. Your statements, there's nothing really there that would have tipped anybody off to this individual. Is that what I'm hearing from you?
Well, I don't know that I'd go quite that far because we're still investigating a lot related to the shooter. It does appear so far that we're seeing less in his...
My 6 seconds, I would just say, I would ask that you let us know what resources you need to protect the American public and our candidates in our democratic system.
I appreciate the question. I would just say this. We are in, as I've said consistently today and for quite some time now, we are in an elevated threat environment covering a wide range of threats, and the FBI is central to protecting
We don't believe anything you say,
from those
dude.
threats.
Move on.
State and local law enforcement, who depend on us every day, rely on us for all sorts of services, databases, forensic support, training. I could go on and on and on.
This is a
And
waste
lot of those
of
departments,
fucking
unlike the
time and
FBI,
money.
have had a hard time recruiting. And so this is not a time to pull back on our funding because we're going to leave our brothers and sisters in state and local law enforcement twisting in the wind.
You already have.
And then by extension, the American people we're all collectively sworn to protect.
Thank you, and Mr. Chair,
Melbo, I agree.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Director Wray, for being here. When did you last speak with President Biden?
I don't have the exact date, but it's been certainly since the, since the shooting.
So you have spoken to the president since the assassination attempt on President Trump's life?
Yes, sir.
And what was the mental state of the president?
We had a perfectly professional conversation.
And are you, do you have any scheduled briefings of the president upcoming?
Not at the moment specifically scheduled, no.
In 2016 and 2015, top FBI officials infamously texted about, quote, their insurance policy to make sure Trump was never elected or inaugurated as president. Have any FBI agents texted, emailed, or expressed disappointment that Trump survived the assassination attempt or otherwise editorialized about the assassination attempt?
I don't know about any agents. There have been at least 2 instances, I think, or 1 instance of an individual who posted something that I consider outrageous and totally inappropriate and unacceptable. And that individual has been referred to our inspection division, which is the arm, our sort of internal affairs investigatory arm that does the disciplinary process.
Okay. Will you report back to this committee any other incidents?
I'll do my best to share information with the committee.
You testified earlier that the FBI maintains high standards irrespective of so-called diversity efforts. Is it true that in December of 2016, former Director Comey lowered the passing standards for Phase 1, allowing an influx of previously unqualified applicants to continue in the hiring process who normally would have been stopped back in December of 2016?
Yeah, I can't speak to Director Comey's
what were the
changes. I can tell you that at least since I've been director, changes that we have made to...
Well, we're standing on a specific question. Were standards changed? Phase 1, this is a specific part of the process. Were they changed in 2016?
Well, I don't recall if they were changed in 2016. Obviously, I started, as your question presupposes, after that. What I can tell you is, since that time, we have made changes to various phases of the process, but none of them, this is important, none of them lowered the standards. In fact, if anything, they actually increased.
Are you familiar with reporting that we have, and we've asked questions to you about this, I'm not sure the result of the questions, that to more, quote, easily accommodate a larger pool of available applicants, FBI special agent hiring standards have been relaxed.
Now we're talking about hiring standards. Sir, I have a question. Will you release Timothy McVeigh's complete file on the Oklahoma City bombing? Please and thanks.
And requirements measurably lowered.
I'll be right
this
back.
According to a group of former agents who have testified about this and written a report
I'll be right back,
submitted
guys.
to Congress. In addition, specifically,
I need a
minority,
refreshment.
people with 20-year careers, one in particular, a minority who served for more than 20 years, wrote in this report and submitted it to Congress saying that these standards were in fact lowered and that in fact, if you were hiring, you were moved off of hiring if you put quality above these kinds of DEI requirements. Do you reject this report? And do you have comments on this report?
I haven't read.
You're aware of the report.
I'm aware of the report. I know that I've read every detail of it, but I can tell you that the claim that we have lowered our standards to be less selective and less competitive is not accurate.
So do you believe these former agents are lying to Congress when they submit a report to Congress stipulating and suggesting otherwise? Or are you saying that they are lying?
I'm saying they're mistaken.
Okay, but they're affirmatively on the record. They're telling us and submitting a report to Congress saying that those facts are directly in contradicting what you're testifying here today. So I just want to be clear so we know we're saying that they are submitting evidence to our record to the contrary that you say is untruthful.
I encounter all the time when I travel around the country and have conversations with our agents, and one of the things I try to do is have meetings with some of the longer serving agents without executive management.
That's okay. My only question is
and my point here's
the implication is it's untruthful. So but I need to move on. I got 1 minute left. Are you familiar with the case of Paulette Harlow? She's a 75-year-old elderly woman from Massachusetts with a debilitating medical condition. She was prosecuted for violating the FACE Act and sentenced to 2 years in prison. She has to go to Texas in 2 weeks. She was praying at an abortion clinic in Washington, D.C. The FBI interrogated and investigated her. Do you think it is appropriate for a 75-year-old woman who is praying at a clinic in D.C. to be put in prison for 2 years for that activity? Just a simple question. Do you think that's appropriate?
I'm not familiar with the specific case.
You're not familiar with that case. It's been significantly in the headlines. But you don't know how to comment on that case, that it's appropriate for a 75-year-old woman to be put in prison for 2 years for praying at a clinic.
Again, since I'm not familiar with the case, I don't want to start weighing in because I don't know all the facts. But what I can tell you is that when it comes to FACE Act enforcement and abortion-related violent extremism, I think one of the things that gets lost, and I appreciate the opportunity to clarify it, is that really since the Dobbs decision, actually more of our abortion-related violent extremism investigations have focused on violence against pro-life facilities as opposed to the other way around. And we've had a number of investigations. We're using FACE Act resources and our JTTFs.
We're still waiting on responses on letters that we've sent indicating the data to the contrary, that there's been significant amount of efforts in targeting of people who are pro-lifers who go to clinics and that they've been prosecuted, like this case, a 75-year-old woman who is now going to jail in Texas for 2 years because she was praying at a clinic in Washington, D.C. And we've submitted questions on that, and I'd appreciate a response on it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Director Wray, for being here and for the work that your team does as well.
What did I miss? Can I rewind? Do you guys mind? I want to rewind a little bit. I'm sorry. I just want to see. I'll speed it up. I just want to see what I missed.
She's a 75-year-old elderly woman from Massachusetts with a debilitating medical condition. She was prosecuted for violating the FACE Act and sentenced to 2 years in prison. She has to go to Texas in 2 weeks. She was praying at an abortion clinic in Washington, D.C.
I'll speed it up.
The FBI interrogated and investigated her. Do you think it is appropriate for a 75-year-old woman who is praying at a clinic in D.C. to be put in prison for 2 years for that activity? Just a simple question. Do you think that's appropriate?
I'm not familiar with the specific case.
You're not familiar with that case. It's been significantly in the headlines. But you don't know how to comment on that case, that it's appropriate for a 75-year-old woman to be put in prison for 2 years for praying at a clinic.
Again, since I'm not familiar with the case, I don't want to start weighing in because I don't know all the facts. But what I can tell you is that when it comes to FACE Act enforcement and abortion-related violent extremism, I think one of the things that gets lost, and I appreciate the opportunity to clarify it, is that really since the Dobbs decision, actually more of our abortion-related violent extremism investigations have focused on violence against pro-life facilities as opposed to the other way around. And we've had a number of investigations we're using.
We're talking about abortion clinics?
We're still waiting on responses on letters that we've sent indicating the data to the contrary, that there's been a significant amount of efforts in targeting people who are pro-lifers who go to clinics and that they've been prosecuted, like this case, a 75-year-old woman who is now going to jail in Texas for 2 years because she was praying at a clinic in Washington, D.C. And we've submitted questions on that, and I'd appreciate a response on it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Director Wray, for being here and for the work that your team does, as well as for sharing the information that you've been able to today. You just got a couple questions about that seem to imply that there was some problem with the FBI's diversity efforts, and certainly the 1950s version of the FBI was singularly Caucasian male agents, et cetera. Is the FBI a better force for having a diverse range of employees and agents?
I think diversity makes us better, but like everything else, it has to be done the right way. I think we can have a more diverse workforce and do it without lowering our standards.
Diversity in the workforce? This is a sham.
And haven't lowered standards at the
This is a sham.
I repeatedly come across people who are confused about different parts of that, and I appreciate the opportunity to set that straight.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we're all concerned here as
Dude, and people wonder why the government is hated like they are. Why no one trusts in them. They can't even hold a fucking oversight meeting, which they clearly said was supposed to be about the attempted assassination attempt. And now we've got Kerry up here talking about diversity in the workplace. Make it make sense.
we've seen the rollout of this Project 2025 that purports to try to eliminate any reference to diversity efforts across the entire federal government.
What a joke.
So it is sort of a top-of-mind concern as it's threatening to become reality. So what I did want to talk about today is something some of my colleagues have mentioned, which is the normalization of threats and violence against public servants at all levels, whether it's election workers or school officials, elected officials and their families, judges, federal law enforcement agents, and others. To be clear, I think it's very clear that the majority of Americans wholeheartedly condemn any sort of political violence and understand that it's not legitimate discourse and that it has no place in our civic life. But words do matter, and they have consequences, particularly when uttered by people in positions of leadership. So that's why I remain very concerned by the willingness of some members of Congress to repeat disinformation and conspiracy theories that undermine trust in our public institutions, which serve all Americans. And when elected officials embrace overheated or fact-free rhetoric, it becomes dangerous. I have been heartened, as many national leaders have unequivocally condemned calls to violence, and I would urge all members of this body to do so and continue to do so, regardless of the party affiliation of the perpetrators or the targets of such threats.
Shut up, lady.
You and our other national security officials have repeatedly warned us that foreign actors are actively working to spread disinformation, to influence our elections and discredit our public institutions, and we shouldn't be aiding and abetting them. So to live in a country that we aspire to, where our most valued democratic processes like free and fair elections can be carried out unimpeded and people can run for office, serve their communities, and exercise their right to vote without fear of violence, we've had some concerns about violence around our elections. In 2020, the endorsement and promulgation of falsehoods about the election results by the former president and his campaign led to threats and attacks against election officials and poll workers in Pennsylvania. And those falsehoods also wasted millions of taxpayer dollars on frivolous lawsuits and extraordinary security costs. So as we're again approaching November, we want to ensure that those who implement and defend our elections, our neighbors and our nonpartisan civil servants, can do that important work free from conspiracy theories and threats. So we know our local law enforcement across Pennsylvania are preparing for some disruption and threats. Because while Pennsylvania may be a battleground state in the upcoming election, that battle should obviously be a war of words over policy and the vision we're charting for our country's future, not an actual civil war. So how is the FBI working with
Are you going to breathe and let him answer, bitch, or what?
Fuck. Election-related violence, particularly against election workers?
So in a variety of ways, we're partnering with state and local law enforcement. Obviously, the physical security in the first
Scripted. Look at him
instance,
checking his
in most
notes.
of the respects you're
Oh, is
talking
that
about
what question we're on?
is in the ordinary course the responsibility of state and local law enforcement. But we play an important role in a number of ways. So we share, threat bulletins, information like that about things to be on the lookout for, things we're seeing. If we ever have specific threat information, then we work to get it to the right people. We have election crime coordinators, which we've had for decades in all 56 field offices.
They have
We've
not
got an
asked
existing
one hard
relationship with
question.
Not just state and local law enforcement, but election officials, especially focused on security and threat-related issues. And then, of course, we're participating in the election threats task force that DOJ set up, which is focused on threats of violence or actual violence against election workers specifically. And we've had a number of arrests and even some convictions already on that.
Thank you for your input. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, Director. It's my intention to go approximately another half an hour. Then we'll break for the Prime Minister of Israel's address to the Congress on the floor.
Fuck's sake.
Give you a chance for lunch and then resume after that. But
They're coming back after lunch? Lord have mercy, help me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director Wray. I think you have a little bit better tone in conversation, so I appreciate it, and answer some questions, so I appreciate it. Hopefully you'll answer also on 2 letters that I sent you over a year ago, one related to Durham report, and
she looks
the other
mean.
one related to Russian infiltrated SBU
Is she Russian?
that collaborated with FBI, so hopefully we'll get these answers, and hopefully we'll start doing authorization. Don't you think doing authorization would help us to get better answers? Congress should be probably working authorizing your agency. Don't you agree with that?
We work very hard to try to get information to this committee and to other committees.
But authorizing spending probably would be a good thing for us to do, don't you agree?
Oh, I'm sorry, authorizing what?
Our spending, not just doing appropriating, but actually doing authorization of spending through this committee.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We might start doing that. But we can talk about, and a lot of my colleagues on the other side, AR-15 gets a lot of bad rap, like to bring it up, this issue. But really, there are a lot of hunting rifles that probably, maybe even more accurate than a lot of ARs.
Who is this
and don't
lady?
You agree we have like millions, right? Don't you agree we have millions of rifles owned by...
What the fuck? Okay, hold on. She is Congresswoman Victoria Spartz. She immigrated to the United States in 2000 after meeting her husband, Jason, a born and raised Hoosier, on a train in Europe. She's a Ukrainian American politician and businesswoman who is the U.S. representative for Indiana's 5th Congressional District. All right, I got to slow her ass down because she is like fucking fired up.
By law-abiding Americans. So do you think we should be taking them, millions of rifles from law-abiding Americans? What do you think about that? Would that be something feasible and really we should be doing that?
Well, again, I'm not going to be addressing anybody's specific legislative proposal. From our perspective, from the FBI's perspective, the concern is any dangerous weapon in the wrong hands.
But all weapons
in the
are
hands
dangerous.
of the wrong person.
But all weapons are dangerous, right?
I'm sorry?
All weapons are dangerous. Knives are dangerous,
Sure.
Explosive are dangerous. There are a lot of
weapons are by their very
but are we going to be
definition
confiscating, hunting rifles and rifles for millions of Americans? Do you think it's even feasible to do something like that from law-abiding citizens?
It's not something I'm advocating.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate that. So we have to go back. That was a catastrophic failure of security. That's what's happened, recently with attempted assassination. Don't you agree with that?
Well, I think former Director Cheadle has already publicly acknowledged that it was, I think her words were, a significant operational failure.
Yeah. Then we had, similar situation, a different, talking about bad optics. Speaker Pelosi at that time didn't want to have bad optics on January 6th, and we didn't have proper security here on January 6th. That was a catastrophic failure too. Are we looking at that? Any one conclusion was made from that? Have we made any adjustments? Because I know a lot of people, got hurt now just being here. It was a lot of cases bringing up the Department of Justice, and a lot of them were really just law-abiding Americans that really just upset with the government, and they have a reason to do it. So I think we need to think about it before we prosecute, or instead of actually, looking how we can deal with real criminals and how we can have a proper security when we have events with so many people there. So did you have confidential human sources? I think you never answered that question on January 6th in the Capitol. Did you have some?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
Confidential human sources. Did you have them on January 6th in the Capitol?
Well, again, I'm never going to be getting into when and where we
Okay,
have
are
or have not used confidential human sources. But
are you willing to stand the record that you had no confidential human sources that went into Capitol on January 6th?
as I've said consistently, I'm not going to get into where we have or have not used confidential human sources. I can tell you that if you are asking if the violence at the Capitol on January 6th was part of some operation orchestrated by FBI sources or agents, the answer is no.
No, I didn't ask you that. I asked you, so did you investigate any confidential human sources? Did you do any investigation and looking at that? So you're not answering if you had any or not. So if you had potentially, did you do anything you needed to make sure to investigate that none of your sources did anything wrong? If they did wrong, they were prosecuted the same way, like you're trying to prosecute a lot of people that really, even in Supreme Court ruled recently that some unconstitutional charges.
Let me just add that there have now been, I think, 180 individuals who've gone to trial, in addition to the 850 who've pled guilty.
Right, but I think the problem is you put these charges, a lot of people would put guilty. But let me say just quickly, because I only have 10 seconds, really. So I hope you will take seriously what you're doing. You know, related to the border security is also a crisis. You know, your vice president was a lead-in on that. Has she initiated meetings with you to lead, like weekly or monthly meeting where she actually get briefings from you as a leading border czar that function? Have you had that? Have she initiated any meetings on a regular basis with you?
Again, gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman can respond.
Right. On this issue of confidential human sources, number one, I will say there is a DOJ OIG review that's underway that I think addresses some of these kinds of topics, I believe, but I won't speak for the Inspector General. Second, as to this suggestion, which I've heard all too many times, that somehow January 6th was orchestrated by FBI agents or sources, I will note that in addition to my prior comments, that there have now been 850-ish individuals who've pled guilty, another 180 who've gone to trial. They've all had access to defense counsel, discovery, all the things the Constitution and the rules provide them. It's been in front of something like 15 different judges, I think dozens of juries, and not one has given credence to this notion. And in fact, I don't think any of them have even really seriously tried to raise it. So it's not just my word for it. Look what's happening in the cases. Thank you.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director Wray, for being here, for your testimony today, for the work that you do each and every day, and that your frontline agents across the country do each and every day to protect Americans, to keep our country safe. Also grateful for the work that you're doing.
Is this the guy from the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air?
July 13th.
Who is this?
The assassination of former President Trump, which everyone must and
is that dude's name?
I would first just ask, do you believe that the FBI has the adequate resources to ultimately ensure that your agency gets to the bottom of it and fully investigates this terrible crime?
Well, we are devoting massive amounts of resources to this specific investigation. We have easily several hundred FBI agents, analysts, and professional staff working on it. It involves over half of the FBI's 56 field offices, almost every headquarters division. We even have some of our overseas offices working on it. You might say, well, why is that? Well, because some of the companies that involve accounts or purchases or communications or what have you that the shooter used are foreign companies, so we have to get evidence from overseas from those companies. I've talked about our lab a little bit earlier today. We've got our Office of Technology Division working on the digital devices. We have our Behavioral Analysis Unit, our BAU, working on helping us build out a profile of the shooter. I could go on and on and on. So it's all hands on deck on this case, as I think is appropriate. Now, when you ask about our resources, I've been public about the fact that the fiscal year 24 budget put us $500 million below where we needed to be to sustain current operations. And on FY25, the current House mark would put us significantly further back behind that and would result in significant risks across every program and our support to state and local law enforcement. We arrested something like 50 violent criminals per day, every day, last year. The current mark would mean more violent criminals on the street, more neighborhoods at risk. We have about a 1,300% increase in our investigations related to China and its targeting of us. And I can assure you, China's not cutting its budget. This would mean more threats from China. We have something like 300 to 400 investigations just into cartel leadership. And about hardly a week goes by when some FBI field office isn't seizing enough fentanyl to wipe out an entire state. Those cuts means more fentanyl on the street, more people dying.
We're back on fentanyl.
So the people who suffer the most are state and local law enforcement and the American people we're sworn to protect.
This is
frustrating.
frustrating.
Look forward to working with Congress, but we really need to be smart about what we're doing, and I think that would be a step in the wrong direction given the threat environment that we face.
And I couldn't agree with you more, Director Wray, and of course we've talked about this during previous hearings in which you've testified, and to be clear that I think the budget that House Republicans have proposed, which is about a $325 million cut to the FBI, would do precisely what you've described and have deleterious impacts for public safety across our country, and House Democrats are certainly working to prevent those cuts from taking place. You've talked at great length.
Okay, so I have to assume that they do this at every meeting they hold or hearing, that they don't stay on topic, that they're trying to just get their political agendas out there. And right now they know the world is listening, right? The world, everybody's listening. Even people are in here saying, I hate politics, but I'm paying attention to this. And they know it. And it pisses me off because it insults our intelligence.
The events of July 13, there's justifiably a lot of public interest in the investigation, which we understand is ongoing. Wonder if there's anything that you'd like to disclose or provide to the committee or to the public that perhaps has not yet been gleaned during the course of this hearing.
They've been talking the drug war since the 80s.
A lot of folks related to the investigation. Yeah.
They created the drug
on,
problem.
Which is pretty fresh here. We had some conversations with some of the members about the access to the roof and the ladder and so forth. And our evidence response teams and their forensic collection, we now believe that the subject climbed onto the roof using some mechanical equipment on the ground and vertical piping on the side of the AGR building. In other words, we do not believe he used a ladder to get up there.
One question, if the chairman might indulge me.
Your history teacher
seconds. There's an article recently regarding several former Trump administration national security officials who had received a duty to warn briefing from the FBI regarding the potential threat from Iran. And I think there is this article made clear deep concern that these individuals have, justifiably so, about the threat level, and particularly given the events of the last several months, and the need for there to be an increased security posture and security personnel for former officials who may very well still be at risk. And I don't know if you're familiar with that article. I'm trying not to use names here, but I think would perhaps follow up with your agency and with the Department of Justice more broadly to ensure that any individuals who are potentially facing a threat from Iran or another hostile actor in a foreign nation have the resources they need to have the security available to them.
So again, without reference to any specific individual, I want to be very clear about this because I've tried to be vocal on this, but it sometimes doesn't get noticed as much, which is that in my view, the Iranian government has been extremely aggressive and brazen. We have seen in the last few years an attempt, I'm speaking just from public information now, an attempt to assassinate a former U.S. National Security Advisor on U.S. soil. We have seen an attempt first to kidnap and then to try to murder an American dissident/journalist who was a critic of the Iranian regime right smack in the middle of New York City. We have seen a cyber attack against a children's hospital in New England that ties back to Iran. We have seen, as I've testified before, as Director Ratcliffe and I announced, an effort by the Iranians to target the 2020 presidential election. And that's all before you even get to the fact that the Iranian government is the leading state sponsor of terrorism. So if that's not enough to convince people that Iran is a threat, I don't know what is.
But Director, was there a distinction between what the gentleman from Colorado raised and what you just said, this general concern in these specific instances you talk about, and a direct specific threat on President Trump that's distinct from what you've been describing as this general concern with Iran?
Well, again, I can't get into specific pieces of class.
And if so, when? If it was a distinct threat on President Trump, when did that take place?
Yeah, all I can tell you, certainly in this kind of setting, is targeting of U.S. officials for the Soleimani strike is something that is a reality that the Iranian government has at times called for very publicly. And whenever there is reporting, let me try to answer your question this way. Whenever there is reporting about any of those protectees, we share the information in a variety of ways, working with the intelligence community, working with whoever is the protective service with responsibility for that individual, and we do it in a timely way using the duty to warn process that was just referred to. And to my knowledge, everything along those lines that's relevant was shared in a timely way with the relevant people.
Thank you. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Director Wray, thanks for being here. Where were you when you heard that President Trump was shot, and then what were like your immediate actions, response to that as director?
I was about to have dinner with family, and I was horrified and angry.
I'm just thinking, the reason I asked the question is because I'm still trying to figure out kind of the lanes, what the FBI would respond to and what the Secret Service has the responsibility to respond to. Can you just kind of cover that again?
Sure. So the FBI is not responsible for, has never really been part of our mandate or mission for the physical security of venues, of specific protectees or anything like that. That's, if it's somebody within Secret Service's scope, that's their mandate and mission. We are a law enforcement and intelligence agency, and so if you think about it this way, we're the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We're not the Federal Bureau of Security. You might say, well, what's the difference? Well, there is a difference. We investigate crimes. We investigate threats to national security, but we don't, questions about security posture, the adequacy of resources and assets that were deployed to protect a specific individual, whether there's enough security, and certainly the staffing of that security is not something the FBI, again, we're 116 years old, has historically done.
So
Shut
at this point,
up with your anniversary bullshit.
Have you been able to go through the shooter's home and kind of document kind of what you found as far as evidence
Here we go.
goes?
So we have been able to search the shooter's home. So again, just sort of tying your first question to your,
Tell us what you
second
found.
question now. You know,
Was
our
it
role is
sterile?
to conduct an investigation of the shooter and the attack. And so we're going to conduct a painstaking, intense investigation of that. We have, among other scenes that we've processed using evidence response teams.
Other scenes?
In addition to the rally scene itself, of course, we have been through the shooter's home, his bedroom, other parts of the house, et cetera.
Have you been able to establish that he did go to a range and either zero that weapon in or, at least target shoot that weapon prior to the assassination attempt?
So we do assess that he went to a shooting range the day before, not the only time he went to a shooting range. He was a fairly, avid might be a little strong, but a fairly avid, shooting hobbyist. And so he went to, belonged to different sort of clubs and went to certain
Multiple
ranges and that kind of thing. We do
What clubs?
Believe, based on what we've seen so far, that he went to a shooting range the day before and that he shot an AR-style rifle at that range the day before. I'm not sure we know for sure that it's the weapon that he used, but I think we assess that it probably is.
Have you been able to interview his parents?
Yes, we have.
And
was there anything that was gained from that interview that would lead you to believe that they certainly were aware of what was going on?
I guess I want to be careful about talking about specific people's interviews, but I would say that his parents were cooperative with us, and as I've said before, and hopefully this gets at your question,
Rex Heuermann's family.
We have not identified any accomplices, co-conspirators, or anything along those lines.
So it's the FBI's position right now that he still acted independently.
Again, we're still, I know it seems like a lifetime since July 13th, but we're still early stages, but we have not seen anything so far that would suggest to us that he acted with others.
How does the FBI view not just a Trump rally, but political rallies versus other types of events, from a security perspective, compared to a college football game or any mass, large crowd type gathering? Because I think one of the things that's most difficult to really to swallow at this point is that the idea that these Trump rallies have been happening for years and that there could be such a lax approach to the physical security of those fairgrounds that day. And I'm wondering, where does this fall? And then on top of that there were other presidential candidates out there that didn't have full Secret Service protection. RFK Jr. has been the most vocal about it. I was wondering if you could comment on the facilities as well as providing security for presidential candidates.
Well, again, I want to be a little bit careful to stay in my lane because, again, security posture and the adequacy of the security posture is really the core expertise and responsibility of agencies like the Secret Service. But certainly it is, I think, fair to say that outdoor events, whether they're political rallies or, as you say, a college football game in an open stadium, a concert, these are places that are often, particularly challenging to secure adequately because the range of threats that can face them are higher. In addition to that, as has been discussed a little bit here already in today's hearing, just threats to public officials, including politicians, is an increasingly pervasive part of today's landscape, and so that adds to the challenge. So you're talking about the combination of individuals who are increasingly targeted for violence, combined with venues that are softer and harder to secure targets, I guess is the way I would answer. But again, those kinds of questions, the adequacy of the security posture, all the resources that were or were not devoted, all that stuff, is my understanding, would be very much in scope for the DHS Inspector General investigation and this outside independent panel that's been appointed.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Director, I think we're going to be able to get two more members' times of question, then we have to get to the floor for the Prime Minister. Gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Chair Johnson, and thank you so much.
How long is the Prime Minister thing going to be?
Your transparency and your testimony today. First, I want to say my friend, my mentor, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, was known by many as the voice of reason here in Congress. And she was my friend before I even came to Congress. And in my freshman year, she kind of took me under her wing and she kind of showed me the ropes. And she was a force to be reckoned with. And I can say that she will never, ever be replaced. And she was a trailblazer, and I know that she will sorely be missed here in Congress. Director Wray, I only have one question for you today, but before we get to that point, I'd just like to reiterate today that political violence is never acceptable. Regardless of how different our political values and views are, attempted assassinations are a stain to the very democratic ideals of this nation. We have endured riots on Capitol Hill on January 6th, where a literal noose was erected on Capitol grounds, intended for then Vice President Pence and Speaker Emeritus Nancy Pelosi. Political violence against election workers, that has been expressed today. An attack on Paul Pelosi, Nancy Pelosi's husband.
Come on.
Threats against the FBI agents, as you have expressed, and prosecutors, and threats to the staff.
Paul Pelosi.
Who serve the public every single
in
day.
his hookup.
Congressman Connolly's staff was targeted and attacked last year. And now we have the attempted assassination of a former president of the United States. All of this within just the last 3 years. This violence simply needs to end. The assassination attempt on Donald Trump was, by the grace of God, a failure. The weapon the 20-year-old man was able to obtain, an AR-15, generally has a shooting range up to 600 yards and shot Mr. Trump from almost 150 yards away. This weapon has the ability to kill multiple people in seconds. And sadly, Corey Compouture lost his life because of this man and because of this gun. Mr. Compouture's family will never be the same. Trust me, I understand that more than anyone else in this room. Is the near loss of a former president enough for this Congress to finally take action? Because there are 206 of us that are already standing in the wings, ready to take immediate action to ban assault weapons today. We need only 12 more of our colleagues to join us in courage and move the legislation to save lives of so many of the people that we are elected to serve by removing assault weapons from the hands of people who simply should not have them in their possession. We are crippling our democracy, and we are ripping apart our fellow Americans until we do. I ask today, because it is clearly it wasn't enough to take action when the lethality of assault weapons, we lost 26 and 7-year-olds and 6 teachers in 2012, when I also lost my son to gun violence, or 14 teenagers and 3 more teachers in 2018, nor was it enough when we lost 19 more children and 2 more teachers in 2022. Well, is it enough now? Now that a former president, the very president that many of you in this room are hoping will be reelected, almost lost his life because this Congress has failed to reinstate an assault weapons ban. A ban that, by the way, Republicans joined with Democrats to pass 30 years ago. Well, fine. If y'all don't like assault weapons ban, we can bring another bill that I have introduced to a vote, the Go Safe Act. This bill focuses on the components of the semi-automatic firearms and regulates their infrastructure, sale, and transfer. This, again, is not the time for thoughts and prayers. This is a time for action. Director Wray, just one question I have for you. Would you rather have your officers protected or protect someone against an assault weapon being shot from 147 yards away, or a standard pistol with no accessories attached?
Well, again, I'm going to refrain from appearing to comment on specific legislative proposals, but I can tell you that we have certainly concerned about the danger to law enforcement from any kind of high-powered weapon in the wrong hands. And it hits close to home for us because just not that long ago, 2 great agents, Laura Schwarzenberger and Dan Alphen, down in Miami, executing a search in a crimes against children case, were shot and killed by a subject with an automatic weapon. So again, dangerous weapons in the wrong hands is something that, of course, from a law enforcement perspective concerns us, but I'm not going to wade into the legislative process.
Well, thank you for that answer. I'd rather give our agents a fighting chance, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Director Wray, for being here today. So we spend $3 billion a year, excuse me, on the Secret Service, $3 billion. And it would seem that we could and should have had a better job done a few weeks ago on the 13th than what we saw. Will you have anything to say about correcting what are the obvious deficiencies in what the Secret Service did?
Well, for the most part, the deficiencies or adequacy or inadequacy of Secret Service's performance, decision-making, resources, all that stuff is in the purview of those two other investigations, that is the DHS Inspector General and the outside independent panel that's been announced. Having said that, our investigation, which, as I've testified now, involves several hundred FBI employees and every asset we can bring to bear of the shooter, again, our investigations of the shooter and his attack, of course, involves interviewing law enforcement, including lots and lots and lots of Secret Service people. So we'll share all that with those reviews so that they can answer those questions.
The reason I'm asking this is because this isn't the first time the Secret Service has been before Congress. There was a 435-page report issued in 2015 by Congress saying, fix yourself. They didn't. In fact, there was a follow-up in 2019 where they had only done a few of the, I think it was 18 or 19 different specific things they were supposed to do. They'd done some, but certainly not all. There was another follow-up in 2022. And again, the Secret Service had not done what Congress had asked. I guess my question to you, Mr. Director, is what should Congress do? A 435-page report 9 years ago, and still the Secret Service didn't do what it was told to do then. Can you help, Director Wray? Because this type of performance is not acceptable.
Well, I think even former Director Cheadle has acknowledged that this was a significant operational failure. If there are ways for the FBI to be helpful beyond what we're already doing in terms of our investigation, we stand ready to try to be helpful. I do want to say, as somebody who's been in law enforcement for most of my career, I've worked with some just phenomenal Secret Service agents. Going all the way back to my time as a line prosecutor, and they have an incredibly hard job. He does not like being talked over. What a prick. I have a lot of affection and respect for the men and women of the Secret Service.
Affection. I'm sure you do, and I'm sure you're right. But the trouble is, when Congress says you need to do these 19 things and they don't, something needs to change. Now, the director has resigned, but you're going to be in a position, because your agency is doing such a careful review, to say a lot about what should have been done. I guess the real issue is much more of what the higher-ups in that agency are or are not doing. Perhaps that's on us.
And we will share with those reviews anything that we come across that could be helpful or relevant to them for those questions.
Yeah, let me quickly go to some details on the actual events. It appeared to a lot of us, as the Secret Service was taking former President Trump from the stage, that he was clearly still in view of everybody. And had there been another shooter, I didn't see him being protected. Are you going to raise that issue?
I think that's really more in scope of these two other reviews. Both of them.
Okay, that's fine. Let me go to the shooter as he was on top of the roof. Apparently another officer from another police division saw him and quickly ducked down because the shooter aimed a gun at him. And then the shooter apparently, was he prone at the time he took the shot toward the president?
So my understanding is that the local officer that we're talking about, with the assistance of another local officer, was able to kind of get up and see onto the roof where he observed the shooter, I believe, in a prone shooting position.
Officer Dangle.
The shooter then turned and faced him, the local officer, with the weapon.
From the prone position.
That's my understanding.
And then he went back to the prone position.
And this is all seconds before the shooter took his
But that entire time, the shooter was in the scope sight of the counter sniper, correct?
That one I'd have to double check on. I know we've interviewed the counter sniper, but I'm not sure I know the answer.
The counter sniper didn't take a shot until after the assassin.
He had to have seen him.
Attempted to shoot the former president and others. He got off 8 shots before the counter sniper shot the shooter. What's with that protocol? Can you get that fixed?
Well, I really want to be careful not to be, given the scope of our investigation, somehow second-guessing the very difficult act and decision it takes for a counter-sniper to kill another human being in that situation. It's all happening in seconds. So
8 shots.
Yeah.
And that was after he'd been seen for 20 minutes. I yield back. Thank you.
Unbelievable.
Director, that's an important question, though, because you've talked to the counter sniper. And that, I mentioned this in our opening statement, that critical 5 minutes from 6:09 to 6:14 and what takes place there is critical. And I think that's what the gentleman was getting at. And we were hopeful that you could tell us something about your interview with the counter sniper.
Yeah, I guess I want to distinguish a couple things. There is some individual, not law enforcement, I believe, who spotted the shooter on the roof a few minutes before.
A few minutes?
But I think law enforcement spotting him with the weapon on the roof is seconds before the shot.
Okay,
So
that's important.
yeah, so I think there's two different things
I think
going
what you're
on
saying
there.
is it wasn't maybe that if the bad guy shoots at 6:11, then you're saying this encounter with local law enforcement that Mr. Bentz was just getting into happened just seconds before that and maybe not 2 minutes before that?
That's my understanding. That, in other words, that there's different things here. There's an individual, at least one individual I can think of, not law enforcement, member of the public, who observed him on the roof. Not clear whether or not the individual saw a weapon or not, but saw him in a way that was concerning. That is some number of, not many, but like just a handful of minutes. I think separate from that, as far as law enforcement goes, in terms of a weapon, this local officer that we just talked about observed the individual, again, literally just seconds before the shooter took his shots. Separate and apart from all of that, roughly, I think, maybe a little less than or around an hour before the shooting, there were local law enforcement officers who observed the shooter, not up on the roof, not with a weapon, but with I believe, a rangefinder, kind of like you would use if you were playing golf or something, in a way that was odd and suspicious. So that started happening.
He's not using it for the purpose
but in terms
that
of
you think he's
shooter,
got it for.
meaning with the weapon.
He wasn't golfing, idiots.
Law enforcement, my understanding is that the first time that happened was this local officer climbing up on the roof seconds before the
Again, we want that timeline. I think the committee wants that timeline and communications that were taking place in that short period of time.
Again, as I've said with everything else, I really want to be careful. I'm leaning in, trying to share as much as I can here. Facts are evolving, things may change, but we are working on a timeline, among other things.
Committee will stand in recess until after the Prime Minister's remarks conclude.
God, how long is that going to be? So we've got the Prime Minister's remarks. How long is this shit going to take? Huh? This is absolutely ridiculous. We're going to be here all fucking afternoon, guys. I hope you are in it to win it today. Because we're going to be here all damn day. Let's see what's going on in the world while we're watching this. What else is going on? We have the ballerina murder trial. We have Trump holding a rally. I don't know if Right Side Broadcasting lets you stream, or I would. Drug dog fighting bus press conference is coming up. Let's see what else. White House briefing coming up. We have President Biden speaking tonight at 8 o'clock Eastern. And I will be streaming that as well. So this is the big news, right? Oh, House grills FBI over Trump assassination. No, they're not. I would not call that a grilling. What do you guys think? Yeah, he has rallies like every fucking day. There's 7,000 people watching. Let's see what it's like. Crazy ass people at these rallies. This is in Charlotte, North Carolina. They're so loud. Here, best people watching ever though. Yeah, I'm interested to see how that's going to go tonight with Biden.
And I like your shirt, by the way.
Thank you, thank you.
Now, we wanted to say 45, and then we wanted to say 47.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So are you here from North Carolina? Did you travel far?
Yes, ma'am. I came from Lincoln. It's about 45 minutes away.
Well, we're so happy to have you. Is it your first Trump rally?
Yes, ma'am, it is. Yeah.
Okay. What are you most excited about?
Just to hear him speak, hear what he has to do and everything, what he's going to promise to do for us. I'm very excited for that.
So out of all the things you've heard him talk about insofar as what he will promise for America to make us great again, what are some of the things, you know, at your age in your life that make you feel like this is what I need to have a better future?
Definitely border security, you know, guaranteeing my rights and my job and everything, and that probably the biggest one for me.
It's a big one, and it's a big one for a lot of people I talked to today. I hope that we see, I hope we get to kind of see your reaction when you see him come out, because when you hear Proud to be an American and he walks on that stage.
Oh, Lord. Proud to be an American.
I promise you, even as a man, you're going to get a little choked up.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for being.
Even as a man, you're going to get choked up. All these things are just, they crack me
here
up.
Today. Such a nice pleasure to meet you.
Great day.
Thank you. It's so wonderful meeting so many great people. And of course, if you watch RSBN and you're saying, I want to watch back, I missed this, or I missed that interview, or I missed this moment.
Look at the people in the background.
YouTube and you can actually watch back the entire.
Look at the guy and the lady in the background. They have their clear bags. Look, they have their clear bags with their stuff in it.
Entire playback of the day, which I love to do, and it takes you from start to finish for our coverage, which we love to see.
Absolutely.
So just go to RSBN's page on both Rumble and YouTube, and of course you can also find our app. It's free. Put it on your phone or all your mobile devices. Go to rsbnetwork.com, and of course you can also see us, I believe, Android, Google, and Apple.
Absolutely. We're all across different social media platforms, and that's how we
Hey,
stream
Patrick.
and watch everything.
Truth.
And we'd like to thank our sponsors for being able to put us
Yes.
up to get this good information out there for you. And one of the tops is the Wellness Company.
That
This is
guy's got a pink cowboy hat.
MakeCareGreatAgain.com. Dr. Drew Pinsky, Dr. Peter McCullough,
Yes.
they were canceled for sharing the truth.
These people, just watching them is freaking hysterical. I wonder how many buses pulled up to this. I don't know. They're hilarious, though. Everybody is always in a good mood at these rallies, I have to say. If you don't like Trump, I mean, whatever. But they do have fun. They're so excited, too, to get on camera watch.
Again.com. Make sure you get your pack. I'm going to
Looks like it's outside.
If you use RSBN in the checkout, you will save. So definitely make sure you take
15%
advantage. Take advantage. You get $45 off and free shipping
I
too,
love that.
which is wonderful.
Those shipping fees get you sometimes.
Yeah. Now
Absolutely.
look at all of these people. I'm telling you, this is so. Why the reason we're showing this area, because we were in the main.
Oh, they're in
crowd
line to
area,
get
if
in.
you will, a few moments ago, which is where we had our big crowd
It's
starting
inside.
to move. We have our VIPs. We had a few other people that were lining up as we were standing there. But then I looked up and I said, oh my goodness, look at all these people that are coming in by the busloads, literally, all across the entire parking lot. Now, I don't know how it looks
Jesus,
on television,
look at all
but
those
I know how
people.
it looks in person, and it is an absolute
Oh,
packed
man.
crowd. Oh, wait, come over here for a second.
Oh,
I
Lord.
love you girls. Oh my gosh, you girls, first of all, are gorgeous. Are you
Cricket.
sister?
Yes.
I love you too,
How did
Rainey.
Yes, I don't know. Tell me your names.
Olivia, Bridget.
Bridget and Olivia. Beautiful names for beautiful girls. American girls today, here to be proud, looking like a little Statue of Liberty, looking like a beautiful fashion plate. What is this the first time you've been to a President Trump rally?
Yes.
And are you excited?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, tell me, what do you like about President Trump?
He's just the best. Yeah.
He is, right? What do you think?
Lord.
I don't know. He's just so awesome.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he's going to make America great again.
Yeah.
You know, President Trump has
Leave the
grandchildren
kids out of
probably
it,
around
y'all.
your age, and he loves to play golf with them. He loves to hang out with them. He's just a really cool guy, isn't he?
Yes.
Now, where are you girls from?
Charlotte.
Oh, so you're right here. So, well, thank
Don't
you for
tell-
welcoming
don't
all of
ask
us
the
into
little
your
girls
home.
where they're
It's so
from,
nice to be in
idiot.
Charlotte. What a beautiful city to live in. What grade are you girls going into?
4th.
4th grade.
5th.
And you're going into 5th grade?
Stop it.
Those are fun years, I'll tell you what. And I hope that you'll be able to say proudly to all your friends that you got to see the President of the United States, from the 45th President and possibly the 47th President of the United States, in person. Isn't that exciting?
Uh-huh.
Well, thank you so much for saying hello to our audience. You're both beautiful. I hope you have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for talking to me.
Tweedledee,
so great
what's
to
up?
meet you both. Adorable.
Oh boy, that's
I
what
love
it's
the
all
wardrobe.
about. Nikki, great interview with fourth grade patriots here in.
I've gone to 3 Trump rallies, but yeah, I don't think I'd take little kids to them post shooting. Just saying. I took my son to a Bush rally back in, God, that had to be like, oh, I don't even know what year. After 9/11. But yeah, that was fucked up. Look at this guy.
Walk of life and give you a kind of perspective of why people come from everywhere to be a part of this movement to make America great again.
Oh, exactly. And I was just speaking with a vendor. He says he's a little camera shy, but a former Democrat. It's right
Okay.
behind me.
Okay.
And he talked about Donald Trump just being a businessman.
Yeah.
And how he created a business of being a vendor right out of this and doing very well with it. But he actually had some interesting topics to pull up. I'll try to change his mind to get back on camera. But he said a lot about, look at the family values of President Trump versus that of President Biden. And I'll
Yes.
kind of leave it at that because we had a nice conversation. Some people out here,
yeah.
you know, they're a little camera shy. They're not as brave as our
young
fourth
ladies,
graders, or the
yeah.
young ladies who jumped on in there. But we want to
Look,
bring
these
you the
girls
coverage.
have the new
Yeah.
shirts,
We
which
have some
I want to get
twins.
them over here. Can you girls come here for 1 second? I want to show. Well, if we can just show the shirts. You guys got in on the beginning of the new shirts. This is impressive. This was only not even 2 weeks ago. What, did you get it? Did you just get these this week?
I just got it walking in.
Well, what is your name?
Mitch.
Midge. It is so nice to meet you, Midge. I'm Nikki. What's your name?
Kelly.
What is it?
Kelly.
Helly? Kelly. Oh, with a K. Kelly with a K. Are you both from North
She
Carolina?
said Helly?
Yes. What a beautiful city, by the way. I love being here with all of you.
These people
Bobby and
are
I here
so
from
bizarre.
RSBN Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're live right now. We are on YouTube. We are on Rumble. We are all over. And
Have you noticed that the Trumpers, these kind of Trumpers, always have this weird gleam in their eye? Have you noticed that? They always have this crazy ass gleam in their eye. It's just weird. They all have it.
we share the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Is this your first rally?
It is my first rally. Yeah.
So tell me what it is that made you say, I'm coming out in the middle of the week. It is a hot day. I do not care. I want to be there to support this president. Tell me why.
She invited me. We are both Trump supporters all the way. So
how does it make you feel to see all the things that are going on? We all united around President Trump just a couple weeks ago, and now this week, so much chaos in the Democratic Party going on, a transfer of power, if you will, that we're seeing. How does that make you feel?
sad.
Look at this guy.
heartbroken.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Look
And I
at
know
this.
not,
These people are off their damn rocker. Look
what
at
do you
this guy.
think will happen?
Look at this guy.
And as we continue to see this campaign with Kamala Harris moving forward.
Right here. I'm voting for a convicted felon. And it's got 2 middle fingers up. The cult sheet. No, I don't mean patriotism. Patriotism's great. But look at this guy with his shirt. God. This is why people don't take it seriously. It's kind of... Woo.
I don't know. I just think it gives Trump more power. I really do.
You know what? And that's a really interesting thing because I haven't heard anybody say it, but I believe that too. I think seeing somebody that's weak is going to bring up why he is so strong.
Yeah, right. Absolutely.
That's what I think too. I hope that you have the most memorable, wonderful, happy day today. Thank you for being here and talking to me. Great to meet you both. Thank you. Have a blessed day.
Doug.
So much fun.
Kind of over this way a little bit,
let's
maybe
look
get
this
out
side.
of the traffic jam
Sure.
a little bit here. You can see as people are coming in, getting to the back of the line here at the MAGA rally upcoming, the Bojangles Coliseum. We're right outside of here. Some gentlemen telling
Bojangles
me
Coliseum.
from New York. They actually came here to play hockey back in the day initially. So you can see the line here, and of course the vendors out here. Some beautiful merchandise. And this wonderful gentleman I was speaking to earlier.
Trump Vance,
Absolutely.
justice is coming. I love
Right.
this.
Absolutely.
This is the best. I love it.
Yes, sir.
Oh
And
my
Josh here, real quick. I know you're saying camera shy, but how long have you been doing this?
With the sleeves ripped off.
About 4 years, maybe about 4 years.
Oh, that's fantastic. And what's your favorite thing about being out at the MAGA rallies?
Man, just being around the people. Proving everybody that it's not as bad as everybody think it is.
That's right.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time. Absolutely.
I
of
love
course,
hearing
great
that.
business options and
Melissa
great hats
B
to buy.
has
I
just
kinda
donated
We might have to come back and do some shopping.
Thank you,
And
Melissa.
now that I'm losing hair, I might have to, wear one of these to put my wig on again. But
These are amazing.
we got a lot of awesome merchandise with the Trump.
Okay, so forever I will think of that guy that saw the sniper on the roof with his Trump hair visor. Thank you so much, Melissa B, for being a member for 30 months. 30 whole months. That's crazy. Thank you. Oh, I'm telling you, they are pumped. They are pumped. Look at her.
Advance ticket, 2024 Republican ticket for President and Vice President of the United States. And who's excited about seeing Donald
Anyone?
Trump?
Okay, I think just once, because I know President Trump often watches from his Trump Force One. If we could all just say, make America great together.
Thank
Make
you,
America
Melissa,
great
for your
again. On
donation.
the count of three. Ready? So in case he's watching. 1, 2, 3.
Make America great again.
Yes.
There you have it, my friends.
Yes, thank you all
Fantastic.
so much.
Excellent.
Listen, this is what it's about. It's about coming to Charlotte, North Carolina, seeing these proud, beautiful patriots all the way up and down the line, and everybody waiting online because it's that important for them to support.
You know they had to put him on the spot because he's black. That's why.
Donald J. Trump, right? Is that how you feel?
Exactly. Yes, ma'am.
Are you from this area?
From Charlotte.
He's got his collar popped and everything. Tommy Hilfiger, collar popped. Pops thinks that he's, in style. Come on.
Well, thank you for welcoming us into your beautiful city. And tell me, is this your first rally?
Ray-Bans?
Yes.
Okay. So this is going to be exciting. Tell me, what are some of the things that you're looking forward to hearing President Trump talk about?
I don't know. I just know about it as a man. He's a master negotiator, and we need that at this point in time. I cannot see Kamala Harris having the ability to sit here and negotiate with world leaders, where Donald Trump, that's right in his wheelhouse.
Well said. Thank you for that, sir.
It's right in his wheelhouse. Oh, man. We need a sleeveless J for J shirt, or we can just rip them off. That says America. Make America great again. Thank you. Thank you, Melissa, for sending me the PayPal donation. I appreciate you. That was really nice of you. Oh, my gosh.
Thank you so much. You're absolutely right. That is exactly what so many people are saying today is how in the
Well,
world.
we're waiting not only for lunch, but we're waiting for the whoever Israeli president to get there.
Is Kamala Harris going to navigate that world of negotiation, that business world, that
Oh, I'm
dealing
sure
with
he's
world
loaded.
leaders, her foreign policy? We've already seen how she's handled the border. We don't know what's going to happen over the next couple of weeks. We don't even know if she is going to be the nominee at this point, for that matter. But we do know that there are a lot of people rallying around her, but there are a whole lot more people rallying around President Trump, and that's what matters today. Is seeing all of these proud patriots.
Look at the guy.
Are you a first time?
Did you see? Oh, this lady's going to be great. Did you see the guy in the short shorts? Who wears short shorts?
Rally goer, or is this not your first? I have a feeling it's not your first.
No, we're into this. Yeah.
Ain't your first rodeo, girl.
Right, it isn't. But
Geez, you guys out here all the time doing this? Woo! Yes, yes. Hi. Well, we're proud to do it. We're proud to share these moments with all of you. Thank you, by the way, for the fanning. It feels good. It feels good. Tell me really quickly, what is it about President Trump that has really inspired you so much to follow him and be a proud patriot and loyalty?
Way back in 2015, I believe it was, he was on every Monday morning on Fox News, and he talked about China. I've never heard anybody talk about China the way this guy did, and it was like, that really resonates with me. So love him, love him, love him.
I'm sure he loves you too if he's.
Hold on, this is what got her. This is what made her a Trump fan. Listen close. This is wonderful. I saw him on TV every morning. He talked about China.
We're into this. Yeah.
Ain't your first rodeo, girl.
Right, it isn't. But geez, you guys out here all the time doing this? Woo!
Yes, yes.
Hi.
Well, we're proud to do it. We're proud to share these moments with all of you. Thank you, by the way, for the fanning. It feels good. It feels good. Tell me really quickly, what is it about President Trump that has really inspired you so much to follow him and be a proud patriot and loyalty?
Way back in 2015, I believe it was, he was on every Monday morning on Fox News, and he talked about China. I'd never heard anybody talk about China the way this guy did, and it was like, that really resonates with me. So love him, love him, love him.
Well, I'm sure he loves you too. If he's watching right now, I'm sure he's happy to see you. So thank you for that. Yeah, that's another thing. That's a really good point, is that he talks about the things that other people don't.
Look at the guy in the short shorts. Look at his Trump shirt. He's got the sleeves cut off. Oh, shit.
Talk about, and he's not afraid to do what it takes to fight for an America First agenda, so that we are always put first. And by the way, that does not mean that he doesn't respect.
I think the guy behind her is waiting for his turn on the mic to interview people. Look is that Stacey Wondra in the background? This is in North Carolina, guys.
Respect or love or appreciate other world leaders in other countries? Of course he does. His own parents were from another country. His own wife is from another country. But the problem is people label him and they title things in a way because they're uninformed versus recognizing
he's like,
he's
this
just
bitch never
looking for
shuts
law
up.
and order. If you do things lawfully, that's fine. It's doing it illegally that's the problem.
Oh, exactly. And that's what you hear that from a lot of legal immigrants who've come here, first-generation Americans who just want people to follow the law, do it the right way, and have incentivize legality. But I was actually just speaking to these excellent Gen Z.
Fun.
Part of the series today of
Hey,
Gen
guys.
Z is Gen Free, recent high school graduates going into college. Gentlemen, can you share your names and where
Here we
you're
go.
from and the excitement you have over your first MAGA rally?
Yes, it is. It is our first MAGA rally. I'm super pumped. I actually just found out yesterday that I was coming here, so he called me. He was like, man, you want to go? I said, absolutely. So I'm super pumped to be here. Never been more excited. So.
And what's it like in North Carolina amongst your friends? Are there MAGA supporters? I believe you're first-time voters. Will they be going out and supporting Donald Trump or voting, not voting? What will they be doing this fall?
They will be voting for President Trump this year.
We all just recently turned 18, so it's definitely a big deal. I mean, our whole lives we've been looking up like, man, voting, and now here we are. It's just like this came out of nowhere, so we're pumped. But pretty much all of our friends they're MAGA voters.
Oh, that's exciting. So what inspired you most to come today to the MAGA rally?
Well, when Trump actually got the shot out of him, me and my boss were watching it live when it happened. And so a couple days later, I seen the Trump rally here in Charlotte, and I was like, I have to go to that. Come on now. I have to go to that. So that's what inspired me to come here today.
That's really neat. And
Wait,
what
Bobby,
are you
can you
most
ask
excited
him about that chain? But
Oh, yeah,
I
it is
can't
pretty
stop
neat.
staring.
It's like a baseball card of some sort there. Yeah.
This is my Donald Trump Pokemon card that I found, and I couldn't pass it up, and I went ahead and put it on a chain.
That's pretty fantastic. So where'd you find that?
A little local shop we have down in Mooresville, North Carolina. It's an antique mall, but they sell a bunch of all kinds of stuff there.
Wow, so you have the Donald Trump Pokemon
flea
card
market.
now.
That's going to be worth a lot of
And
money.
these Gen Z, Gen Free students. So are you taking this MAGA movement into college?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'll carry
Yes,
on
this is live.
as far as I can go with it.
I love that too. So how is that going to affect your studies, do you think?
Should help my studies, actually. I'm hoping to learn more about politics and get more into
get more into politics, actually.
I love it. Some brave patriots today outside of the Bojangles Coliseum here in Charlotte, North Carolina. Gentlemen, thank you for your time, and have fun at your first MAGA rally. Absolutely, we'll see you.
Enjoy.
We'll see you at future
so
one.
good to meet you
Absolutely.
guys.
Fantastic.
And don't forget, you can check out your own interview. You can go back on YouTube at RSBN. Just look at the RSBN page. You can watch it back. It'll be there. So good to see you guys today. Thank you. Enjoy it.
And Nikki, isn't it cool? Just you as well, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. God bless you.
Isn't it interesting just the amount of different ages
Yes.
that come to events
I
like
love
this? You know, teenagers to young adults.
Seniors.
You have the seniors who come on out and wait, many hours to get in and see what really is like a rock concert, these MAGA
really
rallies.
is.
And we've been to countless ones now, but every time we enjoy it, we enjoy what's President Trump going to talk about.
That's it.
And it is where he seems to be most energized.
Oh, he's fueled.
Oh, exactly.
He's
Where
like
he
putting
wants to.
gasoline in a car when he's around a crowd.
Oh, no question. I think it's really a beautiful moment between their president, the American people, an engaging, fun day that they'll clearly take a day off of work or a day off of school on a Wednesday.
Stop it. Look at this book. The Kid's Guide to President Trump. This I don't like. We do not. What? The Kid's Guide to President Trump. Free. Learn Trump's achievements and vision for the USA. Plus 2 bonus gifts. That will be a collector's item someday. Just pay shipping and handling with this offer. See website for details. Go to freetrumpbook.com. Let's see what this is. freetrumpbook.com. What? The best way. Mike Huckabee. Here's everything you get with this bundle. The Kid's Guide to President Trump. The Kid's Guide to the Presidential Election. Access to patriotic benefits from the 1776 Kids Club. Give your kids a peek inside the Trump presidency. The 1776 Kids Club. Okay.
In the hot summertime here in Charlotte, North Carolina, to enjoy remarks by President Donald John Trump.
You know what's interesting? You know how we were talking earlier about the attempted assassination in Butler, and I was telling you how I was so wowed by the fact that the crowd never left because they just want to make sure he was okay.
Right.
I can tell you, I said to Vanessa, I wonder if
Vanessa.
Like what's, he's in the middle of this. Like he's doing his, he's in his own mind right now. He needs to be okay. He wants to champion for us. He puts his hands up. He makes sure that we know he's okay. But I wonder if it really resonated with him that nobody left. And then when he talked about it at the RNC and then in a few interviews to follow, I thought, my goodness, he really did notice that nobody wanted to leave his side until they knew he was okay. And that says so much for his awareness of this group of people.
Oh, absolutely. There's no question.
And you can hear they're all cheering over there. We'll walk back over there in a few moments.
Right.
There's so much going on every side of the line.
Sir, this gentleman, Nikki, was actually hoping to talk policy with us. What's your name,
please
sir?
do.
Jeremy Bottoms.
Jeremy Bottoms, are you from North Carolina?
I'm from Winston-Salem, North Carolina.
Fantastic.
Oh, who's this guy?
Why are you here today for the MAGA rally outside of Bojangles
He just walked up out of
Coliseum?
nowhere,
I
planned.
think that after a couple Saturdays ago's events, I think we could all agree that we're tired of the division. We're tired of, people being at each other's throats. I think we want a message of unity.
This guy just came up out of nowhere with the unity agenda. Come on now. Do you guys think that this is planned right here?
I think as a country, we got to come together and start to have a heart for policy, and policy that's beneficial for not just for me, but for you and your family and everybody's family in America.
And what specifically is that for you that you're passionate about?
As far as policy is concerned, I think one of the bigger things is we got to start to reward people based off their merits, right? You see everybody in the course of business. The
Plain
more
white
successful you are,
tea.
the more merit that you provide for a company, the more that you're promoted. So we should have that same attitude towards people in government. The better that you are, the more that you should be able to provide that merit and talk about your policy, the things you've accomplished. So when it comes to Trump, obviously he had the best economy in the world. We could all talk about that. We could talk about the things that's occurred in the last 4 years. But one of the things I'm most focused on is how he's going to be able to do a job of talking about our national debt. Because that national debt's going to cause countries to dump our currency like crazy.
Is he talking?
Our
This is
country's
normal.
currency is so valuable around the world because countries still buy our debt. The moment they stop buying our debt, we're screwed as a country.
This guy hasn't even breathed. He hasn't taken a breath. He's still going. What the heck? And this is normal speed. he was lining them up as she was rambling. So he's had a lot of time to think. Jerry Bottoms.
So as long as our national debt is taken care of and our future is secured, we have the opportunity to continue to expand our economy, grow our families, and be successful in all walks of life.
Well, very well said, because we actually, one of our great sponsors, Birch Gold, we talk a lot about that change in American foreign policy from the gold standard to the petrodollar, and now that's failing with the BRIC nations, Saudi Arabia trading with the BRIC nations. It's a devaluing of our currency. So are you in the private sector or public sector?
I'd say I'm in the finance sector, but I'm a small business owner as well.
Wonderful. And how long have you been involved in politics?
I've not been involved in politics ever, but I think 2016 was my 21st birthday. November the 8th, 2016 was my 21st birthday, so I got to see the first election of Donald Trump firsthand in Greensboro, North Carolina. But after that moment, I saw the way that the media just did not like him because he's not a part of the same system that they're from.
Oh,
you know, if we
geez.
look at the way that our country views a lot of their politics, it comes from the scope of Washington, D.C., not from the scope of small
What are they
America or outside
feeding
of DC.
these people?
If you're outside of that beltway, you have no assimilation whatsoever with the people who talk on all these major networks. So the families they come from, the things they deal with, it's completely separate. So for me, my assimilation over the last several years is seeing how people like my father and my mother have struggled. And everybody across the board, family members, neighbors, business owners, across the board, people have lost their jobs. You know, there's been so many terrible policies that's forced people like myself out of the public sector or private sector, unintentionally or unintentionally, for things that are just completely detrimental to the future of our society.
And speaking on that topic,
Dude,
14
he is
million
on normal
people
speed.
voted for Joe Biden in the Democrat primary. They're now being disparaged. Do you feel that the White House concealed information that we may have known, given the horrible debate that took place between President Trump and President Biden? President Trump clearly being on fire on that debate, doing so well, and President Biden seemingly not knowing where he was. How do you feel about the DNC, as you're talking big media, big tech, the oligarchs, really choosing someone else? Do you think it'll be Kamala Harris, or do you think they'll put someone else at the top of the ticket?
They've already chosen Kamala, and they're tipping their hand on what they want this election to be. They want to be hateful rhetoric. They want it to be violent. They want to be talking about abortion because she is a woman, right? So she wants to be able to pull that portion of the voting block into her.
Who is this dude?
Raise the campaign dollars so she can make this election competitive. I don't think it's going to be competitive, though, because if you look at her stances compared to Joe Biden, she's further to the left than Joe Biden ever was. Whether they're talking about abolishing ICE or defunding the police, the list goes on and on. She's not that much of a Democrat in terms of the old Democrats of old, like JFK, or even Joe Biden in the 1990s. She's far to the left, and she assimilates more with people like AOC.
Well, sir, thank you for your time. Well articulated.
What a fabulous
policy.
interview.
And, of course, you can go back and watch us.
What
and,
a
get a clip of it.
fabulous
So thank you so much,
interview.
Jeremy. God bless you. Absolutely.
You
as
are
well.
fantastic.
How are you? Good to see you.
Oh, my God.
That was one of my favorite interviews. I mean, what an educated and informed man he is. And such great points, great questions. Bobby.
Come
I
on,
mean,
lady.
That's something that we love to see, because this is what we've been talking about all season, is getting informed. That's an informed voter. That's what we mean. Understand the policies, understand what's happening on both sides so that you can make that informed decision and say to yourself, what will make America great again? You can say that even if you're a Democrat. You can say, we want to make America great again. That's a
Oh my God. Look at look at the guy coming up with the hat and the t-shirt. Look. Fight, 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 Trump 2024.
staple conversation.
Well, and it's not selfish to care about your own future.
Not at all.
Just not only stay informed on politics and policy, because he wasn't in politics before.
That's
now he's
right.
involved, but a great organization and a great sponsor of ours is Tax Network USA. Go to tnusa.com/RSBN, and that's where you can find to save.
Let's skip forward.
And what she says about President Trump, that's what she is. And that's what I see. And
projecting, right? A lot
of it is, definitely. But I hope that
they're on lunch,
they'll
Widow.
open their eyes and see that he's the best for our country. And I liken him to, I always tell people a biblical reference. I said, he's our Esther. And I tell them, all the haters, they have the Haman spirit.
I love it.
And remember what happened to him. So beware.
He's our Esther.
And, he's fighting for us, and I believe that, he cares. And, I'm just so grateful just to be here to represent, what I believe and what I stand
Okay.
for. I love our military. He's a veteran of 22 years. He's been to Iraq twice.
Talk about a fighter, right?
Yes. So we like that. We need a strong leader.
And we have a vice president who would be an ex-military, which is wonderful as well, a veteran.
Yes, that's awesome.
I appreciate you both so much. This has been a wonderful interview. Thank you so much. You are fighters, and we appreciate you very much. Stay cool out here. Stay hydrated. It's a hot one.
He's got
I
a
know,
championship
but we appreciate
belt.
you. We're going to be going to a commercial break, guys, but we're going to be back with all the action right here from
Absolutely.
Charlotte, North Carolina.
Oh my goodness. What's the commercial? My Pillow? Yep, My Pillow, y'all.
Individual needs regardless of your sleep position. It helps keep your neck aligned and holds its shape all night long so you get the...
I cannot. So they are at lunch. It's 2:00 in the afternoon and they are still at lunch. I don't know when they're coming back. They didn't tell us. So we were just people watching while we wait. I don't know when they're even going to be back because they said they were waiting for this prime minister to be done. See, everybody's just waiting. Biden to address the nation on race dropout. Yeah, we knew that. That's coming up tonight at 8 Eastern. We've got this about to start. This ought to be a good shit show. They're late. They're 6 minutes late. I know My Pillow. I actually liked My Pillow. What's the age limit for that club? I don't know. I think the parents have to do it. What was it? What was the website? Let's see. Kids Guide. Let's see what they want from you when you... They want your email. So the Kids Guide costs $2. And there's no age. They just need your email. And then probably your... Order now and we'll send your family the Kids Guide. $2. The prime minister is about to start. How long are they going to talk? I wonder. Here we go.
Members of Congress, I now have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you His Excellency Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel. Thank you.
I can't believe they're interrupting. I can't believe they had to interrupt for this. Is this the same building that they were holding that meeting in? Or no?
Thank you. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, Senator Ben Cardin, Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, Senators, members of Congress, distinguished guests. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me the profound honor of addressing this great citadel of democracy for the fourth time.
Okay, so what's happening now is they stopped this meeting, they had lunch, and then they're waiting for this to be over to conclude. Okay?
In the Middle East, Iran's axis of terror confronts America, Israel, and our Arab friends. This is not a clash of civilizations. It's a clash between barbarism and civilization.
We interrupt this hearing for our regularly scheduled programming.
Between those who glorify death and those who sanctify life.
I can't listen to this guy, but we will keep an eye, because when this is over, Benjamin Netanyahu's visit to Washington. Let's see what this news thing says.
This news of Biden exiting the presidential race is overshadowing a major meeting in D.C. this week. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu just arrived in D.C. about 2 hours ago. He plans to speak to Congress and sit down with Biden and Harris.
Of course, this comes at a time when Netanyahu is facing ongoing pressure to strike a deal to free hostages in exchange for a ceasefire in Gaza. Our Matthew Torres live at the Watergate Hotel. That's where protests have been popping up. Matthew.
Hey, Adam, the crowd here has gotten larger since the last time we saw you guys at 5 o'clock, knowing Benjamin Netanyahu is going to be here, sparked this protest from pro-Palestinian supporters outside of the Watergate Hotel, where we are seeing increased security, including more police officers, as well as this fencing here. With ongoing protests, including Netanyahu's visit here in D.C., on top of President Joe Biden dropping out of this presidential race, this week could play a pivotal moment in the future of U.S.-Israel relations.
On the wrong side of history.
There's been no ceasing in protests against Israel's military offensive in Gaza. With Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in D.C. this week, Hazami Barmada plans to join many other protesters outside the Capitol Wednesday, when he's expected to address Congress, after House Republican leaders sent him the invitation.
It's demoralizing, it's appalling, it's disgraceful. We need to be talking about a complete change in the relationship, arms embargo, sanctions on Israel.
Calls for a ceasefire intensified throughout the month since the Israel-Hamas war, including from Israeli people demanding a deal so hostages can return home. But Netanyahu's visit is overshadowed by President Joe Biden's decision to drop out of the race, likely forcing a change in his approach.
I would say, Mr. Prime Minister, please keep Israel a bipartisan matter in the United States.
Ron Halber of the Jewish Community Relations Council of Greater Washington says Netanyahu is reaching a point where he must make a decision on accepting a ceasefire or perhaps the collapse of his government, as he plans to sit with Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris this week.
In the last 6 months, I would expect an unhindered president who doesn't have to worry about re-election flexing his muscles and his priorities. So I think the Prime Minister is going to come under pressure, both from the United States externally and from the Israeli people internally to come to a ceasefire agreement.
Prior to flying to the U.S., Netanyahu assured how Israel will remain a key ally, but he's accused of prolonging the war to his benefit. But now that Harris is endorsed as the next presidential nominee,
this makes Netanyahu's job a little more confusing. He doesn't know Kamala Harris the way he knows Joe Biden.
I do believe that if Kamala Harris becomes the president of the United States, she will continue to be a strong supporter of the U.S.-Israel relationship.
She's mute about a lot of things and what she feels about them, so I don't know who I'm getting.
Back out here live because of Netanyahu's visit. On top of that, increased security. We also have a bunch of road closures around this area, so make sure to keep that in mind. We have information on the closures on WSA9.com.
Meanwhile, we just had an attempted assassination on our president. We stopped for this. I can't. Let's go up to real time here. Who's that?
On the morning of October 7th, the entire world saw Noah's look of desperation as she was violently abducted to Gaza on the back of a motorcycle. I met Noah's mother, Leora, a few months ago. She was dying of cancer. She said to me, Prime Minister,
I don't know anything about Seth's live with Mr. Petito. I don't know anything about it. Nothing. I guess we'll have to wait.
Yeah, so
We were in Philly.
This is
actually,
more
recently
entertaining
for
to
his
me.
Rally. Were you at the? Is this your first rally, or were you in Philly?
my second rally. I've been to two. One up at Wilmington. Okay. Yeah.
Another plain
Tell
white
me,
tee.
what is it about President Trump that has kept you so loyal and that brings you to another rally today?
Well, I think that what he kind of encapsulates is he knows the American
Encapsulates.
people. You know, he knows what we want. We're simple people, right? We care about strong borders. We care about a good economy. And those are the things that we, trust in Donald Trump. I mean, look at the guy. This guy is the first guy to get elected who's never ran for office, was never a general, never in the military, never anything like that, and he won. And the reason why he won, right, that doesn't just happen, right? It's because he knows the American people. And he knows what we want, and
it doesn't just happen. Sometimes
you see what happened in the assassination. I mean, what guy stands up after he gets shot in the ear and is like, fight, fight, fight? Like that's what being an American is about. Being courageous, being brave. That's what founded this country. We're an immigrant nation. You had to come in here, and we believe in immigration legally. We believe in that, but that's just what he stands for, and that's why I support him. I mean, very courageous what he's done, and he's got my support.
Well, we're glad he does. What a great answer, by the way. And I know that President Trump does watch RSBN, so if he happens to be watching right now, if he's coming in on the motorcade or if he's flying in right now, we're not sure. But I know he watches us. He loves to see the supporters.
Oh, Lord,
and I think
have
what
mercy.
You said really speaks to him, because it is that fighting spirit. It's that businessman. It's that New Yorker. It's that a family of immigrants that he comes from. So it really goes to show everything you said is so true. And so last question before I let you go, how are you feeling about what's going on with Kamala Harris right now and being basically coronated into this position that nobody voted for? Talk about a threat to democracy.
Yeah, I think the Democrats would be smart if they made it a competitive primary, because
what's with all these plain white tees with all of the advice?
She was a first-term senator. You need somebody with experience, right? You need somebody. I think that's what the tough thing with Obama was. He didn't have that experience in the Senate. One thing I'll give Joe Biden credit for is he did have senatorial experience, but I think the Democrats would be very smart if they made that primary competitive, and don't just give it to somebody who is unelected just because she's vice president.
Look at that lady's bling hat.
I think they should go for the best candidate, keep it competitive. Why not?
Well, I couldn't agree with you more, and I also believe in my heart and my soul that America is going to vote with their hearts right now, and then we're going to see a 47 coming soon. Like you said, he'll be...
Elon Musk is there. What? Is that a joke?
Hostages, and for his efforts to the hostage families as well. I thank President Biden for his heartfelt support for Israel after the savage attack on October 7th. He rightly called Hamas sheer evil. He dispatched 2 aircraft carriers to the Middle East to deter a wider war. And he came to Israel to stand with us during our darkest hour, a visit that will never be forgotten. President Biden and I have known each other for over 40 years. I want to thank him for half a century of friendship to Israel and for being, as he says, a proud Zionist.
I know. How long is he going to talk, Bob?
American Zionist. My friends, for more than 9 months, Israel's soldiers have shown boundless courage. With us today, is Lieutenant Avichai Reuven.
The fuck?
Avichai is an officer in the Israeli paratroopers. His family immigrated to Israel from Ethiopia. In the early hours of October 7th,
What happened?
Avichai heard the news of Hamas's bloody rampage. He put on his uniform, grabbed his rifle, but he didn't have a car.
Come on.
So he ran 8 miles to the front lines of Gaza to defend his people.
Stop it. Look at how many pages he has. He ran 8 miles. Look at him. He's like, yeah, they're making me stand here and take credit for this, and I'm really fucking uncomfortable right now. Did you see all his pages? He doesn't understand a thing they just said.
You heard that right. He ran 8 miles, came to the front lines, killed many terrorists, and saved many, many lives. Avichai, we all honor your remarkable heroism. Another Israeli is with us here today, and he's stand up right next to Avichai. This is Master Sergeant Ashraf al-Bakhiri. Ashraf is a veteran soldier from the Israeli Muslim community of Raat. On October 7th, Ashraf, too, killed many terrorists. First, he defended his comrades in the military base, and he then rushed to defend the neighboring communities, including the devastated community of Kibbutz Be'eri. Like Ashraf, the Muslim soldiers of the IDF fought alongside their Jewish, Druze, Christian, and other comrades in arms with tremendous bravery.
I just can't believe we've been put on hold like this in the middle of the hearing.
A third hero, Lieutenant Asa Sofer, is also here with us.
Oh, look, he lost his hand.
Asa fought as an officer in the Tank Corps, and he was wounded in battle. He was wounded in battle while protecting his fellow soldiers from a grenade. He lost his right arm and the vision in his left eye. He's recovering, and incredibly,
For this, Allie, I know.
in a short time, Asa will soon return to active duty as a commander of a tank company.
In the name of Jesus, Father God, Lord.
Streamlabs.
I just learned there is a fourth hero here, Lieutenant Jonathan.
I just heard there's a fourth hero here. I'll be right back,
Gaza and
guys.
continued to fight. My friends, these are the soldiers of Israel, unbowed, undaunted, unafraid. As the Bible says, Am kelavi yakum. They shall rise like lions. They have risen like lions. The lions of Judah, the lions of Israel. Ladies and gentlemen, the men and women of the IDF come from every corner of Israeli society, every ethnicity, every color, every creed, left and right, religious and secular. All are imbued with the indomitable spirit of the Maccabees, the legendary Jewish warriors of antiquity. With us today is Yechiel Leiter, the father of one of those Maccabees. Yechiel's father escaped the Holocaust and found refuge in America. As a young man, Yechiel moved to Israel and raised a family of 8 children. He named his eldest son, Moshe, after his late father. Moshe became an exemplary officer in one of our elite commando units. He served with distinction for 2 decades while raising 6 beautiful children of his own. On October 7th, Moshe volunteered to return to combat. 4 weeks later, he was killed when a booby-trapped mine exploded in a tunnel shaft right next to a mosque. At his son's funeral, Yechiel said this: "If the state of Israel had not been established after the Holocaust, the image engraved in our collective memory would have been the photograph of that helpless Jewish boy in the Warsaw Ghetto holding his hands up in the air with Nazi rifles pointed at him. But because of the birth of Israel," Yechiel continued, "because of the courage of soldiers like my son Moshe, the Jewish people are no longer helpless in the face of our enemies."
Mama, I love you, puppy.
Yechiel, please rise so we can honor your son's sacrifice. And I pledge to you and to all the bereaved families of Israel, some of whom are in this hall today, the sacrifice of your loved ones will not be in vain. It will not be in vain because for Israel, never again must never be an empty promise. It must always remain a sacred vow. And after October 7th, never again is now. My friends, defeating our brutal enemies requires both courage and clarity. Clarity begins by knowing the difference between good and evil. Yet incredibly, many anti-Israel protesters, many choose to stand with evil. They stand with Hamas. They stand with rapists and murderers. They stand with people who came into the kibbutzim, into a home. The parents hid the children, the 2 babies, in the attic, in a secret attic. They murdered the families, the parents. They find the secret latch to the hidden attic, and then they murder the babies. These protesters stand with them. They should be ashamed of themselves.
Good God, why don't they sit down? What is going on here?
They refuse to make the simple distinction between those who target terrorists and those who target civilians, between the democratic state of Israel and the terrorist thugs of Hamas. We recently learned from the National Security Director, U.S. Director of National Intelligence, that Iran is funding and promoting anti-Israel protests in America. They want to disrupt America. So these protesters burn American flags even on the 4th of July. And I wish to salute the fraternity brothers at the University of North Carolina who protected the American flag,
Y'all, I don't want to listen to him. Do you guys want to continue listening to this? Because I don't really even know what's going on with this. I'm going to be honest. A lot of you are pissed off. I don't know if you want me to turn it or if you want to see what this is about. Let me know. I'm watching chat.
For all we know, Iran is funding the anti-Israel protests that are going on right now outside this building. Not that many, but they're there, and throughout the city. Well, I have a message for these protesters. When the tyrants of Tehran,
Paula Abdul,
who hang gays from cranes and murder women for not covering their hair, are praising, promoting, and funding you, you have officially become Iran's useful idiots.
Yeah, I don't like the agenda either. I'm not really interested in spreading his agenda. Can you guys let me know when this is over? If I don't realize, here's a press conference from Pinellas County.
To help
What is
stop
this?
problem in our community.
Drug operation and dogfighting ring.
The lawmakers and Governor DeSantis and the cabinet are truly, truly working for law enforcement community. They want to see this stuff stopped. And I'm honored to be here with these great leaders here that you have in your county. And I will support you, Sheriff and Chief, and all the other chiefs here in this Pinellas County. If we got it, and I know we got more cases running. So I just want to say there's more to come, more to follow. And you'll see that all across the state this remaining year. So thank you, Sheriff.
Shan, I agree. It doesn't seem right for the hearing to be
If
stopped.
anybody has any questions for me or Chief Holloway or Commissioner Glass?
That's my sheriff right there.
I don't pretend to understand the macroeconomics of the global drug trade, but when you say the price is too low right now, it means to me that either the demand is low or the supply is too high, and that so are drug cartels producing too much drugs, and how is that?
Yeah, the supply into the local sales?
Thanks for summing it up,
the
Regina.
supply is too high.
I understand that.
The demand is high, but the supply is even higher, okay, and greater. So there's so much of it out there, and you know, it's just like anything else. When you see the price go up, it means that it is scarce or scarcer, and it's harder to get, and there's much more competition out there for it. But you're just seeing floods of it, and it is. We're talking today about kilograms of cocaine.
I do have an update on Santa, Bob. I didn't know you followed me like that. Let me give you the Santa update. I just looked up his docket the other day, actually. So Santa, if you guys don't know, he was arrested around the time of Stephen Stearns. So I'm just going to read the update really fast. They granted him a continuance, and then he asked for another one. And they said the court determines from the time from today until and including September 30th, 2024, shall be excludable time. Jury trial is set for September 3rd, 2024 at 9 a.m. in Orlando Courtroom 4B before Judge Paul G. Byron. A status conference is set for 8/19/24 at 4 p.m. in Orlando Courtroom 4B before Judge Paul G. Byron. This was rendered in open court on 7/15/24 and entered on the 16th. So he got a continuance until September 30th, 2024. His attorney is, I don't have it on here. I can't remember. I think it's Kelly, last name Kelly. Or maybe that's Stephen Stearns. I don't know offhand. But yeah, so that's set for September. That is the update on James Cox, a.k.a. Santa. I would love to go to the trial. I don't know if I'm going to be able to because it's in Orlando. They said it's going to be a 3-day trial, a 3-hour tour, a 3-day trial for Santa. And it's in federal court, so there's definitely not going to be any cameras. So let's see if the interviews are still going on.
Again, right? Low corporate taxes.
Jay's Bureau of Investigators.
The only corporations that I have any problem with are the ones that are the woke corporations, right?
I don't know what you guys won't watch until then. Vienna sausage vandalism? How long is this dude going to talk, you guys? This is ridiculous. Search warrant reveals disturbing details of 12-year-old's murder. Have you guys seen that?
Tonight, we are learning disturbing new details about the death of 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungaray. 2 Venezuelan nationals are charged with murdering the young girl and dumping her body in a North Houston bayou. Stephen Goen has been going through a new search warrant we obtained tonight. Stephen, what have you learned?
Police actually filed this search warrant in an effort to get more information about one of these suspects' cell phone records. But there was additional information that may give us a better understanding of what happened the night Jocelyn Nungaray was killed. We have to warn you, some of the details here are graphic. This 13-page search warrant describes the contrasting interviews that Franklin Pena and Johan Martinez Rangel had with Houston police in the hours following their arrest on June 20th. Just a few days earlier, on June 16th, the 2 men...
I thought we already knew this. The update on Sodto. Oh, you guys... Oh, yeah, let me show you those videos. So the sheriff, if you guys remember, the sheriff of Osceola County, he was part of the search efforts looking for Madeline Sodto. And he leaked this crime scene photo of her body. And now the Florida Attorney General is calling out an investigation. Take a look. We're going to go over this tomorrow morning.
So, Mike, the state attorney is now questioning the sheriff's truth.
24 hours after the discovery of Madeline Sodto's body, a disturbing photo that was confidential leaked from the
Osceola County Sheriff is responding to community outrage linked to Madeline's case. He shared a photo on social media of what appears to be a body in a wooded area. Says it was all an act.
To note that Osceola County Sheriff's Office was not even investigating Madeline Sodto's. Indicted Sheriff Marcos Lopez even half the graphic photo. County Sheriff Marcos Lopez on his personal Instagram page. The post includes a photo showing what looks like the teen's body in the woods, dressed in the clothes Stephen Stearns says she was last seen in. Lopez says he accidentally posted the image while trying to share a post of him visiting senior Osceola Sheriff's Executive Director Nerva Rodriguez posted a selfie with suspect Stephen Stearns with a caption speaking about
Osceola County Sheriff Marcos Lopez is being summoned to court. Prosecutors say he posted a photo on social media that showed the body of
trouble Osceola's top cop is facing tonight. Here's what we know right now.
Back in March, hours after Madeline Sodto's body was found in a wooded area near St. Cloud, a photo was posted on Sheriff Marcos Lopez's Instagram page that allegedly showed the murdered teen's body. It is a violation of Florida law for government officials
he
to
lied
disclose
on a
confidential
podcast.
photos that depict the killing of a juvenile. Prosecutors have cited Sheriff Lopez with a non-criminal infraction that carries a maximum $500.
State attorney is demanding that the sheriff's office conduct an internal investigation into the sheriff himself for allegedly making inconsistent statements about that crime scene. Back in March, a photo was posted on Sheriff Marcos Lopez's Instagram page that allegedly showed the body of 13-year-old murder victim Madeline Sodto. Now, the sheriff's office immediately issued a statement apologizing for it. The agency described the image as an investigative photo and claimed that it had been accidentally included in a social media post about a senior citizen. About 3 weeks later, during a radio interview with WDBO, Lopez suggested the photo was not showing the teen's body. As to the photo, there was an apology issued, but it wasn't actually the body, Lopez told the radio station. It was an area of interest where there was a body found. No one ever came out directly and said it was. The investigators discovered that Lopez had apologized to Kissimmee's police chief for posting the photo of Sodto's body. Later, during a sworn interview, the sheriff reportedly told investigators that he requested photos of the victim's body to be sent to his personal phone so he could compare the state.
So he could compare the clothing. This is the one key thing I found from this. He requested the picture, he says, to compare the clothing. To what? To compare the clothing to what? He wanted a picture of Madeline to compare the clothing. I wonder what he's comparing her clothing to. To what she was last found in? Or another picture? What is it?
Requested photos of the victim's body to be sent to his personal phone so he could compare the. The state attorney says he's having trouble squaring Lopez's statements. In a letter to Sheriff Lopez, State Attorney Andrew Bain wrote, "Consider this my formal request that your agency conduct an internal investigation into whether your inconsistent statements constitute a violation of Osceola County Sheriff's Office policy. Once our office receives the results of that investigation, my office will determine whether your inclusion in the Brady notification system is appropriate." The Brady notification system, or so-called Brady list, is a way that prosecutors let criminal defendants know about state witnesses who may have credibility or truthfulness issues.
So, Mike, the state attorney is...
Yeah, compare clothing to what? Why would he request that this was sent to his personal phone? Yeah, lots of questions. So 2024, I think, is the year of the reveal. Well, he wasn't even investigating it, right? Because Kissimmee police were investigating. He wasn't the investigating agency. He had no business. He was part of the search effort, but they were not investigating. This poor girl was violated by every man that ever came across her, even in death. You lived in Kissimmee at the same complex. That's kind of coincidental, Bob. Wow. Yeah, I'm just like, what the heck? He's got some splaining to do. So I've got the letter from the Attorney General we're going to go over tomorrow. Kissimmee sucks. Way too much traffic. Before the pandemic. That's crazy. Yeah. It's a shame. It makes me sick, and I hope he's held accountable more than a $500 fine. Here's my short on this.
Less than 24 hours after the discovery of Madeline Sodto's body, a disturbing photo that was confidential leaked from the scene by Osceola County Sheriff Marcos Lopez on his personal Instagram page. The post includes
Osceola County Sheriff is responding to community outrage linked to Madeline's case. He shared a photo on social media of what appears to be a body in a wooded area. Says it was all an accident.
It's important to note that Osceola County Sheriff's Office was not even investigating Madeline Sodto's death. They were solely...
Osceola County Sheriff Marcos Lopez is being summoned to court. Prosecutors say he posted a photo on social media that showed the body of Sodto. Thanks for joining us tonight. I'm Matt Austin.
State attorney is demanding that the sheriff's office conduct an internal investigation into the sheriff himself for allegedly making inconsistent statements about that crime scene photo. Now, back in March, a photo was posted on Sheriff.
Less than 24 hours after the discovery of Madeline Sodto's body, a disturbing...
Thank you, Flo. Flo says, great short. Thank you, hon. So, yeah, I've got the letter. We'll go over that tomorrow morning. This is nuts. This is from this morning, if you missed it.
That the investigation ties to the shooter reveals that on July 6th,
thank you,
he
Kels.
did a Google search for, quote,
thank you, Kels.
How far away
Kels
was
has just
Oswald
donated
from
$10.
Kennedy?
Proud agent clicker of the JBI.
And so that's a search that obviously is significant in terms of his state of mind. That is the same day that it appears that he registered for the Butler rally.
And when you say that his electronic holdings indicated an interest in different public figures, without revealing anything you're not comfortable revealing about those public figures, can you tell us anything generally about them, either the offices they hold, their political party, or was it simply people of a high profile?
Well, a couple things. First, the images that we've recovered so far from, I can't remember which of his various devices, appear to be what we call cached images from searches of news articles. So if you do a news article search, of course, if there are photos on it, those photos get stored automatically in your cache, as opposed to me searching or him searching for a specific person and getting up images of that person. As far as the pictures that are like that, there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of rhyme or reason to it so far, other than these are all prominent public people, but they cover both parties, they cover both.
No, this is just from earlier. I'm just killing time here because this dude is still speaking. "15 are watching on Tampa Bay, 10 Tampa Bay. He's still talking, y'all. Look. Are they going to even come back today? I mean, this is just flat out rude. To do this right in the middle of this hearing, like at 3 PM. I don't know anything about Ashley Benefield, even though that's right in my backyard, honestly. Yeah, and then that was from earlier, Core. Can we look into that agenda? What is that called? What was that called? Project 2025? Presidential Transition Project. Building now for conservative victory through policy, personnel, and training. Get the facts. Have you guys noticed, too, that, like, they have all of these, like, international group of da-da-da, international group of da-da-da, or, you know, they make these, like, coalition type, foundations. The Heritage Foundation. Paul Dan, Spencer Cretion, and Troop Hemingway. Of course, it doesn't just break it down, right? This is too much. Oh, fuck that. I'm not reading all this bullshit. Here, I'll give y'all the link if you want to read it. I'm not reading all this. Because you know what? In the end of the day, it really doesn't matter if I agree with it or not. If they're going to pass it, they're going to fucking pass it. Let's see what I've got hidden away in my watch later. We're going to be going over this Sonia Massey on Friday as well. Let's see. Woman who tried to kill Ford speaks out after Trump assassination attempt.
Assassins here, Sarah Jane Moore. She actually fired her weapon, also intending to kill Ford, just weeks after that first failed attempt.
Moore is now 94, and Demetria Kaladimos with the Nashville Banner was with her Saturday, watching coverage of the attempt on Donald Trump's life. Demetria?
Rory, I know this sounds hard to believe, but I've been visiting with Sarah Jane Moore regularly for more than a year now. And I have agreed not to disclose where she's living. But I knew I had to meet with her Saturday after shots were fired at former President Donald Trump.
Okay, the question is, you bug-eyed lady, why have you been talking to this lady for a year? Why would she a year ago, and maybe I'm just questioning everything, but the President Reagan was shot in 1981. Why a year ago did this woman, whoever she is, think that it would be, helpful to talk to this lady for a year and then interview her after this? Susie, what do you mean I'm busy? What are you saying? Don't know if you can see me. Have you seen the breaking story? Oh, his secret trips to D.C. were leaked? Where'd that come from, Susie?
Let's watch what unfolded, and it starts with the former President Donald Trump speaking to this crowd in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Were you watching CNN Live?
Yes.
Did you know exactly what was happening?
No, no one did. We saw Trump had just come on the thing, was just starting to speak, and about maybe a minute or a minute and a half, I don't know what it was. His hand went up to his face, and then he dropped down. And he dropped down. Nobody pushed him down. But you're told to do that. Mm-hmm. Drop down. And he dropped down. And then the furor started. People rushed in. And then we began to get reports from somebody said the shooter has been, they didn't say at first that he was dead. They said something about the shooter has been apprehended or something like that.
Neutralized, I think they used later.
Yeah. I'm old, and I have watched too much of this. I saw the Kennedy assassination. I saw the man that killed the guy that killed Kennedy.
On X, I know, but who's the source? There's a lot of stuff on X. Guaranteed they're going to strike me on this.
Sarah Jane Moore's motives were confused. Her purpose was not.
I knew that that's the only shot I would have was a headshot. He came out, looked right at me, and after I fired the shot, he stopped. Cold, and I did have time for a second shot, had never planned for a second shot, had practiced and was psyched for one shot.
I mean, I've got to ask you, Sally, this has got to bring back some sort of PTSD for you.
Yes and no. It's been a long time, and I've done a lot of things, and I've traveled all over the world, and I have more control of my emotions and more control of things than I used to. And as you get older and see things, they don't shock you as much as they should, as they should, because you've seen too much.
Yeah. I mean, we don't even know who this was, but.
No, not at all. But we will get a report and they'll tell us.
Yeah. It occurs to me that the day that your incident happened, you could have been neutralized.
Absolutely, and I thought I was going to be, because the police came right up, straight at me. They didn't shoot me or anything, and grabbed my hand. And I was just stunned that the guy was coming right at me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew that about George Bush. He was the first CIA director, right?
Of course, I was stunned that I missed.
What are you confused about? She tried to kill President Ford. Yeah, this woman was a shooter. Yes. And they're getting her opinion on the Trump shooting. This reporter's been talking to her for a year and then was like, oh, I just had to talk to her after the attempted assassination.
Did you have no fear that day?
No, when you psych yourself up to do something like that, you go into,
or you're brainwashed.
Whatever it is, that it's sort of like being in a play. You rehearse, and then when the time comes, you just do it. Now, I was surprised because I felt somebody come up against me in the crowd, which men frequently do, and I started to spin around to slap his face.
I yelled, "The bitch has got a gun," before I made the lunge for it, as the trigger was going off. I grabbed her, and about 10 agents and 20 police were on us all, just like that. Yeah.
And I had an escape plan that would have worked. I would have gone out and gotten on the streetcar, going up to the top of the hill and gone into the hotel up there and sat down and had a Coke or something.
That's the one regret I have, that it was not successful.
What if you had succeeded?
Thank you, September.
What if I had succeeded?
What if someone died that day?
I would have thought that I was successful and I would go on about my business. I don't think anyone would. I think I would have used my escape plan, which was, people don't pay any attention to women.
What's different about today and that day in 1975?
Well, that I'm old and weak.
She's 90?
And not a participant, but just a viewer looking at CNN. I'm a totally different person.
Wow. She's 94. So this is what she did. She attempted to assassinate President Gerald Ford in San Francisco. Oh, San Francisco. MK Ultra, right? On September 22nd, 1975, Sarah Jane Moore, but why is Nashville reporting on it? So this lady must be in the Nashville area in a nursing home or something. Gerald Ford, after he made an address to the World Affairs Council, Moore fired 2 shots at President Ford with a .38 special, both of which missed. Ford had survived a previous assassination attempt 17 days earlier. And after the second attempt, President Ford would wear a bulletproof trench coat while out in public. On January 15th, 1976, Moore was sentenced to life in prison for the attempt. And on December 31st, 2007, she was released on parole. She was in jail from 76 to 07. Oh, listen to this. Sarah Jane Moore. Oh, this is interesting. Sarah Jane Moore had been evaluated by the Secret Service earlier in 75, but agents had concluded that she posed no danger to the president. No, she shot at Gerald Ford. Hold up. Did you hear what I said? Sarah Jane Moore had been evaluated by the Secret Service earlier in 75, but agents had concluded she posed no danger to the president. She was detained by police on an illegal handgun charge the day before the assassination attempt, but she was released. Stop it. Stop it. This is worse than what the fuck we're hearing now. She was evaluated earlier in the year, and then she was detained the day before the assassination attempt on an illegal handgun charge and released. The police confiscated her .44 caliber Charter Arms Bulldog revolver and 113 rounds of ammunition. At 3:30 p.m., after speaking to the World Affairs Council, Ford emerged from the Post Street entrance of the St. Francis Hotel in Union Square, then walked towards his limousine. Before boarding the vehicle, he stopped and waved to the crowd that had gathered across the street. Sarah Jane Moore was standing in the crowd 40 feet away from Ford when she fired 2 shots with her .38 Special revolver. The first shot missed Ford's head by 5 inches and passed through the wall above the doorway Ford had just walked out of. A bystander named Oliver Sipple heard the sound of the first shot and dove at Moore, grabbing her shooting arm before she pulled the trigger a second time. A second shot struck John Ludwig, a 42-year-old taxi driver standing in the hotel, in the groin. Ludwig survived. San Francisco Police Captain Timothy Hedrick grabbed Moore and wrestled the gun from her hand. Many officers immediately joined in subduing Moore. In the meantime, the president's Secret Service team pushed Ford into his waiting limousine, where the Secret Service and Donald Rumsfeld lay on top of him. The limousine raced to the San Francisco International Airport, where Ford boarded Air Force One, and after being joined by the First Lady, flew back to D.C. Moore explained in a 2009 interview that her motive was to spark a violent revolution in America in order to bring change. Moore pleaded guilty to charges of attempted assassination on December 12, 1975. The following month, on January 15, 1976, she was sentenced to life in prison. On December 31st, 07, at the age of 77, she was released on parole. Oliver Sipple was commended at the scene by Secret Service and the San Francisco police for his actions. The media portrayed him as a national hero. 3 days after the assassination attempt in San Francisco, Sipple received a letter from President Ford praising him for his heroic actions. All of the media publicity about him was not without controversy, however. Upon realizing that Sipple was gay, the media began broadcasting this information. That became the first time that Sipple's parents and family found out that Sipple was homosexual, as he had been hiding it from them. After learning about his sexual orientation, much of his family, including his parents, disowned him and were subsequently estranged from him, but later were reconciled. Sipple died in 1989. How fucking horrible. After President Ford was rushed to the SFO tarmac in his limousine, he quickly boarded Air Force One, but Ford could depart on his return trip to the nation's capital. However, the plane had to wait for his wife, Betty, who was carrying her own her own schedule of events on the peninsula. In addition to the San Francisco incident, Ford had escaped and unharmed from a previous assassination attempt in Sacramento. In response to the two occurrences, he wore this trench coat. He lost to Jimmy Carter. In 2006, Ford died from natural causes. So he died in 2006. What the fuck? So he dies and then they let her out a year later. He died and then they let her out a year later. Weird. She was on Today's Show. In 2015, Sarah Jane Moore has finally said she's sorry. After serving 32 years in prison for attempting to assassinate President Gerald Ford, Moore appeared on the Today Show and told Matt Lauer, I think that I was misled, that I was mistaken. I think I made a serious error. But it wasn't until she spent, quote, time in solitary confinement that the only woman ever to fire a shot at a president realized she had been used by the San Francisco counterculture groups that she was involved with. Now aged 80, the matronly-looking Moore hopes to write a book about her life. Moore may have been in prison for 3 decades, but she clearly understands that television has become the new confessional, the place to express your regret for the past and try to redeem yourself for the future. She says the radical era she left behind seems to have dissipated in her mind. Yeah, once she got off all those psychedelics. Squeaky and Sarah Jane. I can't. Lynette Squeaky Fromm was her. So Lynette Squeaky Fromm was the other one. Manson girl. Oh my God. This is weird shit, dude. How come we don't learn about this in school? See what I mean? Like, our history books are just a bunch of lies. We never learned about this stuff. I know who Squeaky is. We did a deep dive on Charles Manson. These people scare the shit out of me. Look how locked up my computer is. Is that dude done talking yet? It looks like he's done.
Israeli military presence in Gaza. He said that Israel.
Okay, they should be coming back then, right? Or Operation Cheetos. Chaos. Everybody's dropped off waiting for these fuckers. Tom O'Neill wrote the best Manson book. Our history books include the moon landing. Oh, yeah, baby. The lunar landing. The ham foil.
Reports the heart rates during this EVA period.
Listen. What's that light like on the right side of your screen? Our history books.
Columbia, this is Houston, over.
I'll be right back, guys.
Roger, Columbia and Sea Charlie, how do you read? Roger, Columbia, this is Houston, reading you loud and clear on Omni Charlie. The crew of Tranquility Base is back inside their base, repressurized. They're in the process of doffing the pluses. Everything went beautifully. Over.
Thank you, Nashville.
Hallelujah. And we'd like to get who and accept from you. We have a state vector uplink, and after that, we'd like you to realign your platform to the new refs mat that we sent up a rev or two ago. Over.
All right, understand. You want a option one, do option one.
Side canister. Make that one of the last things you do in getting ready for the deep rest if you can. Over.
Roger, we're planning on doing that. I'm just wondering how much longer we want to wait, though. We've probably got another half an hour's worth of picture taken, and I guess we could run through an heat cycle and then change the canister and then depress. Over.
Oh, yeah. Fuck the canisters and the decompressing. Let's do our half hour of picture taking.
Roger, that sounds fine to us.
Well, it'll be a little crowded in here for a while.
Oh, we don't mind a bit.
I know. Can you guys believe that people actually bought this? People still do buy it. It's hard for people to accept that they've been lied to, man. I mean, this is ludicrous. You can see the Hollywood overlays.
Roger, go ahead.
Roger, P-22, landmark ID, LEM, T1, 1102656. T2, 110.
I can't. Buzz.
32,
I can't.
06. 3 miles south. Time of closest approach, 1103340.
Look at this. Widow. I did till yesterday. Oh, widow. I mean, is the lighting okay? He's like, yeah, the lighting's fine.
Right rear of the spacecraft, looking at the skirt of the descent stage. So, light darkening of the surface color.
Yeah, this was my favorite. This is my absolute favorite.
On July 20th, 1969, President Nixon placed the longest long-distance phone call ever made, spanning the 240,000 miles from the Earth to the Moon. The official record described it as an interplanetary conversation.
Do you hear this? An interplanetary conversation. Intergalactic, planetary, intergalactic. Look at presidential calls. Location, White House office. To Mr. Neil Armstrong and Mr. Edwin Aldrin. Party called location, Sea of Tranquility, the moon. Because they typed it, it happened. Because they typed it happened. Do you see this horse shit?
The 240,000 miles from the Earth to the Moon. The official record described it as an interplanetary conversation, and another White House log noted that the call went to the Sea of Tranquility, the Moon. I'm Dwight Chapin. I worked for President Nixon, and I was there on that historic night. I was 28 years old. It was a night I will never forget.
I bet it was.
I made some movies with my Super 8 movie camera.
I mean, is this guy for real?
My Super 8 movie camera. The atmosphere was electric, anticipatory. Despite all the activity around him, the president was focused, fascinated, waited for the call. You can see him watching the astronauts on the TV sets in front of his desk. Then Houston passed the word. AT&T had Apollo tracking stations all across the globe. The call went from the White House to the Goddard Space Center, to NASA in Houston, to a satellite over the Pacific, to a tracking station in Honeysuckle, Australia. Honeysuckle bounced it to the moon.
Honeysuckle.
It's estimated that 500 million people.
Wait a minute. Honeysuckle bounced that shit to the moon, and there was like hardly no delay.
1 out of every 4 on Earth were watching.
Neil and Buzz, I'm talking to you by telephone from the news. And this certainly has to be the most historic telephone call ever made from the White House. I just can't tell you how proud we all are of what we have done.
White House Chief of Staff Bob Haldeman kept a daily diary. On July 20th, he wrote, "When Neil hit the surface, the president clapped and said, 'Hooray!' He's very much excited by the whole thing. Was fascinated with watching moonwalk, etc. Then went into Oval Office for TV and did a great job on split screen with the moon. He wrote his own remarks instead of using the suggestions. All in all, a great day. And he was very elated as he left for the house. Julie, David, and Tricia were waiting in the Rose Garden and walked him home." And that's the behind-the-scenes story.
That's the... Oh, man. I wasn't born either, but it don't mean you can't go back and look at what the fuck they've been lying about for years. Decades. It's crazy and scary. No, they're still at lunch. Not back yet. Oh, my goodness. Oh, the press conference? Okay. Apollo. Let's see. When they come back. I saw a video where, like, Buzz is older and he, like, socks this guy. Oh, I've seen this. Yeah, where they're all sitting down. Let's see. Let's get a good version here. Let's try this one.
It will consist of a 45-minute presentation.
45 minutes.
Here, and the people listening in today had the opportunity to share that adventure
over its developing and unfolding in the past months and years. It's our privilege today to share with you some of the details of that final month of July that was certainly
I was born in 73
of that decade. We're going to divert a little bit from the format of past press conferences and talk about the things that interested us most, in particular the things that occurred on and about the moon. We will use a number of films and slides which most of you have already seen, and with the intent of pointing out some of the
Oh
things
yeah, I want to hear them point some shit out. Here we go.
The other.
Let's get to the presentation, boys. Where's that screen? Let me see it.
The transposition and docking sequence.
This was our first look at the magnificent machinery which had been behind us up until this point, the booster. Of course, the first and second stages have long since separated, but this shows the limb nestled inside the third stage, S4B, after the translunar inject burn. This maneuver was an interesting combination.
The other.
It was quite surprising, the resistance that throughout the vehicle down in the
alarms and so forth. Well, I safely do so. And as soon as program alarms, computer alarms manifest themselves, why you realize that you have a possible abort situation to contend with. But our procedure throughout
the vehicle down in the same way that it was programmed to do. The only thing that was missing during this time period is that we did not have some of the displays.
Why the frowns? I know.
We had to make several entries.
You think they'd be like excited, right?
That area.
They did what no man has ever done before.
I think that we were timely in accepting this mission of going to the moon. It might be timely at this point to think in many other areas of other missions that could be accomplished.
Yeah, you know, when I found out about this, I was pissed too, because these two astronauts were my fucking heroes. As a little girl, I loved space. I loved everything about it. I was so intrigued by the moon. And the fact that I believed that these two men actually did that, it pisses me off. Pisses me off. Is the lighting okay? He looks fucking guilty as hell. Does he not? Why am I buffering?
Long time fashion. I think that we were timely in accepting this mission of going to the moon.
Hey, Florida baby.
At this point, to think in many other areas.
He is.
Missions
He's a jerk. Hey, Pearl Girl.
Well,
none of them want to talk.
Everybody looking at me?
This is awkward.
Well, to me, there are near and far-term aspects to it. On the near term, I think it's a technical triumph for this country to have said what it was going to do a number of years ago, and then, by golly, do it.
By golly.
We said we were going to do it. Not just perhaps purely technical, but also a triumph for the nation's overall determination, will, economy, attention to detail, and 1,001 other factors that went into it. That's short term. I think long term, we find for the first time that man has the flexibility or the option of either
like,
walking this planet or some other planet, be it the moon or Mars or I don't know where. And I'm poorly equipped to evaluate where that may lead us to.
I just see it as a beginning. Not just this flight, but in this program, which has really been a very short piece of human history. An instant in history, the entire program. It's a beginning of a new age.
Wow. Wow. The body language is amazing. Hold up, hold up, hold up. His body language says to me, now this is just my gut, his body language is saying to me, I know that these lies are changing the course of history, but I'm doing it anyway. Am I just stoned, or does this how it appears to y'all? Yes, the Russians were going to beat us there. We couldn't have them beat us there, so we had to fake it. The Russians know we didn't go. They know. They know. They all talk behind the scenes. They all sit down and have dinners. But he looks like he feels guilty.
Neil, how much descent fuel did you have left when you actually shut down?
My own instruments would have indicated less than 30 seconds, probably something like 15 or 20 seconds. I think the analysis of made here on the ground indicates something more than that. Probably greater than 30 seconds, 40.
Look at Buzz. He's literally like slouched in his chair.
Docking. Could you tell us precisely what was going on at that time? Where you docked and then...
are you referring to the lunar orbit docking when...
Mr. Armstrong, during the last few minutes there, before the landing, when the program...
Then they have to pose. Watch this. I remember seeing this. I hope I bet none of these guys are meetings back. I bet none of them ever won poker hands. Ever. It ruined their lives. Well, it ruined all of our lives, too. Yeah, they looked giddy. They should be giddy and they look ashamed. It's crazy. We got hot mics, so I think we're coming back. We got the cougher in the house. I got a sound bite for him.
You want a cough drop?
Yeah, I mean, what's real and what's not? They brought the flag back too, yeah. Well, we had a hot mic. Well, the ham foil is what gets me. The ham foil is the bomb. Look at this shit. Look at this one. The Apollo 11 Columbia. Look at, it's got a boombox on top. Oh, yeah. Graffiti in space. This video is unavailable. Look at the spacesuit, 1972. Like they ended up selling those boots at Kmart for all of us. Yeah, they muted their mic. So do you guys think that Elon Musk's spaceman or Starman is real? Do you think it's really orbiting the Earth? Do you think it's really good camera footage? Is Starman still alive? Starman orbiting. Do you guys know Starman? Is he still orbiting or no? What happened to SpaceX's Starman? Look at, here's Starman. Do you think this is real? I question the validity of this video. I think it's a fucking green screen. I don't believe that Elon Musk really is orbiting a damn car. Do y'all? Do y'all think this is real? I have a hard time with it. I have a really hard time with Starman. I know we all want to believe Elon Musk, but come on. Look at, here's more Starman. What is this? You think Starman's fake? This is Elon Musk's Starman. This is actually on SpaceX website. Has 20 million views. And Elon Musk put this Tesla up in there with this dummy in it. And it's allegedly orbiting the Earth. Yes. Thank you, Trish. You've never heard of Starman? This was from 6 years ago. Erica? Oh my God, Erica and Arthur both said I'm not high enough for this. I'm just showing you this is SpaceX. I don't know if it's still up in the orbit or what. See, look. Look at the radio. It says don't panic. I thought this was so freaking creepy and fake looking. South Africa, I think. Fake as fuck. Well... creepy shit, right? Sin says, what? Let's see. And this was streaming on the website like 24/7 too. Millions of people were watching it. I think they're really trying to figure out what they can get away with, convincing us of, and what they can't. What we will buy and what we won't. Oh, we're back.
Come to order. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Final fucking Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much, Director Wray, for being with us
Oh,
yet again.
Lord, lady. You're going to speak a little faster.
As you know, we've seen a disturbing rise in domestic terrorism and far-right extremism across the United States, and we've heard from you several times about this. White supremacist and far-right extremist groups continue to outpace all types of terrorism and domestic violent extremism, according to the National Institute of Justice report from this past January. Part of this dramatic rise in extremist violence and threats stems from malign foreign actors who are actively working to sow division in American democracy. They're desperately trying to inflame extremists and deepen divides, all to support far-right agendas and candidates that will erode our democracy. The DHS threat assessment has warned we expect the 2024 election cycle will be a key event for possible violence and foreign influence targeting our election infrastructure, processes, and personnel. Microsoft has warned that the 2024 election may be the first presidential election during which multiple authoritarian actors simultaneously attempt to interfere with and influence election outcomes. National security officials and experts have warned that foreign governments, mainly Russia, China, and Iran seek to destabilize the United States.
She's trying to burn up her 5 minutes,
by sowing
Regina.
further division in the American electorate. This is happening, and happening in the current context of increased political violence in our country against a former president, election workers, judges, members of Congress and their families, and other public servants. I cannot emphasize enough that this is a national security threat. Director Wray, reports have found that these propaganda campaigns will sometimes target racial groups. Why would countries like Russia, China, Iran seek to inflame racial tensions via social media?
Well, of course, it may vary from adversary to adversary, but the playbook for authoritarian regimes in today's world is to try to sow divisiveness and discord, to turn us against each other, to capitalize on existing social tensions that they perceive, and to try to, in effect, pour gasoline on the fire and intensify those conflicts that may already exist in our domestic, political scene. So rather than, if you're a foreign adversary that means us no good, rather than try to come up with some completely brand new issue,
I feel like we just went into slow motion.
Narrative to turn us against each other, you look for things where we're already, at the very least, quarreling with each other, if not fighting with each other, and then they
We've
try
already
to
been off
capitalize
topic.
on
Can they
that
just
and
get
amp
back
it
to the
up.
fucking
And of course, that
topic?
can then sometimes, as we've seen all too tragically, boil over or bubble over into outright violence.
And so how has the FBI worked to combat this propaganda and infiltration on our social media networks?
So our focus is on the foreign actor, China, Russia, Iran, and on their efforts. And so we
How about the pedophiles in America that are on devices?
Partners, our friendly foreign partners, to try to uncover
sick of this shit.
what those countries, Russia, China, Iran, are up to. And we try to share information about the hidden hand of the foreign actor.
Oh, F you. Why don't you get on top of the pedophiles that are all over our gaming platforms in the United States? When people are taking kids and grooming them and luring them over state lines, you piece of shit.
Where it's appropriate. We also engage in efforts to disrupt those foreign actors. The most recent example with
I
the
flipped
Russians,
him off.
for
I'm
example,
so
is
mad.
a Russian government-linked generative AI social media bot farm where they
he is just
posing
literally
as,
doing this on
among others,
purpose.
U.S. persons and not, in fact, U.S. persons, and trying to, again, sow various narratives. In that case, very heavily focused on, the issue they picked there was, the war in Ukraine, and again, trying to kind of get everybody turned against each other. We've also seen that, though, from China and Iran. I mentioned China before. We've had a case where we charged, I think it was 34 Chinese Ministry of Public Security, MPS officers, for much the same kind of behavior, creating false personas, pretending to be Americans, and then trying to kind of sow narratives. In that case, in the Chinese case,
Dude, shut the fuck up. How about 50, 60, 70-year-old men that are acting like they're 14-year-old girls? Have you watched Predator Hunters? Dude, why?
Narratives were trying to, for example, undermine any suggestion that COVID was the product of a lab leak, or attacking U.S. law enforcement at the anniversary of George Floyd's death,
Russia.
And then Iran, in 2020, we saw them undertake similar kinds of efforts that were disrupted in the I think October of 2020.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Director Wray, thank you for
Yield
being here.
back.
Thank
You
for
were
the information
useless.
Provided today. I greatly appreciate it. This event that occurred.
I'll be right back.
The attempted assassination of President Trump on July 13th in Butler, Pennsylvania, was a level 5 alarm alert to this country that that our elected officials, our leaders, the president, the former president, are not safe, and we need to reevaluate from the ground up exactly how we are to go about providing that protection. The information you provided dealing with 8 cartridges from the roof, the drone, the fact that 2 explosive devices were found in the car, 1 at home. That was a remote detonation device that he had on him. The fact that his phone was using encrypted platforms. He only had 1 phone, correct?
Oh, sorry. He had 1 phone, although we've identified other phones that he may have used that may not have been his phone. So, for example, we think in certain instances he might have used his dad's phone. Again, not necessarily related to the attack, but we're trying to make sure that we process and exploit every device he could have used. And we keep, which is part of why I keep making this point, which I know you all are probably tired of me making about this being an ongoing investigation, because we keep identifying new pieces of equipment, new accounts, what have you.
And the fact that you are in real time informing us about what you're finding as you're performing this investigation is very helpful, and clarifying the fact that he went to the range a day before and shot an AR. Now, my understanding is that the AR he used on the 13th was his father's. Is that correct?
Well, yes and no. It was originally, his father bought it legally.
So it's his dad's?
Our understanding so far is that his father then conveyed it to him, sold it, in fact, to his son.
Conveyed?
So originally his father's, at the time of the shooting, the shooter's.
Okay, so that's new information. Was that provided to you by the father?
I think it was partly from that. I think we also saw some documentation to support it.
Okay. Investigators also have said that the shooter posted, quote, July 13th will be my premiere, watch it as it unfolds, on an online gaming platform sometime before he tried to assassinate President Trump. Can you confirm that, and how much time elapsed between this posting and the attempt on July 13th?
So I'm really glad you asked about that, because that is a situation where, again, in our effort to give real-time information, since we've provided that information, we have since learned that July 13th premiere, profile page on the gaming platform, it turns out it was not the shooter.
Okay.
That it was some other individual as part of some sick joke who, after the shooting, created a profile page pretending to be the shooter.
Wow.
And so, of course, that person is now admitted to it. And,
who is it?
But anyway, my point being,
okay, who is
among
it,
the other challenges that we as investigators have, you have people who create accounts in today's world, create accounts pretending to be somebody.
I think it's a dog owner, widow.
And it's not the actual person.
Now the
so
shooter,
that's troubling, obviously, and it makes our jobs even harder as investigators.
Thank you for clarifying that. Did he have an online gaming account?
We do believe he was a gamer, and that he had different kinds of gaming accounts. So that's part of why
Any information gleaned from those?
Not yet, but again, some of those legal process returns I'm still waiting on.
Now, during the attempted assassination, Crooks was wearing a T-shirt from a popular YouTube channel.
Oh, here we go.
You've been able to access.
Leave it up to fucking YouTube.
Selection of YouTube videos that he's watched.
YouTuber.
I believe we have seen some of his search history, but I think we've got a ways to go on that. I know there's some manual work that we're doing on that. I think the most notable thing that we've found recently, which I don't think has been shared until today, is that on a laptop that
he was on Pornhub?
Ties to him, that on July 6th, it revealed a Google search, and his search, if it was him, again, it's a laptop tied to him. We obviously believe it's him, but we'll continue to investigate. But his Google search was, how far away was Oswald from Kennedy?
You already told us this.
And
horrifying.
Yes.
Oh, it's
absolutely.
horrifying.
Can you clarify that you have in your possession all of the video that was taken on that day at the scene?
We've collected mountains of video. Part of the reason
you commit to providing us with that video?
Well, we're going to work with the committee and share information as best we can. Part of the reason I hedged on whether we have it all is, as you can appreciate, in today's world, everybody with a phone has the ability to take footage, and so we're finding things kind of left and right.
You have all the law enforcement
video. You can't hide like you used to.
I believe we have all the law enforcement video, but we're still collecting evidence.
Okay. And I hope you would provide that to us and to the American people. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Director, just to be clear, the photo and the message on the online gaming account, I think your testimony was to Mr. Klein that was somebody else posing as the shooter. Is that right?
Correct. Somebody after July 13th.
Yeah, what's horrifying is that the American people were lied to for 50 years about JFK and called conspiracy theorists, gaslighted, and then when they found out, some of them lost their damn minds because they didn't know what to believe anymore. So thanks. Fuck you. Oh my gosh, it makes me so mad.
Okay.
Created this profile, pretending to be the shooter, and sent us down a rabbit trail, which we've now tied off.
That's important information. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director Wray, for being here. And I want to add my voice to the chorus of folks who are just devastated by the illness and passing of Sheila Jackson.
Oh, Lord.
What a champion. What a role model. I always called her the hardest working member of Congress. She was everywhere on every issue. She'll be greatly missed. Director Wray, I thank you for what you said earlier, which is leaning in. This is such an extraordinary set of events. The attempted assassination of Donald Trump, the stealing of the life of a father, a firefighter, somebody who protected lives, Corey Comparator, serious injuries to 2 others. So I thank you because you are trying to give us what you can without jeopardizing the investigation, and I think that's very helpful. Did the shooter also investigate other high-profile folks? We had heard some reporting around that early on.
Oh, yeah. Ethan. Let's talk about Ethan.
Well, you say investigate other folks. I think this is a place where we still have a lot more work to do. Part of what we did find was a bunch of cached images of a variety of public figures. But again, cached images are those images that you get when you pull up a news story.
We know, you fucking explain this.
Any number of news sites. If they're photographs in the article,
is this a replay?
Those images are automatically put into the cache.
Are they just replaying them? Did they let them go home?
So it doesn't necessarily mean that you were searching for that person's image. We do have the fact that starting around, at the least around the period early July, so the search that I just mentioned related to Oswald and Kennedy, that's about July 6th, which is the same day we believe that he registered for the rally. And the day before, he traveled to the grounds for the first time. And so I think there is a certain amount of searches related to former President Trump that during that period we're seeing, consistent with some kind of planning or reconnaissance, if you want to call it that, in advance of the rally. But that's sort of confined to that, or concentrated, maybe is a better word, in that July period, after the announcement of the rally.
Art, he's on repeat.
Can you speak to the conveyance of the gun? So this is a 20-year-old young man. His father owned the gun originally, AR-15, am I correct?
AR style, yeah,
AR style. 20-year-old man. When did the father sell the gun to him? And what documents do you have? How much money transpired? What date was it?
Yeah, I do know that, I know, we believe, based on what we've seen, that his father, after purchasing the gun legally, sold the gun to his son. I don't know that I have the date.
Oh, well, you should.
Transfer
well,
or
you
the amount of the
should.
Transfer, although we may be able to get that to you as a file. I just don't have it in front of me.
Oh.
Do you know when the father bought it?
We know. I don't. As I'm sitting here testifying in front of you, I don't have that.
I think they said it was 2013.
I'm just wondering if it's proximate to this event.
I do not believe that the gun was purchased. That is the gun that was used. I do not believe it was purchased particularly close in time to the shooting. But how far in advance? It may have been a year before, give or take. But again, we'll go back and double check that on you. I do know that on the day of the shooting, at about 1:30 p.m., he bought 50 rounds of ammunition.
Oh,
so
that's
if you think
something
about the
new.
day of, or if you back up a little bit, so the day before he goes to the shooting range.
I mean, all of those different things. And
Wait, what?
somehow we came within under
What just
an
happened?
inch of a presidential candidate.
What just happened? Hold on a second. How did we just skip? What the hell just glitched? Hold on. I'm going back.
The fact that starting around, at the least around the period.
Okay. Maybe it was just me. It was my computer.
How far away was Oswald from Kent?
Sorry. It was me, not them.
So, investigate other high-profile folks. We had heard some reporting around that early on.
Well, you say investigate other folks. I think this is a place where we still have a lot more work to do. Part of what we did find was a bunch of cached images of a variety of public figures. But again, cached images are those images that you get when you pull up a news story from any number of news sites. If there are photographs in the article, those images are automatically put into the cache on your computer. So it doesn't necessarily mean that you were searching for that person's image. We do have the fact that starting around, at the least around the period early July, so the search that I just mentioned related to Oswald and Kennedy, that's about July 6th, which is the same day we believe that he registered for the rally. And the day before, he traveled to the grounds for the first time. And so I think there is a certain amount of searches related to former President Trump that during that period we're seeing, consistent with some kind of planning or reconnaissance, if you want to call it that, in advance of the rally. But that's sort of confined to that, or concentrated, maybe is a better word, in that July period, after the announcement of the rally and before the shooting.
Can you speak to the conveyance of the gun? So this is a 20-year-old young man. His father owned the gun originally, AR-15, am I correct?
Here we go.
AR style, yeah.
AR style. 20-year-old man. When did the father sell the gun to him? And what documents do you have? How much money transpired? What date was it?
Yeah, I do know that, I know, we believe, based on what we've seen, that his father, after purchasing the gun legally, sold the gun to his son. I don't know that I have the date of that transfer or the amount of the transfer, although we may be able to get that to you as a file. I just don't have it in front of me.
Do you know when the father bought it?
We know. I don't, as I'm sitting here testifying in front of you, I don't have that in front of me, so I don't have it at my fingertips.
I'm just wondering if it's proximate to this event.
I do not believe that the gun was purchased, that is the gun that was used. I do not believe it was purchased particularly close in time to the shooting, but how far in advance? It may have been a year before, give or take, but again, we'll go back and double check that on you. I do know that on the day of the shooting, at about 1:30 p.m., he bought 50 rounds of ammunition. So if you think about the day of, or if you back up a little bit, so the day before he goes to the shooting range, the day of he goes to the grounds the morning of the event for, I think, around an hour. He buys the ammunition at around 1:30. At around 3:50 is when he's back on the grounds of the rally, and that's when he used the drone that I've talked about already today. And then, of course, fast forward till just after 6 o'clock when the worst happened.
And we had thought maybe over the weekend there was a conversation around a classified briefing for members. I hope that will happen as soon as it's feasible for you and for the other agencies involved. And he got off 8 shots, and the reporting is that that was in under 6 seconds. He got off 8 shots, fatal to 1. My question that I'll leave you with, and I know I'm over time, Mr. Chairman, is we all decry political violence. We decry any violence, but we decry the rise in political violence.
Why aren't they getting to the details?
What can you tell us that we could do better? What do
God,
you need
I can't.
For you to be able to help this country reduce the political violence tendencies?
Did I ask them to do that?
I think this is a moment where, in the most stark way possible, all of us as Americans can see how out of control political violence is in this country. And it's an opportunity for everybody to come together and to try to show that this is not the kind of thing we're going to tolerate in this country. The FBI's role is to focus on violence and threats of violence. But there is a role for others in the public square to address how people communicate in this country. And every day in our jobs, we see in social media, in terms of threats that we get, thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of tips reported to us, and the language that's out there.
Yeah, they do this horse shit, and then they say, oh, we were transparent. I sat through this whole committee meeting all day. I'm Director Wray.
Is just mind-bogglingly hateful.
I'm going to speed them up
and
current
violent
time.
sounding. People sometimes, as figures of speech, use expressions that are very violent expressions, and so that is a part of it. We can all do better in kind of being a little more thoughtful and measured in our language. But again, the FBI, we got to stay in our lane. Our lane is the violence and the threats of violence. There's a role for everybody as Americans to try to see if we can take the temperature down.
Great, thank you. And thank you for the extra time. Yield back.
Gentleman from North Dakota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I really appreciate you correcting the gaming thing about this is my coming out party, because we're asking you to do something, and we've had acrimonious, you and I have actually had acrimonious interviews, but we're not here for a got you moment. We're just not on this. And we're asking you to give us information before the investigation is complete. My only recommendation or suggestion would be when that happens, don't necessarily wait till you ask, because don't wait for us to ask. Because and I'll go through why in a second. I appreciate you coming in. I appreciate you telling us things. I appreciate you guys going against essentially your normal policy of waiting until an investigation is done, because the American people need to know it. But here's why. There's a guy with a rangefinder walking around that everybody noticed and then couldn't find. He's scaled to the top of a roof within 150 yards line of sight to the Republican former presidential candidate by climbing a drain pipe, and then you said some equipment. He was being pointed out by rally-goers everywhere they could, and nobody could figure it out. There's maybe supposed to be local law enforcement in the building, either upstairs or downstairs, and all of this is going on. And I was talking to a colleague of mine yesterday on the floor, and it's like, I hate the conspiracy theories that come out, but this is not the FBI's purview. This is the Secret Service's purview. This is so comically inept to the average North Dakota citizen. Is just, they look at this and they're like, how could this possibly happen? And so by you giving us information in a really meaningful way, even though we know the investigation's ongoing and things can change, that at least helps us to deal with that and figure out where we're at. And so, and you're doing all this. This guy had no combat training, no counter surveillance training that you're aware of, right?
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear that.
He had no combat training.
Oh, no, I don't think certainly know what you and I would call combat training. Obviously, he was a fairly active recreational shooter, so he did plenty of shooting.
A lot of guys in Western North Dakota, right? All of those different things. And somehow we came within under of an inch of a presidential candidate being shot and killed within 100 days out from an election. And when you look at it, so I just want to be really clear, because there is a lot of this. There is no evidence of another shooter, right?
Another shooter.
Yeah.
There's the counter sniper who took out the shooter.
Well,
right. But you're talking about another.
Anybody else. And you're looking at his online and seeing all that, but there's no evidence he had any other accomplices on scene that.
Evidence.
Correct. Not that we've seen yet, certainly.
And you said, Oversight's had a hearing, DHS had a hearing, we're having a hearing now. The Inspector General's going to investigate. We're probably announcing a bipartisan outside panel. But there's another investigation too, right? Because somebody has to clear the shooter. Even though it is a Secret Service officer deploying his, when an FBI agent kills somebody in the line of duty, what's the process?
So we have what we call an agent-involved shooting, is I think what you're getting at. We have a whole process.
Usually get put on leave, paid leave, get a lawyer, depending on how it is, right?
Some of those things depend, but we have our inspection division does a shoot review of each time when there's one of these situations. And they sometimes have to coordinate with local prosecutors who are also doing some kind of review. But so yes, Secret Service would have a similar kind of process for the counter.
I mean, because you have to actually establish one of the defenses to homicide. Just like, you don't do it in a court system the same way everybody else does, but you have to justify that that shooting was justified. So when the FBI does that, do they conduct that all internally?
Most of the time, yes. Every once in a while, there's a situation where the Inspector General gets involved.
Do you know how the Secret Service does it?
I don't.
Okay. And I just think that's important because when we're talking about how this works, and I don't think anybody is arguing it wasn't, anybody who's seen it knows what happens, but it's just knowing it and making sure that the process is handled correctly. And I just want to shift gears with my last 30 seconds really quickly because we had a hearing on the northern border in Grand Forks, and you were talking about specific threats from Iran, but also generally.
My God.
And we've diverted an exceptional amount of resources at the southern border. Our interactions, 114% increase in apprehensions. And the one specific thing, with all due respect to my friends and my neighbors from Canada, it's a lot easier to get into Canada for some of these countries where we have these real issues with terrorist threats than it is to the United States, particularly Iran. And are you guys monitoring that and making sure whatever coordination you have with Canada that we're paying attention to that as well?
We have an excellent relationship, we the FBI, with our Canadian counterparts, both RCMP, the Mounties, as some people euphemistically call them, and CSIS, my intelligence service counterparts. We have great relationships with them, and terrorism is, I find, probably the number one thing we talk about.
Yeah, they're understaffed and overworked on the northern border, and they can use all the help you get. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, thank you for today. I think I greatly appreciate your candor. I know it's highly unusual to go into this level of detail during an active investigation, and I know it's a special and unique circumstance given the nature of what happened that day. I'll ask my colleagues that we not try and take advantage of this in other circumstances. I think we need to be careful about pressuring our investigators, to disclose information in the middle of an investigation in a casual or routine way. But thank you for what you've done here today. I do want to mention this too. Like Congressman Correa, I went up to Butler with Homeland Security Committee and had a chance to meet with a number of the people there, including people who were there at the rally. And several of them were elected officials. In fact, one of them that spoke with me a lot was sitting directly behind Mr. Trump when he was shot, and she had video that she'd taken, and she'd love to share it with you all. But she mentioned a couple of things, too, that I hope you all will have a chance to have conversations about. And I know some of it's going to be in the Secret Service lane, some's going to be in the FBI lane. But one of the things she talked about was the fact that the day before the shooting, she and other officials in the town and people who just wanted to prepare the stage showed up and started working on putting the bunting up and decorating it. But the point she noted was that none of them had been vetted. There was nobody there to keep an eye on them and make sure that everything that was being done was appropriate. And she actually sort of thought in the context of hearing that a gun was found.
I can't even follow this guy, man. I just got this news brief. Celine Dion is performing at the Olympics opening ceremony. I thought she was dying. Am I in a different time? Am I in a time warp right now? Fucking weird. Dude, I don't even know what I can't.
A gun was perhaps hidden at the site before the shooter was able to get it and use it. I don't know those details, but those are some of the things that came up that day. She also mentioned that there was sort of the outer perimeter. So you had a perimeter around the stage that the Secret Service had set up. Beyond that, you had a field, and then you had the building where the company was, and the shooter got on the roof. Apparently, there was a sort of a second level of a perimeter there that wasn't particularly restricted from an access standpoint, as with the street that was just beyond that. So she raised, and another elected official raised as well, issues about security that may actually kind of get into what you're talking about, whether the ladder was there, how the guy got on the roof. There are all sorts of issues with respect to that. And there was a lot of people, as you said, that had videotape. I talked to 3 that were showing me videos while I was standing out there in the grounds. But I had a couple of questions to ask of you briefly. Apparently, there was no Secret Service recordation of communications during that day. There's no radio runs, we call them, but there's no tapes. Do you know if there are any recorded conversations among law enforcement from that day?
I don't know the details of that. I believe there may be some, but I don't have in front of me exactly what we've seen or heard.
Okay. And then with respect to email communications, there were a lot of issues about, because My personal view, having gone to the site, was that they just shouldn't have had the rally there. It should not have been permitted. I thought there were just too many roofs. You know, he picked one, but there was like a half dozen others that he could have picked on the other side of the field. And as Eli Crane, a congressman who was a sniper for the U.S. military, said, there was a water tower that actually would have been a better site.
Water tower.
That Secret Service should have used, but could have been used as well. But had the lead up to that decision, and Congressman Correa raised this, who made this decision about how to pick the site? And apparently there was back and forth between local law enforcement, Secret Service, and the campaign. And I was kind of curious as to whether that's something that your investigation is going into or not.
So I think that primarily falls within the scope of the two other reviews, that is the DHS Inspector General review and the outside panel, independent panel that's been announced. Certainly we are interviewing law enforcement personnel, but the security preparations, the adequacy of the security preparations.
That's the other lane?
That's the other lane.
All right, I only got 15 seconds left. Quick question for you with probably not a quick answer, but this scenario is kind of the worst case scenario from a couple of standpoints. Got a lone wolf shooter with no red flags that we've heard of so far. You know, nobody should have known that this was coming. He didn't have a criminal record and that sort of thing. Easy access to an assault weapon. I had a discussion like this with, I think, Congressman Roy and Congressman Bishop several months ago. What is it we can do to try and preempt those kinds of scenarios? We've got gun violence all over the country, including in my district. This is one example, but you know, this scenario is the worst possible that I can think of from the standpoint of no intervention prevention efforts that can be put in place to try and address it. But I'm kind of curious if you have any thoughts to the contrary on that.
I don't know that I have any magic solution to the problem. And I certainly don't want to be proposing, legislative ideas. That's not really my role. Certainly, dangerous weapons, especially high-powered weapons, in the hands of the wrong person represent a real concern for law enforcement, including to law enforcement, sometimes as the victims, as we saw very tragically down near Miami with 2 of our agents killed. But that's probably all I can say on that. I do, while we're on the subject of firearms, Mr. Chairman, I have an answer to Congresswoman Dean's question. I might as well give it now, which is about the purchase of the firearm. I'm told that the father purchased the firearm in 2013,
right,
quite a while ago, and then he sold it to his son in October of 2023.
Okay, did his son register it?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I go back, and thank you to Mr. Director for your great work.
I'd ask unanimous consent that we enter into the record a statement from Representative Kelly and some questions for the Bureau. Representative Kelly represents Butler. Actually, that's his hometown. So without objection, those will be entered into the record, and we'll make sure you get those, Director. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I begin, and this is not directly with you, actually, I just wanted to straighten something out. I know my colleagues, the gentlemen and the gentleladies from Georgia, Washington, California, Pennsylvania, they all mentioned Project 2025. Well, I don't know how they expect you to know about that, number one. I'm pretty damn involved. I don't really know a whole lot about it. But President Trump has made it clear, and we're going to say it again.
Look at that ring.
Over and over again, that there are some things he disagreed with, some things he agreed with that he wasn't that familiar with. It was from the Heritage Foundation. And that was just raw politics, to be honest with you. It was just because 2025 has some things in it that they believe are really going to offend American people, and it very well may. And so they want to pin it on the presidential candidate. He didn't author it. He didn't condone it. He didn't put his seal of approval on it. It's getting old. It really is. We do this with other things. Just like in this committee, when anything goes wrong, anything, somehow Donald Trump's name has to be brought into it, and it gets tiring. It's politics over reality. Second thing about picking the site, I was intimately involved in the Wildwood rally, the biggest rally President Trump's ever had, biggest political rally in the state of New Jersey. I had spoken to the president about it, and he wanted to do it on the beach because we had over 100,000 people. And let me tell you, we had everybody out there because they were concerned, the Secret Service and the local police and the county police, and just about every entity could be. And so they had, behind it was that iconic setting, they had the Ferris wheels on the pier and all the stuff. They had agents up in there. They had agents in the ocean, in the water, in boats. They had people coordinating, working with each other and talking with each other because they knew it was a risk. So we chose a site that was difficult. The president did, and I thought it was a great site, but nevertheless, the law enforcement responded properly. Something went wrong here. You can't blame this on Donald Trump as well. The site was chosen. It's the responsibility of those who serve in law enforcement to make sure that he was safe, period. And I'm sure you'll find out why. On another tangent here, I've got to wonder how many qualified people were passed in order for Director Cheadle to get her 30% quota. That's a lousy way to run an agency, especially when it's dealing with law enforcement, to say we've got to have 30% of anything. And I worry about these practices because it's policy over protection. And Director Wray, I know that some things were left to you. I understand that. But one of your early acts on the Biden presidency was hiring the FBI's very first chief diversity officer. And since that time, and even before your time, and you're going to disagree with me, but respectfully, I'm going to disagree with you. Recruitment standards under your lead has resulted in deterioration in many areas, including physical fitness, illicit drug use, financial irregularities, mental health issues, full-time work experience, and integrity. And I know you dismissed them, but in October 2023, they are a prestigious group of retired FBI special agents and analysts both expressed concern regarding the FBI's willingness to recruit agents that, quote, I'm not saying this, they said it, not me, can't even pass the new relaxed standards for fitness, who are illiterate in some cases and need lessons, educational lessons, don't want to work weekends or after hours, their words, and have serious disabilities or mental health issues, which is not the place for them. Most of your agents are great people. I love them for what they do. I'm not criticizing most, but these new standards, don't you think this is a hindrance and reduces the morale of the vast majority of good people that you have in the FBI?
Is he really a
dentist?
dentist?
Answer, because I have a few other things.
So I respect our retired agents, that many of them come to our graduations now, and I can tell you emphatically that they are mistaken. Those who think that we have lowered our standards, whether it's on physical fitness or anything else, are mistaken.
And you can prove that.
The facts back me up on that.
The standards are the same today as they were a decade ago. They've changed in some ways that are appropriate.
In fact, the physical fitness standards, depends on how far back you go, but the physical fitness standards that our current graduates have to graduate from Quantico actually exceed some of the physical fitness standards that were in place if you go back far enough with some of our retirees. But what I would tell you, I think part of the reason there's confusion, and again, I accept that these folks are raising their concerns in good faith, but we have actually access to the facts. And part of the reason I think there's confusion, just take the physical fitness thing as an example, is that before you had to pass the physical fitness test before you showed up to Quantico. Now you have to pass it in order to get a badge at Quantico. The standard hasn't changed. You still have to pass the same test, the same 12-point standard, et cetera. All that stuff applies. The only difference is you can pass it while you're at Quantico. But if you don't pass that same test that's been in place for a long time now, you don't get a badge. And we will dismiss people from Quantico, and we do, who don't pass that
Director, I know
test.
I have to wrap this up, and I appreciate that. If you could get us information that substantiates what you say, that should be easy enough to do to the whole committee, I'd appreciate it. You know, feelings in this administration are more important than functionality. It's resulted in a border crisis. We don't have time to talk about that. You've spoken out about it. I appreciate that you've spoken out about it. And I think it's also resulted in shortages in our nation's law enforcement and our military, and I think it makes us less safe. So I look forward to seeing those statistics and that proof, because I have people talking in my ear that tell me otherwise, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Wray, I appreciate you being here today, and I certainly appreciate your forthcomingness and giving us information that I think that the American people want. And, you know, to me, you have a very difficult job right now. In the past, and under Comey, certainly, the Russian collusion narrative got out pretty heavily, and that came out of the FBI with the FISA warrants and that sort of stuff, spying on General Flynn. And then the laptop issue, the Biden laptop issue, which the FBI actually had in their possession.
It's getting old.
I have 800,000 people thereabouts that I represent, and our job is to restore trust. And so in a lot of the hearings we've had this week, they said, well, the FBI is investigating that. Every answer was the FBI is investigating this. And so in some ways, it kind of landed in your lap, and I appreciate you being here. But, you know, it's just, for me, the question of how does a 20-year-old acting alone get a long gun, a rangefinder? We know he bought a ladder. I guess he reconned here and realized he didn't need the ladder to get on top of the building, so he left it at the house. Get on a roof with 100.
My camera just glitched. Did you see that?
In the world, I guess now, and a former president. How does that happen? And how do we restore trust in the American people, the FBI and the DHS, who is under Mayorkas's directorate now? How do we verify and get trust back to the American people that these agencies are really working to protect the president? And I'm not trying to place blame specifically, but I never thought that we'd raid his house. I never dreamed that they'd raid a former president's house. I certainly never imagined that they would actually indict him. And I felt, well, they'll never find him guilty. And now we've had a threat on his life. So how do we restore trust in the government of this country and the agencies that are here that we pay and provide $3 billion a year to the Secret Service to protect some of the leading political candidates in America? That's a lot. I'm sorry. That's a lot of questions. But I'm going to give you a little room to talk.
Right. No, listen, obviously you included a lot, as you said, in your question. And as you might imagine, I disagree fairly strongly with a number of parts of it. But sensitive to the time, I guess what I would say this. I can speak to my approach to running the FBI. Again, the FBI was not involved in the physical security of the rally. That's, we come in as the investigators afterwards. And as I've said before, our investigation is an investigation of the shooter.
Our daily
his attack.
thunderstorm.
There are separate investigations, the Inspector General at DHS and this outside independent panel that's been announced that would be looking at the Secret Service's performance. And those, I think, will be important
trust and confidence, if you will, in Secret Service. But from the FBI perspective, we can't promise that everybody's going to like the results of what we do, right? What we can promise is that we're going to do our best to do the work in the right way. That's all we can do. And so I keep telling our folks every day on this and on everything else, our focus has to be, we got to do the work in the right way. We got to make sure we do the work in the right way, and then no matter who likes it, because everything we do, somebody doesn't like it.
And it's a credibility issue at this point. Do the American people trust what the FBI and the DOJ is going to tell them? And,
no.
You know, that's the thing with this. When I was early on, and I've only been here about 3.5, 4 years now, but the American people was the fear of the weaponization of government. So now we have this issue. Tucker Carlson asked the president, he said, are you afraid they'll kill you? And I remember that interview, and I thought, wow, I can't believe he went there. But here we are. And so as we work through this process, I think it's so important, and I think the chairman hit on this, is the audio of the shooter. You've interviewed the sniper, the Secret Service sniper that took out the target. Was he waiting on a green light? What was going on? And why did Mr. Crooks have a chance to get off 8 rounds? And we knew he was on the rooftop. I don't know for how long, but we know he was a marked target. So was he trying to get the green light, and was somebody not giving it to him?
So again, the performance, the adequacy of the performance of Secret Service will be the subject of the Inspector General investigation and this outside independent panel. What I can tell you, and I'm glad you asked the question, because this goes to something that that was part of an earlier exchange. The first time that anybody from law enforcement saw the subject on the roof was a few minutes before the shooting. Not with a gun. They didn't, at that point, they didn't, but local law enforcement, a few minutes before, saw him on the roof and started radioing.
Did he have a backpack going up the roof?
Well, we haven't found anybody yet who saw him climbing up the roof. The reason why I've talked about how we think he got on the roof is that's based on forensic, our evidence response team and forensic analysis, that we're, without getting into all the details, footprints and things like that we can, fingerprints, et cetera, that we can see how he got on. But we don't have an eyewitness at the moment who saw him climbing up. So a few minutes before the shooting, local law enforcement saw him on the roof. Again, no weapon identified at that point. A few seconds before the shooting is when the law enforcement officer that I've talked about already is the one who was assisted by another officer who saw up on the roof, saw the shooter in a prone shooting position with the gun. He turns.
How long did that happen before?
That sighting, that is the first time, to my knowledge, the first time anybody from law enforcement saw him with a weapon, that is seconds before he shot at President Trump.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
So did the counter sniper not see the bad guy, the shooter, until after he fired a shot?
You mean until after the subject fired a shot?
Until after the shooter?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. It's possible we've already determined that, but as I sit here right now, I don't have that. But I can, yeah.
I think that's a logical next question with where the gentleman from Alabama's question was going. The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Director Wray, to the best of your understanding, how close did the assassin's bullet come to killing President Trump?
My understanding is that either it or some shrapnel is what grazed his ear. So I don't know that I have the actual
very
distance.
Close, though.
What's that?
Very, very close, you would agree.
Yes.
Is this the biggest security failure that you've seen in your career?
Ooh. Well, certainly I think former Director Cheadle has already, I think, acknowledged that this was a significant, at the very least, a significant operational failure. I forgot her exact words, but I will defer on that. I think
we really haven't seen anything like this in at least decades in this country, right?
The attempted assassination of a president, current or former, is a historic event.
Was this a sophisticated plot that Thomas Crooks carried out?
Well, I think probably depends on your definition of sophisticated, right? So on the one hand, he's a 20-year-old, seems to, from what we've seen so far, loner, without a lot of elaborate criminal history, without any criminal history or anything like that. On the other hand, he did clearly do some level of planning and recon.
When did the planning start, to the best of your knowledge?
What's that?
When did the planning start?
Well, we're still drilling into that, but we assess that
we're still drilling into
on July 6th.
So a week in advance.
For example, it seems to be that he seems to become very focused on it, because that's when, as I've testified here today, that's when the laptop that we've tied to him has the Google search, how far away was Oswald from Kennedy?
I mean, that seems like an indication of a total amateur, right?
Third
Someone who's
time.
searching for that, and he's doing it a week in advance.
Again, I don't want to characterize him. I frankly don't want to give him the credit of characterizing him as amateur or professional. But what I will say is that there are some things he did that involve a certain amount of planning and preparation. On the other hand, if you're telling me, do I think this is the most sophisticated ever? Of course not. We deal with much more sophisticated adversaries.
I would
You probably
hope
prepare
so.
for more sophisticated plans to target high-level
I'm sorry, I couldn't
You
hear
probably prepare for more sophisticated plans to target high-level officials, correct?
We don't do physical security, but yes, obviously we're investigating much more sophisticated attacks all the time.
How about the encrypted applications on his phone? Were those there for a while, or did he download them, in the days or weeks leading up to the assassination attempt?
I don't have the answer to that sitting here right now. I think it may vary from platform to platform because he had a number of encrypted messaging apps on it. And again,
how
as
many?
I've said, we're trying to get access to that content. And that's important. I think it's important for everybody on this committee to understand that this is a real problem for law enforcement. That these companies, let's be clear here, these companies are designing their platforms in a way to, no matter how heinous the crime, no matter how rock solid the legal process,
I'm run out of time,
to
so
get
I want
access.
to get the next question.
Yeah,
At this moment,
fuck you.
are you confident that
Listen,
high-level protect?
He's complaining about these companies encrypting their apps. No, motherfucker. You got to get smarter people on your team. Start hiring these hackers that are hacking into systems. Start hiring these smart people. The hackers are the ones that are going to save your cybersecurity. But no, they got to go with college educated, suit and tie, dumb motherfuckers who are light years behind the hackers. I did, Ryan. I did.
These presidents, former presidents, are well protected.
Ridiculous.
Well, it's not really for me to say. I have a lot of respect for the men and women of the Secret Service who provide protection, just as I do for their counterparts at other agencies.
You can't say one way or the other. Your assessment as director of the FBI whether the president is safe?
I'm not an expert on protective details and physical security. What I would tell you is that we have a very robust system for sharing threat information with those agencies, and that in my experience, the men and women of the Secret Service are professionals who are hardworking, who are literally willing to take a bullet for their protectee.
You mentioned a thwarted assassination attempt against former President Bush. Are there any other thwarted assassination attempts against current or former presidents that you could discuss?
Not that immediately come to mind, but I'd have to go back and think about that. I mean, obviously we've been around for a while, and current and former presidents are high-profile targets who are attractive to all kinds of bad guys.
There's also been reports that the shooter's parents called local law enforcement to say he was missing on the day of the shooting. Is that correct? And if so, is that something that you would see as a sort of a natural thing for them to do? It seems like a 20-year-old who's been missing for a few hours. Maybe his parents don't, first thing they do, call the police. What was going on with that situation?
So my recollection, I don't have this in front of me, my recollection is they did call, concerned that he was missing. My recollection, though, is that they didn't call until this was after the event.
I see.
But I'm not certain of that, so I want to hedge on that slightly because I have to get back to you to confirm that. I believe that part of the issue was that when he last saw his father, he, I think, indicated to his father that he was going to shoot at the range. And then, of course, he didn't go to the range and he didn't come back from that. And so I think that may
What
have
time
added
did he
to
say
the
he was
level
going
of
to the range?
Thank you. I go back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Wyoming's recognized.
What time did he say
Thank
he was
you,
going to the
Mr.
range?
Chairman. Director Wray, I'm going to go a little bit different route with my questioning. In testimony before the Senate Judiciary Committee in December of last year, you stated that the FBI is, quote, especially concerned about the possibility of Hamas supporters engaging in violence on the group's behalf, end quote, and that the threat from a, quote, terrorist organization who may exploit the attacks at Israel as a tool to mobilize their followers around the world, end quote. We've seen a lot of conduct today that I think is concerning to many people in terms of Hamas terrorists and their sympathizers. Reports have surfaced alleging that many of the groups intimidating and violating the civil rights of Jewish American students, like the Students for Justice for Palestine, received guidance and financial support from American Muslims for Palestine, and that AMP's directors allegedly have links to groups which fundraise for Hamas. Director Wray, is the Bureau aware of or investigating whether these groups violating the civil liberties of Jewish Americans are connected to or affiliated with Hamas or other terrorist organizations?
So we are investigating a lot of attacks and threats against the Jewish community. I've been very vocal on how big a concern that is, and certainly that was already heightened even before October 7th, and since October 7th, it went to a whole nother level. We are actively engaged with Jewish community, both locally and nationally. When it comes to foreign terrorist organizations and their role, or foreign adversaries and their role, we are looking hard to see if we can find linkage. For example, funding or things like that. Nothing that I can report at this time, but it's something.
But you're investigating it.
It is the kind of thing that we're looking for, absolutely, because we know that there's an interest in their part to foment.
We're watching it in real time today.
Right, yes.
There are other reports that Mayor Bitar, National Security Council Coordinator for Intelligence and Defense Policy and Deputy Assistant to the President, was an active member in Students for Justice in Palestine at Georgetown University, which is one of the groups alleged to have ties to Hamas. Is the Bureau investigating whether the Biden-Harris administration is compromised by pro-Hamas
Why isn't the clock
groups and
moving for her?
organizations?
Well, again, we're having quite a number of Hamas-related investigations.
I'm asking specifically about whether you are investigating whether the Biden-Harris administration has been compromised by pro-Hamas groups.
There's nothing along those lines that I can think of to report.
I also want to talk to you a bit about the FBI's investigation and involvement with the Russia collusion hoax. And the FBI was involved with that because of its potential relationship to election interference. Is that correct? The FBI's involvement in investigating the Russia collusion hoax. That was because there was concern about election interference. Is that correct?
Well, the FBI was involved and staffed as investigators the Special Counsel Mueller investigation into efforts by the Russian government to influence and interfere.
With the election, correct?
Yes.
All right. So is the FBI investigating what just happened with Joe Biden being forced out of the race after winning the Democrat primary as election interference? Is the FBI investigating that right now?
I'm not aware of any investigation along those lines.
Okay. Director Wray, it was reported in March that the FBI's Foreign Influence Task Force resumed communication with social media companies. And an FBI spokesman has stated that, quote, in coordination with the Department of Justice, the FBI recently implemented procedures to facilitate sharing information about foreign malign influence with social media companies in a way that reinforces that private companies are free to decide on their own whether and how to take action on the information, end quote. Director Wray, what specifically is the FBI doing to reinforce that such decisions are, in fact, for the private companies to make and not the administration?
So I think the best way to summarize it is that the guidance makes all kinds of additional steps to
I'm here to say her time is up.
The FBI has no interest in participating in any way whatsoever in the company's decision-making, that companies are completely free to take any actions on their own, that we are simply passing information on to them for them to do whatever it is they want to do independently, consistent with, I should say, I very much appreciate the Supreme Court's finding that no evidence that the FBI coerced platforms to take content down.
Well, I don't believe that that's what the Supreme Court found. What the Supreme Court found was that the parties involved didn't have standing. But I think there's a whole body of evidence and legal analysis demonstrating that, in fact, this administration was violating the First Amendment rights of folks through social media companies. I'm just going to ask one final very quick question. If the FBI was involved in the removal or restriction of speech of Americans, do you agree that this would be a violation of the First Amendment?
Well, again, I'm not going to engage in hypotheticals. My understanding and my strong view from everything I've seen is that we did not violate the First Amendment.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Director. I've just got two easy questions for you. In February, Donald Trump Jr. received a letter containing a white suspicious powder that read, quote, Lee Harvey Oswald's grandson must complete his contract, end quote. The United States Secret Service and the FBI said they would investigate the matter, and 5 months later, no more information has been released. I've also visited with Mr. Trump, and he has not received any information either. Why is that?
So as I sit here right now, I'm not familiar with the specific investigation, but I do know that we have had, unfortunately, quite a few investigations of threatening mailings and white powder letters and things like that. So
Lee
I'm happy
Harvey
to drill
Oswald's
into it and have us circle
grandson?
back to and see if there's more information we can share about it.
Thank you. And would you maybe circle back to the Mr. Trump, Donald Jr.? I think they'd like an update as well.
Sure. Let me, again, like I said, I'm not familiar with the specifics, but I'm happy to have us look into it and get back to whoever we need to get back to.
Thank you. Next question. The Pittsburgh field office now handling the assassination attempt investigation. Is that right?
Well, there's several. Their Pittsburgh field office is the lead office. We obviously have lots of, I think it's about half, maybe over half of the FBI's field offices are working on this, including
Your
almost every
Pittsburgh one
headquarters
couldn't even get
division.
in the phone.
So we have lots and lots and lots, several hundreds of employees working on it.
All right,
but yes.
Pittsburgh's the lead. Okay. This is the same office that botched the Hunter Biden laptop case. And they, in my view, and my constituents and many Americans, displayed a clear reluctance, that's a quote, reluctance to really do any tasking, quote, effectively failing to investigate, according to the U.S. attorney on the case. My question is, how can we trust this office, and why does it keep reappearing in critical election-related investigations, or is that just dumb luck?
So I want to be a little bit careful on what I can say here, because some of what you're talking about relates to an ongoing investigation being led by the special counsel, Mr. Weiss. But what I can tell you is that the Pittsburgh field office's involvement in the matter you're talking about was the choice by the Attorney General Barr to have the U.S. Attorney and the FBI field office in Pittsburgh handle that particular matter. As to your summary or characterization of what U.S. Attorney, now former U.S. Attorney Brady actually said, I'd have to see the whole context. I'm not quite sure that's what he said, but I think as to your overall question about confidence, what I would tell you is that's the point I'm trying to make about the sheer breadth of our investigation. Yes, the Pittsburgh field office is the office on the ground. That's where the attempted assassination happened. But we are using the full might of the FBI, criminal and national security. That's why I'm pointing out that multiple field offices, over half of our field offices, almost every headquarters division, several hundreds of employees. These are people who are working around the clock to deal with this historic attack. And I have the utmost confidence in those hundreds of employees, agents, analysts, and professional staff, and the American people should too.
I yield to Mr. Jordan.
I yield to all of you.
Director,
you're liars.
I guess I'm not clear exactly where you said there were 8 shell casings on the roof, so 8 bullets were fired.
Thank you,
We obviously
Mr.
know that
Jordan.
Mr. Comparatore lost his life. Two other rally goers were injured, seriously injured, and then the one that hit President Trump. Does that account for, were some of these individuals hit multiple times? Where did all 8 bullets go, is I guess my question.
I don't have that in front of me. I'm happy to circle back and get that to you.
Circle
assuming
back.
We have that information yet.
Dovetail on that.
As I said, I think with respect to former President Trump, there's some question about whether or not it's a bullet or shrapnel that hit his ear. So it's conceivable, although as I say here right now, I don't know whether that bullet, in addition to causing the grazing, could have also landed somewhere else. But I believe we've accounted for all of the shots in the cartridges. So let us.
And it's my understanding that the very first one was the one that hit the president. Is that the very first shot, or is that not accurate?
I don't, as I said here right now, I don't know the answer to that. I believe we know the answer to that. I just don't have it in front of me.
Okay. Is there any chance it seems to me that this bad guy, the shooter, was focused on President Trump, but you indicated that he purchased 50 rounds of ammunition, I believe, earlier that day. Do you have any indications thus far in your investigation that in addition to going after and trying to assassinate the former president, he was also looking to do a lot more damage to other individuals?
That's a hard question to answer. What I would say is I agree with you that his preparatory activity is what we've seen so far. The limited information that has been relevant and interesting about his preparatory activity does seem to be that he had settled on former President Trump as a target, and this rally as his moment to try to take a shot. But in addition to the 50 rounds, of course, you have the issue of these explosive devices.
Right.
And so what else he may have had in mind is something that I think is very much of an open question. On the one hand, you have these explosive devices, including the one still back in his home that wasn't in quite the same stage as the one in the ones in the vehicle. But he clearly had those explosive devices for some reason. And so we're trying to figure that out. As I've said before, sometimes in these kind of situations, you find like a manifesto or something like that. It's frustrating to us, and I'm sure frustrating to you and the American people, that we haven't found anything quite like that. We'd love to have a roadmap that tells us exactly what he was thinking. We haven't found that yet. Doesn't mean we won't. We're looking all over the place, and we're going to leave no stone unturned.
Thank you. A gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director, for being here today. I know it's been a very long day, busy day on Capitol Hill, and also I want to apologize in advance if there's any repetitive questions from me. But I have to ask, given that our sitting president resigned from the campaign on Sunday and the Secret Service Director resigned yesterday, you don't plan on resigning anytime soon, do you, sir?
No, sir.
Good to go. Earlier today, you told this committee that you recovered 8 bullet cartridges from the roof next to the shooter. Given that testimony,
dude.
I have 2 questions for you. How many shots were fired at President Trump, and how many shots were fired in total of the entire day? I know I keep hearing 8, but were there any more that were unaccounted for?
The best information I have right now is 8 shots. As to the sequence, I'm not sure I have that sitting here right now. As I said to the chairman, I'm going to go back to my team and see if we've got that nailed down yet, and if we have, I'm happy to share it with you and the rest of the committee.
Please do, sir. Thank you very much for that. You also mentioned that the shooter used encrypted messages to communicate. Specifically, do you know what apps or what apps he was using to communicate, and can you confirm if he was communicating with any foreign nationals through the encrypted messages?
So as to the names of the apps, I don't have that right here in front of me. As far as communicating with any foreign actors, I'll say 2 things. One, we haven't, as I think I've testified before, we have not, at the moment at least, identified any accomplices or co-conspirators, foreign or domestic. So that. As to foreign contacts, of course, that's part of why we want to get access to the encrypted messages, because that might tell us whether he'd been in contact with somebody.
Thank you. Let's talk about motive. I know the FBI has taken a lead role in investigating the assassination on President Trump.
Oh, posters.
Your team has searched the shooter's phone, after the countless interviews, then extensive research into his motives. As of today, July 24th,
Look how
2024,
smug.
do you and your team know the motive of the shooter or have any idea on what could have driven it?
Well, know and have any idea are two very different things. Okay. We do not know the motive. That is obviously one of the central questions in our investigation. And it's been very frustrating to us that a lot of the usual kind of low-hanging fruit places that we would find that have not yielded significant clues about his motive. Okay. Having said that, we have seen indications that he was interested in public figures, and that in the period
he's
around
like,
July
I didn't
6th,
sign up for all
leading
this.
up to July 13th, he does seem to have become very focused on this particular rally and former President Trump. But exactly what his thought process was in doing that, that's something that's still very much under investigation.
I want to make something clear to the American people to try to help out what motive could be. And again, it's not my job to steer it, but here are some of my thoughts. I'm not sure about motive either, specifically, but I can tell you that after the assassination attempt, people on both sides have said that both parties need to tone down the rhetoric. But recently, just on Monday, in fact, President Biden called into the Harris campaign event and said that President Trump was a threat to democracy. Just take a look behind me at these photos. This is a magazine cover of the New Republic from June 2024, published just 1 month before the assassination attempt on President Trump. In a tweet explaining the cover, the New Republic said this: "Today, we at the New Republic think we can spend this election year in one of two ways. We can spend it debating whether Trump meets the 9 or 17 points that define fascism, or we can spend it saying he's damn close enough and we'd better fight. We unreservedly choose the latter course." Now, sir, I know you said that the FBI doesn't have a clear motive yet, and you've explained that, but in your professional experience as an investigator, do you think that language like this could radicalize someone to engage in political violence?
I certainly understand the point of the question. What I would tell you is that, respectfully, I don't think it's appropriate for me as FBI director to be characterizing or engaging in public commentary on specific people's rhetoric. And that's because it's not that I don't understand why you're raising the question, but I'm saying that in my role, I have to be very careful to make sure we speak through our work, and we speak through our cases and our intelligence products, not the FBI director chiming in the public square on different people's political commentary.
I understand. For the record, there was an assassination attempt on an American president, and I will be asking these same questions even if it were President Biden. And my message to the American people is that we need to do better. I yield back the rest of my time, and thank you for being here, sir. I know it's been a very long day.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Director, for being here. It's refreshing. I was in the Oversight hearing earlier this week, and although we don't have an idea on everything, your ability to come in here and actually give way more than Director Cheadle ever did is somewhat refreshing. You saw some pretty bipartisan frustrations exhibited in that particular hearing. I'm sure you've seen part of it. I want to follow up on a couple of lines of questions that I had with Director Cheadle that she actually answered, which was remarkable. One, she had indicated that Secret Service at the Trump rally did not have any radio recordings. Is that, in your investigation, is that accurate?
I'm not sure I know the answer to that. I believe there may be some recordings on the local law enforcement side. As to whether or not we have recordings on the Secret Service side, I'd have to drill back into that. And the reason you might say, well, how the heck can you not know? Well, we certainly have interviewed lots of Secret Service employees, so what we know from the interviews versus some other source, as I sit here right now, I don't know.
So on this particular case, but in your experience, and again, it's a different agency, but she had indicated, Director Cheadle had indicated that recordings sometimes are done from radio recordings, I guess, of what happens at a Trump rally or any other thing that they're engaged in. Is that your experience as well, that sometimes there are audio recordings of communications between law enforcement officials?
Just speaking very broadly, there are times when there are recordings, but it'd be hard for me to be more precise than that.
Of course it would.
And I know that you can't answer whether they were here in this instance or not, but what would cause recordings to not exist for the Trump rally, as a hypothetical? What would be the reason that would happen?
I'm afraid I don't know the answer to that. I mean, if they didn't record, there may be situations where they just don't record in the first place.
Do you know anything,
I'm not sure I can answer that.
Thank you. Let me ask you this, and this is another line of questioning. Director Cheadle had indicated that seconds before the would-be assassin fired the shot, is roughly seconds, is when he became a person of suspicion to an actual threat. Would you agree with that assessment from Director Cheadle?
Well, let me try it this way. I think there are sort of three, in my mind, there's sort of three significant moments on this continuum that you're kind of getting at. there is roughly an hour before the shooting when local law enforcement observes the individual, the shooter, at that point as somebody that was a person of concern. I forgot the exact phrasing, and that was based on seeing him with this rangefinder, no observation of a weapon, but there was something odd and off about them that caught local law enforcement's attention. So that's the first moment. Then there's a second moment, which is, I think just minutes before the shooting, where local law enforcement observed him on the roof, but didn't see a weapon, is my understanding at that point. And at that point, their level of concern obviously was even higher. And then there's the third moment, which is that moment when local law enforcement saw him, the officer who climbed up with the assistance of his colleague, and saw the shooter in the prone position with the weapon, and that's seconds before the event. And so, terminology, I'm not sure, but it seems to me there's an evolution of concern over that time period.
Correct, an escalating concern. At what point, and this again, I just don't know, so I'm curious, at what point is, say, the sniper who killed Mr. Crooks, at what point is he able to fire a shot, and does he have to have authorization in which to do that?
I don't know that I know Secret Service's rules of engagement in that situation. It's possible that our interview of the counter-sniper has uncovered that. Again, our focus has been, I certainly understand why you're asking the question, but our focus has been on the shooter himself and his actions and the attack. These two other reviews, the DHS Inspector General and the outside independent panel, are both looking at the performance of the Secret Service, which would, I'm confident, include the question that you're talking about.
Thank you. And I actually think, from a legislative purpose and what this body will probably ultimately do, it's of great importance that we break down barriers of communication and that we allow, officers to do their job without, so that this doesn't happen again. And I appreciate you being here. Thank you, Director.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Well, once again, as Congressman Fry said, we want to thank you for your time and a lot more information today than Monday, so thank you for that. I just have a handful of questions. I would love to have just a simple yes or no so we could get done with this. So on day one, President Biden issued an executive order mandating DEI programs in the executive branch. You responded by hiring FBI's first ever chief diversity officer. You're even on the Bureau's website quoting, saying that diversity and inclusion of the workforce is something I care deeply about because the success of our efforts impacts our operations, our culture, and our future, end of quote. So Director, just a simple yes or no, do you still find DEI hiring practices to be central to the FBI's operations, cultures, and future?
I believe that diversity is an important part, is a core value of a high-performing organization.
Do you have any concerns that our Homeland Security efforts will be hampered if the FBI continues to use DEI as a primary hiring measure?
I don't believe that we use DEI as a primary hiring metric. I would say that we have not lowered our standards.
Yes or no, please?
Let me, if I could finish.
We don't know what we
don't know.
It's not
a yes or no question. We have not lowered our standards, and the facts back that up.
Are you aware of a 112-page report compiled by senior agents and analysts which stated, quote, if the current trajectory of the FBI special agent recruitment and selection continues, using DEI as the primary and sole measure of our Homeland Security efforts will be significantly hampered. Do you know about that 112-page report?
I'm aware of a report from a number of anonymous former employees.
Thank you. Do you agree that protecting the former president falls under the umbrella of Homeland Security?
Well, protecting the former president, the physical security, the protective detail on the former president is the province of the Secret Service, which is part of the Department of Homeland Security.
It is my understanding that historically the FBI had 100,000 applications for special agents on file at any given time of the year. So talking about slipping recruitment, are you aware that on February of 2024, a letter from the FBI's Assistant Director for Training Division, which reported that FBI only received an estimated 48,000 applications over a 2-year period?
I don't know if we're comparing apple to apple. What I can tell you is that in the time that I've been FBI director, the number of Americans applying to be special agent has gone up dramatically, to the tune of, in some cases, double or triple the pace
So
it was when I. If I could
wrong?
finish, sir, if I could finish, please. To a rate that is higher, you'd have to go back about a decade or so to find the number of Americans applying to be special agents that are currently applying.
Who cares?
Okay, so for the record, that 48,000 is probably wrong then in your eyes?
I don't know. I don't have the letter in front of me, but what I'm not sure of is that we're comparing apple to apple in terms of time periods and everything else.
In advance of the Trump shooting, United States Secret Service Special Agent in Charge Tim Burke reportedly told law enforcement partners that NATO summit in Washington, D.C. limited his resources available to the Trump rally. The service has similar DEI hiring aims and failed their zero-fail mission to protect President Trump. Director Cheadle has since stepped down. Could the hyperfixation on hitting Biden administration's imposed DEI rules by causing the FBI and the federal law enforcement agencies to not only miss their prime candidates, but also potential threats?
Well, I can't speak to Secret Service's hiring practice. What I can tell you is that, in my view, diversity, like everything else, is something that has to be done in the right way. Just like everything else, there's a right way and a wrong way to achieve it. I think we can and have achieved improvements in diversity and, at the same time, not lowered our standards. And I think part of the reason we've been able to do that is because of the encouraging increase in the number of Americans applying to be special agents.
The investigation to the planting of pipe bombs at the RNC and DNC headquarters has been going on for over 3.5 years and will soon have lasted longer than the Biden presidency. I look forward to you proving yourselves because we haven't received any update right now on the Trump shooting since July 15th, and the people really need that. Can the public expect a more transparent and timely investigation into the attempted assassination of former President Trump?
I've been testifying here all day about the investigation into attempted assassination of former President Trump.
What more do you want
and we've
from
done
me?
multiple briefings, and I've answered multiple questions.
And we appreciate that because,
okay,
it's, like I
that's
said,
what you were asking.
Well, it just seems like there hasn't been a press conference to the people to go through all the different details that were already presented today. And I'll just leave you with one final question. The government is not doing their job. Do you feel, as the director, that perhaps, like, not only the FBI, but the Secret Service needs to have a complete reconstruction? Do you think it's still put together the way that could best do its job?
The FBI that I see every single day, having visited all 56 of our field offices at least twice, many of them 3 times, the FBI that I see engaging with state and local law enforcement from all 50 states, that I hear about from prosecutors, judges, business leaders, community leaders, foreign partners, is an FBI that is respected, trusted, appreciated, and that is there for people when they need them the most. And that is the FBI that I see, and I'm very proud to be a part of them.
Any comment on the other agencies?
No, I'm not going to comment on other agencies.
Appreciate your time, sir. Yield back to the chair.
Gentleman yields back. Director, I have just a couple quick questions, but I want to give to the ranking member a chance to say some remarks or questions, and then we'll be done.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank God.
First, I'd like to say, as somebody, when I grew up, I watched The Untouchables, and I think Elliot Ness would be proud of you. I don't know about J. Edgar Hoover, but Elliot Ness for sure. Let me ask you this. Memphis, you've put Memphis and Nashville's FBI together, kind of consolidated, and in one office. And we have, I know you've worked with our U.S. Attorney and others to work on our crime situation there, and it's gotten better. But is this change in the FBI relationship there where we're not going to have an office necessarily? Tell me how that's going to affect Memphis.
So I want to be very clear. We're not leaving Memphis. What we are doing is...
Nobody should leave Memphis. In fact, most of the songs are about people going to Memphis.
We are...
They leave Nashville. They go to Memphis.
Recognizing population growth and the threat environment, we have instead taken, if you look across the state, instead of having 2 field offices in Knoxville and Memphis, we're creating a Tennessee division headquartered in the middle in Nashville. But we are keeping the offices in Knoxville and Memphis. And in fact, when it comes to Memphis specifically, not only will it not result in any decrease in the number of agents there to work, actually, strange as it might sound, it's going to allow us to increase the number of agents who will be assigned to the Memphis office, including to tackle things like violent crime, which I know is of huge concern. And the reason for that is really the effect of this reorganization is to be able to reduce administrative roles that will be more consolidated in the middle in Nashville, but it'll allow us to increase the operational roles, the agent roles, the number of them in Memphis. So I think not only are we not leaving Memphis, we're actually increasing our investigative presence in Memphis as part of this, and we're going to be able to continue to collaborate closely with our great partners there without skipping a beat.
Thank you, that's reassuring. One of the questions was asked over here was about previous assassination attempts on presidents. And obviously, I know you're a lot younger than me, but you probably did you ever watch The Untouchables?
I have watched it, yes.
They had one of the programs was on Mayor Cermak.
Why are we referencing movies?
No, Mayor Cermak.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Mayor Cermak, do you know who he was?
I do not.
He was the mayor of Chicago. And in February of 1933, there was an assassination attempt on Franklin Roosevelt in Miami, Florida. And Mayor Cermak, C-E-R-M-A-K, was killed and said, "I'm glad it was me and not you." Allegedly, he said that. But anyway, that was an attempt, and it failed, and that was Untouchables brought it into my consciousness. But thank you for your work. I appreciate it very much, and I appreciate you're not looking into changing our Democratic nominee. That's something we normally do. Thank you.
Director, I'm still not clear in my mind. When did the counter snipers, the good guys, when did they first get eyes on the bad guy, the would-be assassin, on the roof of the AGR building?
I'm not certain, but I'll take my best effort here.
I guess I'm sorry to interrupt, but
yeah.
Did they have eyes on him before the local law enforcement was looking up on the roof and engaged with the bad guy shooter?
I don't know the answer to that. I will look into that and get back to you. I believe we have the answer. I just don't know that I have it. I want to make sure I answer accurately.
Because we thought, from the briefings that Mr. Abate gave us, or Bate gave us, excuse me, Abate gave us, and the briefings you gave the Congress, that they did, but it wasn't clear from your testimony. So if you can get that answer to us, that would be helpful. I want to circle back just a third time, if I could, to the Iranian threat to President Trump and some others, former members of our government. The reason I want to go back to that, because we now know that the Secret Service and Homeland Security denied resources to President Trump's detail that they had asked for. And it seems to me, if that all happened after you guys knew about the Iran threat and had briefed the Secret Service on that real threat, that's an even bigger problem. And that's why I was trying to get that timeline down, when you knew about it and when you briefed the Secret Service on the Iranians' threat to kill President Trump.
So again, I really want to be careful to both be accurate, but also not to kind of stray into any kind of classified information or confirm the existence of classified information. So let me see if there's a way for us to get back to you on that question. I understand why you're asking. It may be easier to answer than I think, but at the moment, in an open hearing, I'm not sure if I can see the right way to do that.
Fair enough. We'll expect answers to both those questions, and you can get back to this. That'd be great. Finally, anything else you want to tell us that we didn't ask? I mean, you came today and you told us some things that weren't even prompted by questions, and I just want to make sure if there's anything else you want to tell us regarding July 13th and what you've discovered. Now's the time.
Well, again, we're going to continue to engage with the Congress. I think we've covered a lot of the points that I really wanted to make sure that I got across, and just as I'm looking at my list, in one way or another, through the course of today's questioning, I think we've gotten through most of it.
That concludes today's hearing. We thank our witness for appearing before the committee today. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witness
they just end
or
it like
additional
that.
materials for the record. Without objection, the hearing is adjourned.
That's it. That's all she wrote, folks. Unreal. What was worse, this or Cheadle? Let's do a poll, and I'm going to play one final video for you guys. This was awful. They wasted our time all afternoon. They never once think, oh, we're wasting the American people's time. They can F directly off, right? Right. It is on the Al Capone, but it's based on the Elliot Ness. I just looked it up. It's an autobiography called Untouchables, and then they made it into a movie. But let's do a poll. What hearing was more of a waste of time? FBI or Cheadle? Get your votes in. I'm going to run this footage of this witness. Whoops. Damn it. I got to get it pulled up again. I'm going to run the footage of this witness. You know, the one in the Trump hat. Oh, the Trump rally's on. I didn't mean to click on that. Hold on.
As we saw in 16 and 20, President Trump won those two election cycles. Now, again, the third time being a presidential nominee for the Republican Party, Donald J. Trump, as we saw at the RNC in Milwaukee. And then, again, on the heels of that RNC, what an awesome event.
Okay, here it is.
Then, of course, later when we had the event in Grand Rapids.
Who was here? You weren't inside the event, but you were just outside. Tell us what you saw. So we had a party here all day. You can see behind us at the Brinkles Farming Greenhouse here. We had a party, and we all decided, hey, you know, when we hear Trump up there, we're going to walk up through the field, stand by the trees up there under the shade, and watch and listen to the rally. Right? We couldn't see him, but we could hear him. So we walked up. And probably 5 to 7 minutes of Trump speaking. I'm estimating here. I have no idea, you know. But we noticed a guy crawling, bear crawling up the roof of the building beside us, 50 feet away from us. So we're standing there, and, you know, we're pointing at the guy crawling up the roof. And he had a gun, right? He had a rifle. We could clearly see him with a rifle. Absolutely. We're pointing at him. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey, man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. And the police were like, huh, what? You know, like they didn't know what was going on. You know, we're like, hey, right here on the roof. We can see him from right here. We see him. You know, he's crawling. And next thing you know, I'm thinking to myself, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him off the stage? I'm standing there pointing at him for, 2 or 3 minutes. Secret Service is looking at us from the top of the barn. I'm pointing at that roof, just standing there like this. And next thing you know, 5 shots rang out. So you're certain that the shots came from that guy on the roof? 100%. 100%. And he was up there for a couple of minutes. He was up there. You saw him up there for a couple of minutes. Absolutely. At least 3 to 4 minutes. And you were telling the police and the Secret Service? We were telling the police. We were pointing at them for the Secret Service, who were looking at us from the top of the barn. They were looking at us the whole time when we were standing by that tree. Could they see binoculars? Could they see him? Probably not, because the roof, the way the slope went, he was behind where they could see. But why is there not Secret Service on all of these roofs here? I mean, this is not a big place. Did you see, obviously everyone, when the shooting started, everyone was very panicked. Did you see what happened to him at all? Oh yeah, they blew his head off. Okay, sorry. Secret Service blew his head off.
He's like, sorry.
We
alive?
Watching, but you're pretty sure they shot the guy? Absolutely, 100%. Okay. Yep. You saw that happen? Yep. Okay. Yep. And did you see them go up to him afterwards, or? They crawled up on the roof. They had their guns pointed at him, make sure he was dead. He was dead, and that was it. It was over. It's incredibly shocking. The guy was on the roof right there. You can see the white roof right there. Did you get a look at him? Could you? No, other than he was in muted colors, tan type clothing. We saw the rifle flinging around as he was trying to crawl. We saw the rifle, 100%. Do you know about guns? Do you know what kind of weapon it was? Oh, I absolutely know about guns, for sure. No, it was a rifle of some sort. I wouldn't know, I wasn't close enough to read the label on it, Sure. But it was a rifle of some sort. Yep, absolutely. So how do you process what you've just seen? I don't know what to say, man. All I'll tell you is, you know, if I walked up close to there with anything that Secret Service considered a problem, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you right now.
Absolutely.
But I don't know why a guy who we're standing there pointing out to police and Secret Service is crawling up the roof. Yes, right there by that tree. We were outside the security perimeter. But my question is, there's only a few buildings around here. Why is Secret Service not at every building here?
Well, there's a whole bunch of questions, I think, that are going to come.
There's a whole bunch of questions.
Yeah.
Yes, she was right in front of me. She kept going back and forth right in front of me. Yes.
Tell us about her.
I mean, nice horse, nice lady running with a flag. Seemed very, you know, patriotic.
But what's the significance of her?
No, she's a...
It cut off there. So I don't know what was the lady with the horse. I don't know if she didn't stop going back and forth. I'm not sure. Yeah, I trust this guy way more than the FBI as well. But you guys, it's been a really long day, and I'm planning on being back here at 8 o'clock for Biden's performance. Should be interesting. So I need to go and wrap this up. I'll see you guys back here in 3 hours. Thank you for joining today. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We'll keep our eyes on this, guys. We're going to follow it. The video's right here, guys. I'm putting the link to the video right here. Susie, it's right there. Widow, it's right there. Bing bong. You don't have to give anybody an email address. Just click that YouTube link right there. Nice horse. That's what I found. I don't know. Somebody was recording it on their phone and I found it.
Jennifer loves horses.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people were skeptical of a lot of stuff, but I believe him. Thank you again, guys. Let's run our credits, Myron. Here we go, guys. Let's dance it out. See you guys tonight. So much for watching. If you enjoyed this live stream or video, make sure to give it a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on my latest content. Want to take it a step further?
Bring it all in.
And join our community clickers by becoming a Patreon or a YouTube member. You'll get exclusive access to our Discord server, special channel perks, and much more. Until then, I'll see you in the next one.
Click, 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 click. It's real easy, man.
I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. 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 You wanna be with me. You wanna feel something real, but I'm feeling differently.
Everybody does that. It's okay.
You're making plans to get to friends, but don't wanna face the fact that I ain't got time, I ain't got time, I ain't got time for that. Staying up late, sleeping all day, dreaming about Cadillacs. Buying new shoes, thinking about